Yo, good morning, people. Can you hear me? Hello, Alice. Hello, Dippy. Hello, Angel. Can you guys hear me? Oh my God, my voice. I'm here. What is going on? There we go. Okay. I'm here. What is going on? There we go. Okay. Oh my gosh. I've been sitting here talking and I don't know what was going on. Hi, Michelle. Can you guys hear me? Okay, let me see here. They haven't started yet. All right, let's see here. Oh, yes, I'm so glad you can hear me. Um, and you guys gotta excuse my voice. I'm sorry. I don't know what's up. Here we go, here we go, here we go. What is going on? I'm telling you, they didn't want me in there. How is everybody? I hope you guys can hear me. Oh, good, you can hear me. You missed me yesterday? I didn't do much of anything. Oh, no, I did. Never mind. I had 2 doctor's appointments yesterday. That's my life. That's all I do. 2 to 3 times a week. It's getting old, people. Getting old. So, anyways, Dippy, you remember when I was excited I got a new mic? Okay, it should have been really simple to plug it in and work, but no, of course not. Yeah, I don't got my headphones on yet, but I'm probably going to have to because it's going to echo if I don't. So I've gotten this new microphone, I got new headset, and I paid good money for this stuff. Well, for me it is. I think each of them was $100 each. And let me tell you, the cheaper ones, everything's working for the cheap ones. Very weird, very. And I appreciate everybody being here for me. Oh, you guys are awesome. And everybody that's been supporting me all this week with your kind comments. Oh, what the heck is going on? So, anyways, we go from 20, 30 degrees to 80 pretty much all week. My daughter's, she lives on 40 acres, but her house flooded, her basement, whatever. And then next week, it's supposed to be icky cold and rain the whole time. I wonder why this hasn't started yet. What time is it? Oh, we got a few minutes. Okay. Oh my gosh, what a bunch of issues, man. So hopefully, I turned off my notifications, for the desktop for YouTube, and I hope it doesn't go off. So if it does, I'm sorry. Isn't the term for a lawyer? Letitia's like, yeah, I guess. Oops, early. I missed yesterday. Why do they all take off trial, but Lori's went on? Confusing. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, Thursday's off? I don't know. The judge said that he does virtual. So I don't know what that's about. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, hi Terry, if you're still here. I hear you got a lot too since I had pneumonia. You had pneumonia? That's awful. It's so disappointing we cannot watch Lori's. Oh, there you are. Hi, Terry. How you doing? Thank you for being here. Oh, and if anybody's watching like on Facebook or my other YouTube, I won't be able to see your comments unless you're commenting on the main channel. Just saying. So if nobody answers you, that's why. Because I just learned last week you can stream all your platforms. So I've been testing it out this week. So what are you guys thinking about the trial so far for
We good to go?
Oh, hold on.
All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch.
Should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time, prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Last night, counsel filed an SDT with regards to raw data, an MMPI-2 that Dr. Torres may be in possession of. It's my understanding that we already dealt with that issue as far as discovery goes. It was real clear, at least my recollection is that the court said that information could be transferred to experts for evaluation. And so this time we're asking that that SDT be quashed. I haven't had a chance to talk to Dr. Torres about this, but I'm assuming the state hospital's position has not changed. They're not going to want to disseminate the raw data from psychological testing.
As you know, let me see, but I don't think I can get it yet.
I follow the history. I can
Yeah.
what
Okay. Tell me what's going on.
So, Your Honor, I had requested and Dr. Gray provided, as you remember before, the literature that they were basing some of their diagnoses on, and specifically, they had one article, and I can file this over. We can supplement it to the court. They provided one article specifically dealing with the MMP2 and that certain scores on that. And the article says which ones that you're looking at are some generally dissociative identity disorder is hard to score on the MMP2. This article that was relied upon evidently by Dr. Gray, and he said primarily in this, has certain scores though on it that are higher for people that they believe are malingering. And so all I'm asking, I'm not asking for all of the raw data. I'm asking strictly for the raw data on the MMP2, which is basically, it's just a multiple choice questionnaire that people fill out and then it's scored a certain way. The reason I'm asking for this raw data is just for cross-examination purposes. And so they're saying it's scored a separate way. This is not anything that's copyrighted. This is not all of the raw data. This is something very specific in relation to an article that they gave that said her scores don't fit more in what this article says would be malingering. And so what I want just is to have that raw data so I can just go through more than likely, and I have a social worker who knows who has some experience in scoring it and so forth, and to look over that exact raw data in an effort for cross-examination.
Can you point to the part in Dr. Gray's report that you're referring to? I mean, what it is
What
that
I
it
can-
says?
Yes, I don't have it in front of me, but I can bring that over for the lunch, and also the article that he referred to on that, and then I can give that to the court. And so, like I said, I understand the general thing with the raw data needs to go between the experts, but this is something that's very specific, and also this is not something that I don't believe is copyrighted or anything like that. So, like some of the structured interviews, I understand there's some copyright and there's some issues why they don't provide the raw data on the structured interviews. This is strictly a multiple choice questionnaire. And like I said, I'll bring all that for the court to be able to look at.
Yeah, if you can do that, because I would agree. It sounds like what you're asking for is what,
Like I said, I'll bring all that.
what article was it that he was relying upon that said that perhaps the MMPI-2
And
may
I
not
have,
be applicable, and you want to see that article so that you can.
so let me rephrase.
Okay.
I have that article.
Okay.
That article says that certain questions
Okay.
on the MMP2, if answered in this way, indicate malingering. Other answers on this indicate a more legitimate dissociative identity disorder. And the
Okay.
article actually says what group of questions are
Okay.
referring to that indicate this one way or the other. And Dr. Gray said he relied upon that article
Okay.
in scoring the MMP2 to come to his conclusions. And so I'll bring you
Okay.
Dr. Gray's report where he says that,
Bring me the report
and
copy.
the article.
Yep.
And then so Your Honor can see that. Yes. Yep. That'll work.
Because we're not getting to Dr. Gray today, so
No,
we'll
but
have
this
some
next
time.
week, and I put the SQP for Monday. I don't necessarily need it on Monday. I just picked a date.
Sure.
It might be work.
Okay.
But I'm fine, and we can move that down once or once we look at it over the weekend, make a decision.
Yep.
I don't think we're going to get to them even next week, and so if I could have that stuff by Thursday, the
That's fine.
broker, that would be totally fine.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to address?
That might be better.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. All rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we're going to start the same way that we have every other day, and that is with a question. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break on Wednesday, we were towards the end, but still in the midst of a video deposition, and I think that, or not deposition, I'm sorry, a video interview of the defendant, and I think that's where we're going to resume. Is that right? Okay. All right, go ahead. Oh, no, sorry. My bad.
What is she even doing in that room?
I just accidentally peed a little. Now my pants are wet.
You know, I wish I would speed this up a little bit. The video.
All right. Hey, we're gonna take you to the restroom. Okay. We're gonna stay in there. The hall door is gonna be closed where you have your privacy, but we need you not to wipe. And please don't flush the toilet, just so that we can verify that indeed you did not wipe because what we're worried about is potential evidence of conflict of interest. Okay. Okay. You can leave your things there, so we're just coming right back into this room. Area, huh? I'm sorry? I said I acted like I wasn't like some secure area. I guess I'll go to sleep. Can I go to sleep?
Was she laying down on the couch? Oh, I wish they would speed this up. How boring.
Oh,
Okay, guys, this is so boring. I know people don't like it when you talk during stuff like this, but my God, this is so boring. Because you can't really see what she's doing. She was trying to clean up. Yeah. Hi, Win. Yeah, I wish they would speed this up. I mean, come on now.
God.
We like it when you talk. Good morning, girls. Wow, you know what I've heard? I hate it when people talk through a trial. I mean, come on. Look how boring this is. Who likes to sit in silence? You know, we can't really see what she's doing, anyways. Even if I make it bigger, we can't. Hold on. A little better.
I just need to stretch. Oh, is there anything I can read or do?
All right, where am I here? No crap. Is she wearing red? Can't tell. Is this where she gets arrested? No. It's hard to see what she's doing, though. You would think nowadays that PD, law enforcement, whatever, will get clear pictures, cameras, this day and age. Come on, a cell phone takes better. Just saying. That's what I'm thinking. Okay. God. Is this where she okay? Good morning. Yep, okay. Yeah, I don't know why she stuffs her pants. I have no clue. It's in the arrest affidavit.
Oh. He's waiting for the phone. No, he's not gonna read.
Okay, I'm lost. Where'd that come from? Oh, okay. I already read that. I have this on a, like a big screen, and it's really hard to even see anything.
See, I have a really bad chest pain. Like right here.
You never heard that? I should find it.
My chest. That's so
Hey, sit down. We'll call for help.
bad chest pain. That's probably
Okay,
get out of the clothes in.
just sit in the couch.
So you tell me we can't get.
Telling you we're going to call for help right now, but I want you to sit down.
I can't breathe. I'm just asking to be out. I can breathe.
No,
Tight and closed, and I'm claustrophobic.
you just need to sit down on the couch.
Really hurting. So.
Sit down on the couch.
I can't breathe. I'm just asking you to open the door. I just want to breathe. I'm asking you to keep the door. That's all.
No, we're gonna no. Now we're gonna have to call you an ambulance because you said you got chest pain.
My chest pain. Just claustrophobic. I can't
So
breathe.
we're gonna call you an ambulance.
I ask for you to open the door. I just can't breathe.
Well, you're being detained right now. So
But
sit down on the couch.
I can't breathe. But I just wanted the door open, and you refused that. That's all I asked
You're being detained, and the door helps. Okay,
anywhere.
so sit down on the couch.
You just leave the door open so I can breathe?
Sit down on the couch.
I told you earlier I had really bad anxiety, and I take aspirin for it.
Yeah, well, you just must click until.
No, excuse me. I take lorazepam every day, and if I don't take it, I could have a panic attack. I take it on panic attack. So you are misquoting what you heard, sir. Just said open the door.
Okay, well, we're gonna have medical come check you out.
I mean, ridiculous. You're having chest. Yes, I just since the door's been closed. I haven't taken my anxiety medicine. I've taken it so many days in a row. I'm having. You had told me I don't ever take it except on panic attack. Yes, you had told me earlier that you don't take it on a regular basis. I don't. But whenever when I put in the last few days, I feel like I am. That's why I kept asking you to open the door. So now this gentleman thinks that I'm being frustrating to deal with him when I asked several times just to open the door and let me get fresh air. That's all I asked you several times.
Would it be helpful? Like, do you have your lorazepam?
No, I don't.
Was it in your car?
No, I
in your
don't.
house?
That's why I asked you to open the door.
Like, do you want to see a medical personnel or?
I mean, I wanted the door open because I was having chest pains. That's all.
So what I need very clearly from you right now is for you to tell me whether or not you feel like you're having a medical
an
emergency.
panic attack now.
Okay. do you feel like you're having a medical emergency that you need to be seen by a medical provider for?
I mean, not probably at the moment, but I am having chest pains, and usually it's a panic attack lowering. I mean, I haven't taken it, so it's like taking me off of it because I couldn't get to it yesterday. I do. I've had zero anxiety since I was 16.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So I literally opened the door and asked him, could I just open the door? That's all. And he started making accusations.
Well, I'm sure that wasn't his intention.
That
Sure he wasn't in
never his intention, but I didn't come at any of you. Have I came at you been disrespectful to you?
No, and I hope that you don't feel like I've been disrespectful
No.
to you either.
That was very unprofessional, what you did.
I don't think so. I told you we were going to call medical. That's
No, that's not what you said. That's not what you
Okay.
said. But,
No, that's
So-
right then. That's on recording.
but that is not what you said. You started making up reasons why when I do have testing.
Okay. Well, I believe that you have to think. So, like I said, if you would like medical attention, then we can get you medical attention. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. That's what he told me to getting. And he told me to sit back down and shut the
I'll
door.
sit here with her if you want to.
Thank you. Just leave the door open. That's all I'm asking. Want the door open.
So, we'll get somebody to come check you out. Do you have any kind of, other than the anxiety disorder, do you have any other medical conditions that we should be aware of?
So I'm just hungry and tired, and
Okay.
when I get like this, I panic attack.
So, I mean, I gave you a hot bucket earlier. Is there something else that I can get for you? Do you want a sandwich? Do you want a burrito? I have tamales. We have all kinds of stuff here. We can order something if there's something that you need to eat. You just got to tell me what it is. What would you like? I mean, obviously, I'm not going to buy lobster, but what would you like to eat?
Just I would like to see they can they like help me with anxiety medicine.
You need somebody to bring in your anxiety medicine?
Like,
We have anxiety medicine here. So
yeah, I'm saying you said you could call a medical professional.
Sure, I can call an EMT. Like they're gonna call an EMT,
Thank you.
but they're not gonna be able to dispense medication to you. If you have a prescription, I mean, maybe your husband can bring it. And we can get you your medication. You can self-administer what you already have prescribed to you.
Right here.
Huh?
My throat is sore now. When all I asked was for the door to be opened.
Okay, well, let's open.
I know, but he was very rude about it. Just could I please breathe? That's all.
Well, maybe you two personalities don't play. Sometimes it happens.
But come on, I'm a human being. It's the door. Clearly, I'm not going anywhere. The door. Fine, open the door. That's all I ask.
Well,
Yes, I appreciate you. Thanks.
if there's anybody at your house that can bring your medication.
Sorry. My medication is not at my house. Probably because book bag. So yeah, it's probably in my book bag. But my friends are right here. I don't have a number because you guys took my phone.
If you want to tell us your passcode, we can get the number out of the phone. If that's
You
what
guys already had the passcode because I told you plainly earlier when you were here about something. The code for, I think it's the same passcode we use for everything.
I don't know what that passcode is. If you want me to get your friend's phone number out of your phone, if you want to give me the passcode, then I can do it.
Okay, but you said medical. By the time my friend would get here, medical people.
But they're not going to be able to dispense medication. Like the EMT is not going to be able to dispense medication.
So have a chest pain, but you're just telling me I can't do nothing.
Sounds like not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying they're calling for medical personnel, but it's going to be an EMT. You're telling me your chest pains are anxiety related, and I'm trying to offer a valid solution to get your prescribed medication for that issue.
Because I haven't taken it, so you no. Let's move it. It's my air.
like, some people, whenever they have anxiety attacks and stuff like that, they have like little like songs that they sing to themselves or things that they think about that kind of help calm their mind, calm their anxiety. Do you have anything like that? Maybe like a favorite vacation that you've been on?
I'm trying.
What's your favorite vacation you've ever been on? Aruba. What did you do while you were in Aruba?
All right, that's free.
Sure.
Fighting like right here, you know. Thanks, Rosie.
Absolutely.
Oh. Not kind of spreading right here. Are they almost here?
I've been standing here with you, so I don't have that answer. When was the last time you took your lorazepam?
Okay. I'm saying like you take that like that policy at the mouth, you can't just not take it the next day. You have to like.
Right. So I'm asking, when was the last time you took it?
So I was taking it yesterday. What's today? I don't know what is today.
Today
It's
is
the day of the week.
Wednesday.
Yeah, so I didn't take it Tuesday or a.
So you said your favorite vacation was Aruba? You like to like scuba dive or snorkel or?
I'm being serious. I'm getting dizzy now.
Okay. I'll just lean back on the couch.
Yeah, like loading activities.
Floating activities.
Yeah.
Feel free to put your feet up if you need to.
I don't care about y'all taking fighting my thing because of evidence. So don't thing because I know that's what I do. He ain't yours. I said, if you're gonna take it anyway and you can have it, but I really have a chest pain.
Believe you.
So my body is not everyday condition, and I work out a lot and. No. I took a Tylenol. That's why I spoke earlier. I took a Tylenol. I started getting like a headache and a little bit of pain. Sometimes that helps you.
Sure.
little bit fun.
Oh, dear God.
Like if I had like something fast and could I get something to read, that might would help. If you talked about focusing on the brain or something, I feel like that would help, you know? But he said I couldn't have anything to read. Ever have we talked about other questions off the pine path? Anything you recommend? I can't hardly breathe. Okay. So I will certainly do that for you.
Are you okay listening to me? Is that okay?
What's your number? Right.
You can take your time to answer.
I want to answer you right away, so then that would trigger that. So just it's gonna take it's like 3 minutes or so.
That's good.
Great again. It's hard to breathe in here. Why does it sound like hard to breathe?
Trees get stuffy after a little bit. They do.
You do?
Yeah, I mean, one is,
Yeah.
you know, where did you get those shoes?
Your old shoes.
Your cool pattern before?
Yeah, they're old shoes.
Does anybody know who that lady is sitting with her?
I would Nike freezer like that.
Well, not that same pattern. Maybe the sole in that.
No. If it's a 5.0, a different 5.0 that if it's the same one. But I don't ever really wear these. They're probably like a 2012 model. Something like that.
Yeah, I've had my Nikes forever. They last for a while.
Are they coming? I need to get some oxygen in this one.
Of course it's coming. Because sometimes if you lean
I
forward,
did. I couldn't breathe.
you can't breathe.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a bit of anxiety, is that right?
Well, I guess really that my diet changes and like health changes and I can't breathe. So I asked that guy to open the door and he told me no and shut it. Like, please. That light bulb out there.
Oh, what's
Yeah,
going on there?
There.
Here we are. That's all fair. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
I am paramedic with fire department. What's going on?
I have a little bit of chest pain. Right, just like right here, and now I can't breathe. I just tried to get him to open the door so I could breathe, but
Okay.
he wouldn't.
Let's make this quick.
I didn't have like I took a Rosapine, so I don't know if they might be anxiety related, but I don't know.
Jacket.
I had anxiety since I was like I was 16.
You just took the lorazepam as needed?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I had taken it like a few days in a row, so without taking it, I feel like I'm doing
You can lay back if you're more comfortable.
should be even sick.
Okay. Chest pain right now?
Yep.
What does it feel like?
I don't know, right now it's going up more and more.
What does it feel like? Is it a stabbing pain? Is it a pressure?
No, it's like pressure.
Pressure. Okay. You nauseated? Abnormally short of breath?
Well, I could breathe in here, and I kept asking them to open the door so I could breathe.
Okay. We're just going to check your heart. Check this on you and show the electrical activity of your heart there. The other medical problems other than anxiety?
Any other one? I mean, like dealing with that area in general. In general?
Do you have any other medical problems like diabetes,
Yeah, like
pressure,
asthma,
asthma?
but not those other ones that you
Do you
say.
have any other diagnosed medical history from a doctor?
So diagnosed, no.
Okay. Do you take any medication every day other than the lorazepam we already talked about?
Not every day, no.
The medicine do you take today?
I don't know what it's called.
What is it for?
Mhm.
I don't. Do you have any allergies to medication?
No.
What's the birthday?
Mm.
Yeah, this one not to. How old are you?
Hmm?
How old are you?
Oh, yeah, 35. No.
Dan, what's your date of birth?
I'm
What's that?
35.
No, what's your date of birth? What day were you born? In what year? Okay, we're gonna roughly. Academic test. Good look at your heart, okay?
Did I anything wrong? I don't understand.
I'm just asking what your birthday is.
Oh,
And you keep saying 35.
oh.
What are you? A day in August. But we're gonna have to put stickers right underneath your left breast here so people with August. What year?
Oh. 1983.
1980. Ma'am, I didn't catch your name. Give me your name, please. Letecia. Letecia. Name on it. So we can write down. Please. And when's the last time you had problems with your anxiety?
I have it every once in a while, like whenever I don't eat and don't, you know, like exercise and different routines.
Any drugs or alcohol today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
What have you taken?
it's them. Earlier before I went to the bathroom?
I'm asking if you eat some drugs or alcohol.
Yeah, like Tylenol. Get really dizzy.
Thank you. Yes.
We're really dizzy.
Vital signs look good. I'm gonna take a look at your heart here, okay?
Okay, cool. Yeah, sit up, take a breathe.
Okay, sit up. Don't feel comfortable. Do you want to turn your legs over here so you can sit down and lean against the back of the couch?
Okay.
Doctor,
Yeah, thank you.
get your phone on that stuff. Super.
I'm going down to my stomach. Like right here.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Oh. Can't really breathe. So.
You're getting enough oxygen.
I know that. I couldn't really breathe. I just want like you got is it like some oxygen, air?
Sure. That's one thing. You're getting enough oxygen. Right now, you need to control your breathing.
Okay. I'm trying.
Slow your breathing down, okay?
Oh my God.
Because you know with anxiety, if you start over breathing, then you're going to develop that chest pain. Okay, so that's probably what's going on.
I'm trying.
Yeah, I think that's gonna work. Right now, the paramedics are discussing what they're looking at on the monitor.
Right, right here.
Yep, they're looking at it right now.
Why am I doing this? I just am breathing. That's all.
I'm sorry.
I just am having breathing problems. That's all.
It's pretty consistent with your anxiety.
Not like this. I don't need this.
Yeah, I got it. There you go. Well, I'm sending it. Man, would you like to room?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Everything looks normal.
Yes, I want
Okay, which hospital would you like to go to?
I mean, I don't even know where I'm at.
Okay, we're in town, so Memorial is the closest. Okay. Sounds good. My phone's stickers. I think we're gonna have to do it when we get down to the.
I'm getting cold.
Oh my God.
Hang tight there. If you feel like you're gonna get, then go ahead and hold on to your bag here. We're just gonna figure out what we got going on here. Let's go ahead and we're gonna walk out here to the already playing. Oh, there's your sunglasses. Yeah, your sunglasses.
Put them in there.
Do it. Yep. You need to get checked out. They're right out there. Your oxygen saturations are 100%. Oxygen saturations are 100%. If you're having an anxiety issue, I think when you have anxiety issues, one of the common symptoms is feeling like you can't breathe, although you're doing something. You can just blow in through your nose, out through your mouth. Take deep breaths out of it. Yeah, so just take deep breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth.
I don't know if she's on that chair over there or what.
We got it. Okay.
Everybody coddling her. Like real. This is crazy. Wow. Oh, finally.
Just would bring Jessica Bethel back to the studio.
Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your seat and witness stand, remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Oh, thank God.
Good morning, Miss Bethel. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
You told us on Wednesday when you were here how many homicide investigations you were involved with. Can you remind us again how many that is?
Over 100.
Wow.
Is it fairly common in your experience that when people are at the sheriff's office on a murder investigation and detained that they can get very nervous?
Yes.
Is that what was apparent with the defendant there at the end of that video?
Yes.
Overruled, I think she can offer an opinion regarding her experience based on other responses of other people that she's been in contact with.
Go ahead and answer that.
Yes.
early in the, I guess I shouldn't say early in the interview, but at some point in the interview, it appeared that the defendant was trying to leave the interview room, and then a separate person comes in and has her phone. Do you remember that portion?
Yes,
Who was that other person, first of all?
that was Lieutenant Mitchell Mahalko.
Is he with the sheriff's office also?
Yes, he is.
Was it very apparent by her actions at that particular time that she wanted to leave and wanted to take her phone with her?
Yes.
When she showed up at the sheriff's office, do you know how she got there that day?
She drove herself in her Tiguan.
And is that when we had testimony from another detective? Is that when it was observed that it appears to have just been recently washed prior to driving down to the sheriff's office?
Yes, that's correct.
We see the medical folks come in, the ambulance folks. Where did they take the defendant after leaving the video there?
They took her to Memorial Hospital on Boulder.
Is this, and we've already had testimony from forensic nurse examiner Amanda Van Nest. Is that interaction with the FNE, the nurse, does that occur as soon as she gets to the hospital when she leaves the sheriff's office here?
That interaction did not occur immediately when she got to the hospital, no.
I mean, the same day.
Yes.
That's what I shouldn't have said the word immediately. But she goes from the sheriff's office by ambulance directly to the hospital, and then at the hospital is where she interacts. Sure. Does she leave directly from the sheriff's office in an ambulance?
Yes, she did.
Did the ambulance drive her directly to Memorial Hospital?
Yes.
At Memorial Hospital, is that when she had contact, she being the defendant, had contact with forensic nurse examiner Amanda Van Nest?
Yes, that's correct.
At that hospital, after being there for some period of time, did the defendant walk away from the hospital before completing a sane exam?
Yes, she did.
So did this purported anxiety attack achieve her goal of wanting to leave the sheriff's office?
Ultimately, yes.
Would committing a murder and being detained in the sheriff's office cause somebody to have nervousness and potentially have a panic attack?
Stay.
So I want to jump ahead in time. After the defendant left the hospital on January 29th, were you aware of where she was?
Throughout the investigation, I was aware at certain times, yes.
Okay. Were you aware of when she actually moved things out of her house on 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes.
What day was that?
The 31st of January.
So 2 days after your interaction with her at the sheriff's office.
Yes.
In between those two events, did you have any other personal contact with her face to face?
I did not.
Did you attempt to have any personal contact with her face to face?
I did not.
Once that occurred at the house on January 31st, where she moved things out, are you aware that she had a TV interview with Spencer Wilson from KKTV?
Yes, I observed that.
In that interview, and we've had testimony from Spencer Wilson earlier, she complained that in her interaction at the sheriff's office, she was not allowed to eat or drink or take bathroom breaks. Was she allowed to do those things at the sheriff's office?
Yes, she was offered those things.
In that interview that we just watched over the later in the day on Wednesday and then this morning, at some point the defendant made a reference to you about, well, you've been in my house, you know what it's like there. When did you actually ever go to the house?
I went to the house, I believe it was in February.
February 21st, sound right?
That does sound correct.
Is it typical that the lead detective potentially wouldn't have to go to scene like that, at least early on?
Yes, they would go typically early on.
What about the idea that at the beginning it's reported as a runway and you don't know necessarily that where a scene might be that you need to look at? Does that play into the fact that you don't go as early?
Yes.
No, does not suggest the answer. Overruled.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Do you remember getting text messages from the defendant into February of 2020?
I know there were several times that she sent me text messages. I can't recall all of the dates specifically.
Sure. But were you getting text messages from her after she left the house on January 31st?
Yes.
Did you become aware of the defendant attempting to get her passport and bag back from evidence?
Yes.
Do you remember when that occurred?
I believe that was also on the 31st.
Okay. Did you get a text message specifically about those things, needing to get her passport and bag back?
I do recall asking about a passport.
Do you remember when that was?
I don't recall the date, no.
If I showed you your report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with her report, which is pagination 010980.
You may go ahead.
Do you remember that text message?
Yes, I do.
What was, first of all, let me ask you this. Was there anything odd about that text message? Was it coming from, strike that, was it coming from a phone number that you recognized?
No, it was not.
Did you, based on context, were you able to determine who it was coming from?
Yes.
What was that context that gave you that information?
The person texting said that they did not do anything to Gannon and that there was no negligence on their part.
Okay. And so that led you to believe that it was coming from who?
Letecia.
I'm going to retrieve that report from you. At some point, was a decision made to travel to South Carolina?
Yes.
When was that made?
Early March.
Why was that decision made?
Letecia had fled to South Carolina, and by that time I had obtained probable cause and authored an arrest warrant for her, which was signed off by a judge at the El Paso County Courthouse. And so we went to Myrtle Beach to arrest her.
When you say we, can you tell us who all was involved in that process?
It was members from the local FBI, Detective Mark Riley and myself, and also local law enforcement and members of the FBI in Myrtle Beach.
Was that arrest actually affected in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
Yes.
Was the defendant interviewed in South Carolina?
Yes, she was.
Do you remember by who?
Gruesome.
Who is John Grusing and who is he with?
He is with the FBI.
Okay. And we're going to hear from him at a later time, so I'm not going to get into her interview with you. Was there some discussion had as to how the defendant would get from South Carolina back to Colorado?
Yes.
What was the ultimate decision made as to that transportation?
That she would be driven back to Colorado in a rental van.
Who was involved in driving her back?
Myself and Detective Riley, and later on Deputy Michaela James.
So did you actually stop somewhere in the middle of that drive from South Carolina to Colorado to pick up the other deputy that you just mentioned?
Yes, we did.
How long did that drive last?
More than 24 hours.
Were you with the defendant the entire time?
Yes.
What was her demeanor like during that transportation?
She was calm. She ate. She sang songs. She played trivia.
Was she able to have conversations?
Yes.
Conversations that were not related to the investigation?
Yes.
Were they appropriate conversations? Meaning, if she's saying things, did they make sense?
Yes.
Was she able to eat and drink?
Yes.
Was she able to use the restroom?
Yes, she was.
And you mentioned trivia and singing songs. Was that something that all of you were sort of doing in the vehicle?
Yes, just to pass the time.
And was she participating in that in an appropriate way, meaning nothing seemed out of the ordinary?
That's correct. Yes.
The entirety of that transport from South Carolina to Colorado was that audio and video recorded.
Yes.
Thankfully, we're not going to play all of those hours of video. Okay.
Correct.
But why was that audio and video recorded?
I was concerned with her previous behavior that she may do something, and so I wanted to have documentation of the transport.
Okay. So I want to bring up to you People's Exhibit 338. And let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it, first off?
My initials and date are on it, and it is a GoPro video of the extradition.
It's a, can you say that it's a what video?
GoPro?
Is it only a portion of that hours-long transportation from South Carolina to Colorado?
Yes, just a very small portion.
Have you had a chance to review that thumb drive containing that GoPro video?
Yes, I have.
Is it fair and accurate representation as to the contents in that portion of the transportation?
It is.
And does that thumb drive actually contain two different clips, so two different files on the thumb drive?
It does, yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that transportation portion?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's 338.
Mr. Cook?
Mr. Allen, very quickly.
All right.
Before I get into publishing that. So what are we about to see in People's Exhibit 338, just to give some context?
The first clip is a view of Letecia along with Deputy James in the back seat of the van. They're sitting in captain's seats. And during that portion of the video, you can see Letecia moving around slightly. And that's because her hands are handcuffed to a belly band around her waist. and she is manipulating her hands out of the handcuffs, and she obtains a Monster Energy can, and she strikes Deputy James in the face with that full unopened can of Monster Energy drink, and then struggles with Deputy James. I myself have noted several pre-contact cues. She is glancing at Deputy James' waist area where her gun was kept. And then ultimately, whenever I come back to assist Deputy James once the vehicle is stopped, she also glances at my waist where my gun is kept. I took that to be a threat that she was attempting to obtain one of our weapons.
So let's have some context. Where did this occur in that travel from South Carolina to Colorado?
This is in Kansas on Interstate 70,
What approximate speed were you all traveling when this occurred?
about 75 miles an hour.
What was the reaction to this action by the defendant to who was driving?
Deputy Riley was.
What was his reaction to that happening in the backseat of the van?
We immediately start giving commands to Letecia to stop. And as we're doing that, Deputy Riley pulled over to the shoulder of the interstate. Thankfully, there was an area clear for us to pull over, and he slammed on the brakes, which put her into the back seat of my seat.
Was that a highly dangerous situation that was unfolding?
Absolutely, yes.
What made it highly dangerous?
Ms. Stauch was already suspected of murder, and she assaulted a deputy who was armed and attempted to obtain her firearm.
What about the fact that you're on the highway and that action or reaction by Detective Riley had to occur? Did that also enhance the dangerousness of it?
Yes, he wasn't able to exit the vehicle to immediately help us because of traffic that was traveling so quickly next to us.
All right, let's go ahead and play that.
Oh my gosh, this should be good, you guys. Oh
And I
my
believe it's
gosh.
21 minutes. Would you like me to stay up for this?
Is it
I'm
20?
fine with, yeah, it's roughly that.
Okay, you can go ahead and step down.
Thank you.
I wish we could get a clearer shot. This is unreal. She lied to me. She goes, that didn't happen. I gotta find that letter.
You ready?
I don't want to watch her in court. I want to watch this video. Whoa.
She keeps threatening me. Stop. She keeps threatening me. She keeps on threatening me. I have stopped it. She keeps on. She keeps on. Threatening me. I will for you. She keeps threatening me. Put your arm down. Put your arm down. She keeps threatening me the whole time. Tisha, give me your arm. I will to you. Tisha, give me. Tisha, give me your arm. I will to you, but not cooperate with me. Cooperate with me. I will with you, but not with her. Cooperate with me. I will with you, not with her. Tisha? I will with you. I said I would with you. Give me your arm now. I said I would with you. I said I would with you.
Oh my gosh.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting. I said I would with her.
Go ahead. I got it on.
I have to stop.
Stop
I'm not
resisting. Yes, you are. Stop it. Put it behind your back.
Yep.
Tisha, stop it.
I'm not even doing anything.
You just got another charge.
Well, she shouldn't be doing me like this.
Stand up. Stop trying to turn.
I'm not trying to turn.
You can stay that way the rest of the trip.
This is what we're going to do. We're going to the nearest detention facility. No. Everybody knows here.
Well, could you please untighten it from my hands?
Not right now, teacher.
Yes, it's all my arms.
Lean forward. Lean forward so I can adjust it. Stop manipulating the thought.
Hitting you.
You good? You make a call yet?
No, I don't know where we're at.
Okay, hang on. Lock the doors. I got here's locked.
Can you turn the air on?
Your white t-shirt.
Well, I asked for help for the air, and she's been nothing but mean to me the whole day. I can't breathe.
Stop.
I can't breathe.
What?
Just open it so I can breathe. That's all I'm asking for is to breathe. I'm just asking to breathe. That's it. Is to breathe. That's all I want to do is breathe.
2600 Avenue. Right by Pretty Horses. On 70.
I'm not resisting her. You're hurting my arm.
My phone's jumping. Oh,
You're hurting my arm. You're hurting my arm. I just,
stop.
it's hurting my arm. Just let my arm go. It's hurting my arm.
The more you press against me, the harder I'm going to press on the.
I understand. It's not the pressure point. It's my arm. It's bent backwards and it's hurting. Can you just take
Yes,
pressure
ma'am.
off
This
my
is
arm?
Detective Bethel with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Please, off my arm.
Monitor unit
I am.
to the 2600 block of
It's pulling my
Interstate 70.
pulling my wrist, please.
I have Letecia Stauch in custody. She's just attempted to escape and she's trying resisting.
I didn't try to
Hold on.
escape.
You just tried.
No, I didn't open the door to breathe.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on I-70 westbound in the 2600 block.
Calm. We were not doing anything, correct?
Can you please put it with my elbow, my wrist?
Let me speak first, okay?
Okay.
As soon as you try to open that
Do
door,
you remember the last mile marker we hit?
The door so I could breathe. It's hot. I asked you to help me, but you just lean over and don't help. I said, hey, could you please find out how to turn the air on? Hey, the whole time you've been nothing but rude to me.
Tisha.
I'm just putting my arm down because it's hurting. I didn't try to escape or anything. I legit opened the door to breathe.
Detective Jessica Bethel with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Ow, my arm is hurting. I am in a gray Chrysler minivan bearing Michigan plates. We have the hazards on and we're on the shoulder of the road.
Tell them to pick it up.
And we need a code 3 response, please. You said you would help arm. I appreciate it. Nope. He's assaulted. Oh, it's hurting. Boy, Edward Tom Henry Edward again. Hurting my arm. It's hurting. 8/4 of 83 is her birthday. I did not try to escape. No, ma'am. I have two other deputies with me.
SRT.
Could not breathe. I asked you to open the door.
Yep. We've got her under
Yes, ma'am.
control right now. We've got Kansas coming out here now. Well, we're gonna get some
Yes,
other equipment to at least secure her, or
No,
at
ma'am.
least have them, somebody take us or escort us to the border, and then have one of our people come to the border.
Hurting my arm,
Right.
please.
Yeah, everybody's fine. You're good. You hit her with a fist. She got out of her cuffs.
She slipped her cuffs and
She slipped
hit
them.
a deputy and tried to escape. I did not try to escape.
So that's what our plan is. So if you can, I don't know how far we are.
Nope.
But
We're all
as
okay.
soon as we get an escort to the,
We just need a secure unit to transport further.
we're gonna have, is that for state patrol? We'll have them escort us to the Colorado border.
Are you having a state patrol? Well, my arm is hurting. Or who's dispatching out now?
Where you mean you asked me where you trying to go? Okay.
I just want to get off my arm. It's hurting.
I understand, but if I feel like you're trying to pull against me, between those two, you can
If I could get a state patrol officer en route as well to help me escort to the Colorado border.
lift my head off. They look like we're good. Use your time. We'll see what we can do.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna put my partner, Detective Riley, on the phone with you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
We're at 284.
Okay.
Nice. Let's see.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you please lift up on this?
No. Not after that.
After what?
Once you're
Yes,
safe.
ma'am. We're doing an expedition
I didn't try to
Piece of
escape.
that.
I opened a door to breathe.
Back
You
to
know that.
Colorado. She
Yes, I
slipped the
did.
cuffs and
You know-
assaulted a deputy. We have her under control right now. But we would appreciate
I just feel like it's breaking my wrist.
If that's possible.
Relax.
I
Or
can't.
the pressure will get
But
worse.
if it gets worse, then guess what? I have to go to a hospital because she hurts me.
What's your number, Jess?
On that, 650-719. Just be able to look it up.
That's correct. We're at the 284.
284 westbound.
My wrist is hurting. This is hurting.
Relax.
I can't. My wrist is breaking.
Your wrist is not
It's
breaking.
hurting. The more you wiggle, the more it's going to hurt.
Thank you.
Relax.
I'm trying, but it's hurting. Like things are hurting my wrist.
No, that's fine. We'll wait here for officers.
You're pushing down on
Thank you,
me.
ma'am.
We've got,
Bye bye. They're coming right now.
got 6 en route.
Stop trying. I'm not trying to resist. Then stop turning.
to you. You're holding me for nothing.
Okay, stop trying to turn against
I'm
my
not
friend.
going to turn against you. You're holding me.
Go ahead and buckle her. We're gonna make sure she's not gonna get out of her restraints this time. Let's see if they have a belly belt, a real one.
I'm ready, Marius. You are
This isn't gonna happen again.
ready, Marius. I'm not doing anything. She's doing that. I'm not doing
You're
that.
not turning against.
I'm not turning against you. You're doing that to me on purpose. See? Look what she's doing on purpose. Look.
Stop turning.
I'm not turning.
Stop moving.
I'm not moving.
Relax your body.
My body's relaxed.
Jesus.
Stop.
I'm not doing anything to you. You're choking out.
Bring her.
Okay, bring her out.
Down right now.
No, we got her back in. But
The vehicle.
they're slapped on. I mean, they're not good.
Bring her out. We're walking.
Yeah.
Pull him out.
Bring her out.
Oh,
Step out, Keisha.
Oh, she choked me now. It hurts.
Yeah, retail her. You're not gonna get too far. You don't get a dog. You understand?
I'm not doing anything. I didn't
Okay,
try.
you better run faster.
Well, I didn't try to follow me. I opened the door so I could breathe.
Yeah. You guys have a where you going? Colorado. Oh Lord, you got a left. Yeah. Do we have a what? Do you have a better belly belt than this? It's because you're better. I don't have it, but I don't. Let's do this. Let's go out here in the ditch. Let's get her down on her knees. That's what we need to do. What? No. They has three of them transport one person. Yes, they need. So, they were all people outside to living good inside the firm. They got beaten up.
Just have Miss Bethel come back to the stand, or do you want to take a break?
I was going to request her take a break now. This is a good breaking
Yeah.
point. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. With that, all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Are we still going to finish the rest of that video, or?
No, I don't think there's anything more of her on there, and then I'm just going to jump into finishing up her questions.
Okay. All right. Just asking. All right. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
oh, I'm telling you. Oh my gosh. She is unreal. I can't believe they don't have her, like, maybe they have one of those shock things on her like they did Daryl Brooks. She's going to do something. You know that, right? Yeah, I know, right? Entitled. I mean, you could have took the both ways. She wanted air or escape. You didn't know what her mind would do. Well, that's just it. I mean, come on, she hit that person with that can. She got out of her cups. That's crazy. Yes, poor Jerry's right. Oh my God. Why couldn't they speed up that first half hour of that video, man? That was boring. Yep, she needs one. But you know what? I wonder in like her real life, like her family life and all that, if she acted like this. That's what I want to know. If this is how she was. She threw the bottle and closed fist punched the officer. That's what was reported. And I also think, I could be wrong, did she try to go for the gun? You can't hear me? Can anybody hear me? I'm not on mute. I don't know. Yeah, because I never seen the paperwork on that, Angel. You can hear me? Okay. When, okay. Angel, can you hear me all right? Huh. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Angel. Yeah, Angel says she can hear, and so does Dippy. So I don't know what's going on. Because I got the mic right by me. I don't know. That's weird. What does this say? Yay, husband free finally. I'll try switching phones for right now. Yeah, that's weird. I hope it works. I got the worst headache today. I don't even know what's up. So, what was I going to say? All right, I'll try switching phones. Let's see. I won't be able to chat, but I'm here charging this phone. Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't find Nala. You know, Nala only weighs what, 4.5 pounds? And I have a bell on her, so I know where she's at, and I didn't hear her. Well, I got a carrier for her when I take her places. She was inside that. Twitter is going crazy from Lori's trial. Is it really? Who's testifying today? I'm gonna go over there and look. Should we go look, people? Go to Twitter. Hold on, let me find it. Okay, we're gonna stop sharing. Go to Twitter. Okay, I'm looking, you guys. Hold on. We'll go to Nate. Nate. Okay, just a minute, guys. All right. Oh, I found it. Hold on. Yeah, that's where I'm going. I'm going to Nate. Okay, what's going on here? Dilemma was it was significant when Lori said she was a witness of Jesus Christ because it means Lori would have seen Jesus, and this would be part of the highest spiritual experience a person could have. Lori said angels put names in the computers for her to take to the temple. Zulema said she believed Lori. Oh my gosh, what is wrong with these people? That is crazy. See what else it says here. Hold on, you guys. Oh my gosh, look at this. Okay. Back in the courtroom, Larry's wearing a black jacket, white cream colored pants. Larry and Kay are there. Annie's there. Good. I'm glad Annie's there. Let's see. I'm trying to find something interesting. about writing a book. Add kit to your playlist. That's so weird. Where is Dippy anyways? Let's see. You're here all the time. I trust you. Okay. This is about Charles sending an email to Tammy. Oh, Charles sent an email to Chad saying, either you or Lori need to tell me what's going on, or this will be exposed for all to see. And does your wife know you have several of Lori's dance videos? Wow. That's crazy, you guys. Another text from Charles says, you accuse me of infidelity, but it's you who's been having an affair. It keeps killing me, but maybe that's your goal. The fact you will continue to go to the temple after everything you've done shocks me. I don't know why people are having problems. Like if you put at Kit 9168, I pop up. If you do Kit True Crime, I pop up. It's weird. Let's see. You have destroyed me. I have never been lower in my life. Please explain. We have a son to raise, but that's all we have in common. You owe me an apology for false accusations. Oh, sad. Let's see. Then on July 1st, that's when Charles was killed by Alex. So East Idaho News has in-depth text messages and emails on their website. There's Charles. Don't get no reading messages Lori sent to Alex. Because remember she called Charles Ned, the evil spirit zombie that was in Charles' body. I mean, come on, really? Does she believe this kind of crap? For real? Okay, this is about Tammy dying. Okay, about the insurance company. I mean, if you guys want to read this as go ahead. I'm just trying to find more interesting stuff. I mean, this stuff's all important, believe me. Another message from Chad to Lori. I'm a grown-up version of Harry Potter. What? Who has to live with the Dudleys in his little space under the stairs? Every few weeks, I get to escape having amazing adventures with my goddess lover. Oh, come on, no. Charles sent Tammy another email. Your husband and my wife are having an affair. Yeah, I knew about that. There's so much to this case. He's under the stairs, feeling trapped. Oh my God, you guys, look at this. This is crazy. Oh. Okay. Why does Zulema have an attorney? She has an attorney in the courtroom for her. She knows something. What do you guys think? Do you think she knows something that nobody else does? Oh,
Court
look at
will recall
that.
20
Oh.
CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take out outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Right. And Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your, I assume that's what you were doing, right?
Absolutely, Judge.
Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, or remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Good anticipation. You must have done this a couple times yourself, Judge.
Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Okay, here we go, people. I can never spell, Dippy, ever. I'm horrible at it. I'm horrible at reading and spelling. Hey, Dippy, can you hear me okay? No, it's going to bother me.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen?
Thank you. Ms. Bethel, in that video that we just watched, there's references made by you and I think maybe Detective Riley about escape, and then we can hear the defendant say, "I'm not trying to escape." What was she doing that was leading you to believe that she was trying to escape?
The fact that she had slipped her handcuffs, assaulted a deputy. Then later, she opened the back door of the van, which is why I returned to that position. Led me to believe that she was trying to escape.
How did she open the door?
With her foot.
So when in that second clip that we watched, when you end up back in the back seat again, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
You can't really see that necessarily on the video, though.
No, you cannot.
There's comments made in that video about stop resisting and that sort of thing, but maybe can't see what those resisting efforts might have been on the part of the defendant. So can you describe that for the jury, please?
She was tensing her body, and she was also using her hands to try and manipulate around in the cuffs. I was afraid she was going to slip out of the handcuffs again.
In that second clip of the video, are you actually holding her feet down?
I had placed my knee onto her thigh area to hold her leg down.
Okay. Were you actually injured during that interaction?
Later on, yes.
Okay. What happened to you as a result of that?
We placed her in a mechanical advantage control hold, or a mock hold, myself and another deputy, to escort her to a patrol car. And when we did, she dropped all of her weight, and I was carrying her or escorting her with my left arm. She dropped all of her weight, which caused me to have a shoulder injury, which needed surgical repair.
What?
Was that another effort to resist or potentially cause you to exert law enforcement authority with her?
Yes, we'd call that passive resistance.
Wow. She had to have surgery, you guys.
I want to go big picture with you for just a moment, Ms. Bethel. There were a number of searches of the home 6627 Mandan Drive. Why were there so many subsequent searches that build on each other over time in this particular case?
Initially, we did not, as I said earlier, we did not have a scene per se where there was a body and evidence lying around for us to look at and evaluate. And the information that we learned was during the course of the investigation. Letecia was the person that could provide us with that information, yet she had given us several different stories. And so as the investigation proceeded, we learned new things, which made us have to go back in and then look for these new developments in the home.
So the fact that the investigation developed the way it did, was that driven largely by the defendant's own deliberate actions?
Yes.
Did she mislead the investigation?
Yes, she did.
Did that misleading the investigation start at the very beginning of the case?
Yes.
Did it continue until her arrest?
Yes.
The fact that Gannon's remains were found 1,300 miles away, is that part of that misleading the investigation?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware of whether a sharp object was ever located in the home that was used to cause those sharp force injuries that Gannon suffered?
No, not.
There were reports that we've heard from already from the medical examiner and people in Florida that there were 3 gunshots carried out, 2 that hit a pillow and 1 that hit Gannon. Were there any shell casings ever found during the course of this investigation?
No.
Were there any of Letecia's clothes, the defendant's clothes, that had Gannon's blood on?
Yes.
What were those?
Her shoes?
Okay, but what about her clothing?
No.
Does the fact that those things were missing, a sharp force instrument, the shell casings, and bloody clothing, did that complicate the investigation?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that the drive from South Carolina to Colorado was many hours long, but you also had contact with her prior to that as well. During the totality of your contact with the defendant, did she ever talk with a Spanish accent?
No, she did not.
Did she ever appear to be in a different personality than what she had been in any other time that you had contact with her?
No.
Was her personality and persona consistent throughout your time with her?
Yes, it was.
Were you able to develop, based on your interactions with her, an opinion as to her sanity during the time that you were with her and during the course of this investigation?
Right.
Were you able to develop an opinion as to her sanity?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
I believe she is sane and she is manipulative and very calculated.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Miss Bethel, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook. I represent Miss Stauch. I know you're familiar with. So your first contact with her was with Gannon's father, and it was at a Starbucks in Felton.
That's correct.
Okay. And we listened to that recording.
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that she seemed to be apprehensive
That
during
was
that interview.
That was during the phone call,
Okay.
leading up to the ultimate in-person meeting with her and Albert. Yes.
Okay. And why do you say apprehensive in the phone call?
When I contacted Letecia, I explained who I was and that I was assigned to the investigations division. And Letecia said, I've already spoken with 8 other people. And I asked her if I could meet her at the home. And she did not want me present in her home, stating that there were several young children in the home and she did not want them to overhear our conversation. And that later turned out to not be correct.
Okay. Now, in the video interview at the sheriff's headquarters downtown, was that the office just right across the street from the courthouse?
Yes, sir, it is.
And it seems at times that she's very cooperative. Like she won't stop talking. She just keeps going on and on and on, and she seems very personable. Is that your recollection of what was going on in the video?
In terms of her willingness to have a conversation, yes, she was willing to have a conversation.
Okay. So she didn't seem apprehensive at that point as far as talking and meeting with investigators.
I wouldn't say that to be completely correct.
Okay. So in at least the first couple of hours, you say that she was still apprehensive?
In certain areas, yes.
Okay. During this interview at Starbucks or at the interview room at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, did she ever try to physically assault you or any of the other deputies?
No, she did not.
Okay. And in one of the interviews at Starbucks, speaking with Gannon's father, you remember when he said that they had put Gannon into counseling because of custody issues?
Yes.
Okay. Did Gannon's father ever mention that Gannon was put into custody or put into counseling because of issues between Letecia and Gannon?
No.
How long would you say you were in the car or the van total with Miss Stauch from South Carolina back to El Paso County?
Well, we never made it back to El Paso County.
Well, yeah, but to where it stopped, I'm sorry.
Over 24 hours.
24
I
hours.
would say close to 24 hours at least.
Now, did y'all stop in a hotel at one point, or were y'all just switching off drivers and doing it straight?
We were just switching off drivers.
Okay. Was this some sort of police van? Was it marked, or was it just a white cargo van that you rented somewhere?
It wasn't a cargo van. It was a commercial. It was a passenger van that the sheriff's office had rented for us.
Okay. What was Ms. Stauch's demeanor during, other than the video that we were watching, what was her demeanor for the other 23 and a half hours? 24 hours you were in the van with her?
She was calm.
Calm? You said y'all were doing trivia, singing, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. Where was everybody seated in the van when she slipped the cuffs and threw the drink at the other deputy? Who was driving?
Detective Riley was driving.
Okay, your front passenger seat?
That's correct.
Okay, where was the other deputies?
Deputy Michaela James was seated next to her behind Detective Riley.
Okay, and was Miss Stauch seated directly behind you?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Did you nap during this ride any? Fall asleep? Or were you awake and aware the whole time?
No, I wasn't able to sleep.
Okay. Now, you said that Ms. Stauch and your encounters with her seemed calm and collected.
I said she seemed calm, yes.
Okay. And that she seemed like she wasn't switching between personalities?
No.
Okay. So there was no switch in her personality from when she was calm for 24 hours in the van until she slipped her cuffs and assaulted a deputy? Was there no change in her behavior at that point, in your opinion?
There was a change in her behavior, but I don't believe a change in her personality.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Bethel, do you know what this is?
It's a diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders.
Okay. And you see right there it says DSM-5?
Yes,
5. Do you know what this book is?
it's a mental disorder book, I assume.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before or ever read it?
No.
Okay. Did you know in the field of psychiatry that this is more or less the Bible for diagnosing psychiatric disorders?
No.
Okay. And did you know that borderline personality disorders is listed in this DSM-5 manual?
She's already said that she's not.
I understand where you're going. She's not being.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. You know what? I can't believe that lady had to have surgery. She must have really kicked her ass. You know, that's a really scary thought too. She don't need to be in society. I mean, really.
Objection sustained. You can rephrase.
She's going to prison.
So, Ms. Bethel, your definition of sanity that you told Mr. Allen that you believe Stauch was with your dealings with her, it is not based on the definition of sanity as contained in the DSM-5.
Judge, I would just further object. There's no definition of sanity.
Well, you can examine somebody about that to your heart's content, but the question is a fair one, ruled.
And let me rephrase. When you told Mr. Allen that Ms. Stauch was sane, you're not basing that opinion on anything found in this book, DSM-5, correct?
That's correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Have you guys noticed how she'll sit there and
Thank you.
stare at females?
Thank you, Your Honor.
She don't like females.
How long have you been in law enforcement prior to you leaving the sheriff's office?
14 years.
During your time with the sheriff's office, what were your different duties?
I began my career as a civilian, and I worked with inmates incarcerated at the El Paso County Criminal Justice Center. From there, I became a deputy in 2010 and received my post-training to become a peace officer. And then from there, I worked on patrol and ultimately into investigations.
In your experience of working at detentions at the jail, would you have contact with people that are suffering from mental health disorders?
Yes.
Would it happen fairly often?
Yes.
During your time with Sheriff's Office, did you also have contact with lots of people in the public?
Yes.
Did you see people in the public that had mental health disorders?
Yes, I did.
During your time as a working at the Sheriff's Office, did you encounter people that had severe mental health disorders?
Yes.
Did you have contact with people that had that you might have had concerns with, that they may be a threat to themselves or others, their safety?
Yes.
Did this defendant ever get anywhere close to that during your interactions with her?
No.
Thank you.
The jurors have questions for Ms. Bethel. All right, looks like we have at least one. Council approach, please.
She don't like herself. How can she like anyone else? Is that what she was saying? She didn't like herself? Did I not hear something right? Oh boy. Oh, it's an opinion. Oh, okay. You know, you can have borderline personality disorder, and that doesn't mean you go kill somebody. That's a reason. It's a chemical imbalance in the brain. It's dealt with medication and therapy. I know this. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. It'll be interesting when that Dr. Lewis goes on the stand, which I find her interesting anyways. She's a sweet little lady. I think she's in her late 70s. She's really sweet. From watching her on interviews. Sorry.
I've received a juror question, and you might be sort of thinking ahead. There are some other witnesses. I think that those questions are these questions may be able to be answered through, but not this particular one. So with that, Ms. Bethel, you can step down. Thank you.
I'm going to retrieve the exhibit off the witness stand.
Okay.
You already did it.
Oh, okay. All right, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Christian Lewer.
Sorry, who was the witness?
Christian Lewer. Lewer.
Right.
L-I-E.
You would step forward, raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear from the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. See too many people bring a camera up with them. Okay.
I'll explain it.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Would you state your name for the record and also spell your last name?
My name is Christian. My last name is spelled Liewer, and it's pronounced Lewer.
And where are you employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed with the Metro Crime Lab?
I've been employed with the Metro Crime Lab for a little under 4 years now.
And in terms of your role with the Metro Crime Lab, generally, what do you do?
As a crime scene investigator, we respond to scenes, vehicle processings, autopsies, and person processings for general documentation and evidence collection purposes.
Can you tell the jury a bit more about what type of educational background you need to perform that particular role?
I have a bachelor's of science in criminal justice with an emphasis in forensic investigation, and I also have a master's degree in forensic science from the University of Florida.
In terms of certifications that you hold, can you explain the jury some of those?
Current national certifications, but through our crime lab training program, we have to go through a 6-month training program where we are reviewed and observed by a certified crime scene investigator until we are deemed competent enough to perform crime scene investigations independently.
What about continuing education or things that you do on an annual basis to ensure that you're up to date with the current technology and science? What do you do?
We go to many trainings within our scope of work that includes blood stain pattern analysis, shooting incident reconstruction, latent print processing, and whatnot.
And how many scenes have you responded to over the course of your career thus far?
I've responded to approximately 75 crime scenes and a total of approximately 220 total call-outs.
And the 75 crime scenes, was that specifically as your role as a crime scene investigator?
That is correct, yes.
And how many times have you testified in an expert capacity?
A little bit under 10 times now.
And specifically, what capacity was that?
Crime scene investigation.
Okay. And were all those in this jurisdiction?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, at this time, the people who tendered the court Christian Lewer as an expert in crime scene investigations. All right. Mr. Lewer, I'd like for you to explain to the jury your role as it relates to the disappearance of Gannon Stauch as you understood it from the get-go. How did your role start?
Absolutely. On February 3rd, I was informed that I was requested to respond to 6627 Mandan Drive to complete a search for latent blood stains and or projectile defects within the residence regarding a missing child.
And what was the specific address you were tasked with responding to?
6627 Mandan Drive.
And is that in the county of El Paso?
That is in the county of El Paso.
State of Colorado?
In the state of Colorado.
You mentioned that particular response. How many responses did you ultimately have to that residence?
I responded to that residence 3 times.
And can you break down for the jury each one of those responses, the dates and the times approximately?
Absolutely. As I alluded to before, I responded a little bit before lunchtime on February 3rd. I responded later in the evening around 6 p.m. also on February 3rd. And then I also responded on February 5th around a little bit after lunchtime.
In terms of the Metro Crime Lab, how many people were you generally working with for your role in this case?
Each of my responses, I had an additional CSI that was in training with me.
And then there were 2 other crime scene investigators that also responded on multiple days to the address.
So subsequent to your last time at the residence on February 5th, were there additional crime scene investigators that were present that helped process the scene or collect evidence?
Yes, there were.
Now, you mentioned that you were tasked, briefed with some additional information regarding looking for latent blood stains. Can you explain to the jury in very basic terms what you mean by blood and blood stains?
So blood, as you all know, is the red fluid that runs through your body that does contain genetic code and carries oxygen. When I refer to latent blood stains in a crime scene, I mean blood stains that are either very dilute or cleaned up to where you cannot see them anymore. So we have to use additional processing to make them visible.
And generally, what is contained in blood? Why is it important to you and what you do?
In a broad sense, what we're concerned about when it comes to blood is the genetic code or your DNA that we are trying to collect with blood stains.
And so in terms of your processing, is your role related to collecting, preserving blood or DNA for additional use by your team?
Yes, it is. Our role is to document and collect as much as we can.
Now you mentioned collecting, documenting. What is the specific tool that you may use when you're given information that a scene may involve blood?
There are multiple options that we have when it comes to looking at blood stains. However, when we are looking at latent blood stains, we will use a chemical called Blue Star that will assist us in visualizing the blood stains.
And generally, what is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood, meaning that it will react with blood, but it can react with multiple other substances. However, with Blue Star, when it reacts with the heme component of blood stains, it will chemiluminesce or glow a bright blue color in the dark.
You said heme?
Correct. Heme.
What do you mean by that?
It's a molecule in the blood that specifically is targeted by Blue Star in our presumptive testing.
So while Blue Star can presumptively test positive for blood, can it presumptively test positive for other substances?
It can. Most of what it will react to is any oxidizing agent, which can include cleaning agents, bleach, even horseradish. So it's presumptive in the sense that we can search for blood, but there has to be additional testing to determine if it is blood and if there is any DNA present in that sample.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Lee, would you generally recognize what I'm holding here, which has been marked as People's Exhibit 442?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a diagram that I created of the main level and the basement level of 6627 Mandan Drive.
And generally, are there various markings on this exhibit 442?
Yes, there are. It has the address, it has what level of the scene it is, and then there are also additional blue, yellow, and purple dots within the diagram that I placed, indicating positive Blue Star reactions on my multiple visits.
And is People's Exhibit 442 a fair and accurate representation of what you created with regard to the floor plan?
Yes, it is.
All right, at this time we would move to admit People's Exhibit 442.
No objection. Exhibit 442 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Lure, where there is a pointer. I'll ask you to use that as you walk through your testimony here. Is this the right positioning that you prefer for this? It's very big.
It's fine. It's most important that the jury be able to see it. I think maybe if you cant it a little bit, turn it the other way.
Which way, Your?
Like this. Other way.
Facing the
Sorry.
There you go. There you go.
Good now?
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Lever, can you walk the jury through the diagram that appears in People's Exhibit 442, basic layout of the house.
Absolutely. Is it okay if I stand up next to the diagram as well? Okay, thank you.
But if you're going to do that, you'll need to stand at one side or the other so that the jurors at the far end will still be able to see. So you just need to stand at one side or the other of the diagram.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you. So as you can see on the top of the diagram, or the first section of this, that is going to be the main level of 6627 Mandan Drive. And when it relates to my crime scene processing, my first response was predominantly focused on in the upper right-hand corner over here. That is the garage. We were tasked with searching for latent bloodstains in the garage earlier that day. As you can see at the bottom left corner of the garage, there's a doorway. That will open into the laundry room, which the laundry room will continue to open into the main level of the home. Towards the center of this top half of the diagram, there is a stairwell. This stairwell leads to the basement, which the basement is highlighted on the bottom level or the bottom half of this diagram. Can you guys see the bottom half over there? Is it okay if I move the diagram slightly?
That's fine.
Over there?
And Your Honor, if the jurors need to stand up or move around to see the diagram, would that be permissible
Yeah,
in their
that's fine.
chair?
Yeah, you need to, especially the guys in the hole over there.
And Mr. Leeward, just so we can make sure that your voice is projected, just make sure that your voice is projecting.
Absolutely. You will see the whole diagram now. So
Can all of the jurors hear him? We have a microphone if it would be helpful, but if everybody can hear him. Okay. Everybody's nodding. It's all good.
So on the bottom half of this diagram, this is the basement level. And towards the middle of this bottom half of the diagram, you can see the stairwell again. This is the stairwell that connected the upper level and the lower level. But now on the bottom right side of this half of the diagram, you'll see two rooms. The room to the bottom is the southeast bedroom, which I was informed was Gannon's. And then the room above Gannon's room, that is a storage room or storage closet that I also searched for Blue Star. And then towards the left side of this diagram, you have an entertainment area in the bottom left corner. This upper left corner, you have a bathroom, an additional bedroom, and an additional walk-in closet.
Great. And so when you responded initially to the residents on February 3rd of 2020, can you walk the jury through what your method of approach when you approach a scene is?
Absolutely. When we respond to a scene in any capacity, we will always go at it in the least amount of effort. That means I will work outside to inside. So in this case, I was tasked with searching for bloodstains within the garage, between the garage and his bedroom. Because I don't want to go to the most intrusive method, I'm not going to go straight to his bedroom. I'm going to start in the garage and work my way down. And that's the same with any crime scene. We'll always start outside and get closer to what is of interest.
Okay. And you can take a seat. I'm going to ask you to look at a set of photos. You're under permission to approach the witness with what has been marked previously provided to the defense as People's Exhibits 443 through 450.
450.
443 through 450, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Leeward, can you take a moment to familiarize yourself with that set of exhibits?
Absolutely.
And do you recognize People's Exhibits 443 through 450?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I took during my initial visit or my initial processing the morning of February 3rd.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw during your initial processing on February 3rd of 2020?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibits 443 through 450 and permission to publish.
Exhibits 443 through 450 will be admitted.
Mr. Lewer, whatever is going to work better for you. If you want to stand between the screen and the diagram, I'll defer to you, but I will ask you to point out various locations on People's Exhibit 442.
Absolutely.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to stand in front of the diagram so I can turn and show the best way for you for the jury.
Oh my God.
Now, Mr. Lewer, you've explained that you approach a scene from the outside moving inwards. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 443, what are you documenting here?
I'm documenting the front side of the residence. So I am facing south towards the garage. And what's important here is during our overall photographs, we want to document what address we are at. So along the right-hand side of this image, you can see 662 and then something covering the bottom part. But this is the overall view of the front of 6627 Mandan Drive.
People's Exhibit 444, what are you documenting here?
This is an overall photograph of the interior of the garage. I'm standing in the northeast corner, facing southwest towards the lawn.
People's Exhibit 445.
Now I'm standing in the southeast corner of the garage. And again, I'm facing west towards the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 446.
Standing in the southwest corner of the garage, facing east. So I'm standing right in front of the stairway to the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 447.
This is right at the base of the stairs to the laundry room. And I'm showing that there's a rug there and stairs leading into the laundry room.
Now, as you're walking through this garage area, how do you know which areas of the garage to specifically focus on?
There are multiple key considerations. For example, the question was if there were leaked blood stains between the garage and his bedroom. It's not observed in these photographs yet, but there is a woodworking shop in the garage that would have been difficult for a vehicle to be parked or anybody to be present. So what we focused on were the open areas where you could walk or park a vehicle.
And in terms of the scope that you're allowed to document and process when you're on a scene, is that dictated by anything?
We have to work within the parameters of the search warrant. If there's something that we want to collect that are outside of the search warrant, we have to apply for another search warrant to be able to collect that.
And that goes directly to my first question really should have been, are you just allowed to walk into a house and start processing?
No, we are not. We are initially first requested by a law enforcement agency, traditionally the sheriff's office or Colorado Springs Police Department. And once they receive a search warrant, we are able to enter a home for our documentation and evidence collection purposes.
And so now what we see in People's Exhibit 447 is a piece of carpet. What was important for you to do next when you observed this piece of carpet?
For the purposes of what we were doing, again, we were searching for leaked blood stains. So our next step was to start spraying the garage with Blue Star to see if we could get a chemiluminescence.
And can you explain for the jury the steps in very basic steps of even just beginning to spray Blue Star? Where do you get it?
So Blue Star is a proprietary chemical, and it comes in 2 vials. We have to put these 2 vials with a certain amount of distilled water and mix that up. Once it is mixed up in a spray bottle, we will lightly spray over wherever we are trying to search for blood stains. And we lightly spray over it because it will fluoresce, or it will chemiluminesce very quickly. And once we see the chemiluminescence, we will we'll try to photograph it. But what's most important is that we swab it and note it.
In terms of timing, is that important when you know that you're going to use Blue Star to when you start spraying it?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Timing, is that important when you're using Blue Star? Can you, mix the reagent and use it for 3 hours later? Is that important? Does it matter?
So there is a shelf life to Blue Star, but we are able to use it for, if we mix it when we initially get to a crime scene, we're able to continue using it throughout the duration of the crime scene, whether it be a day or not.
Okay. And People's Exhibit 448. Again, what are we seeing here?
People's Exhibit 448 is another photograph the same location. However, now I've slightly moved up to show in relation to where the doorway is, where I was standing.
Equals 449.
This is another photograph of the rug, but it's taking facing southwest now. So it's just an additional angle of the stairwell and the rug itself.
And specifically with regard to those stairs, is there a difference how these stairs appear now versus the other photos that we've seen?
Absolutely. In the previous images, these stairs were dry and kind of a lighter shade, but now you can see that they're a darker shade. That is because I had sprayed Blue Star on these stairs, resulting in them being saturated.
People's Exhibit 450. What are we looking at here?
People's Exhibit 450 is a Blue Star photograph showing the chemiluminescence of the positive reaction with Blue Star, predominantly on the rug and slightly west of the rug.
And in terms of photographing Blue Star, are there anything that you encountered when you were there on February 3rd of 2020 that morning?
When it comes to photographing Blue Star, it is difficult to photograph because you have to manually control many settings on your camera that force a certain amount of light in for a certain period of time. So we have very high-powered cameras that we can adjust those settings to take photographs like this.
And would now be a good time to use your camera?
Absolutely.
Okay. We did see you walk up to the stand with the camera. Would explaining how Blue Star is photographed and using that camera be helpful for you in demonstrating that to the jury? You're under permission for the witness to use his camera for demonstrative purposes only.
Defense? No. You may go ahead.
Now, Mr. Lewer, you started to explain the fancy settings of your camera. Can you explain that to the jury?
Absolutely. So what I have here is a Nikon D500 camera. And the reason we use these, like I said before, is that we can manually adjust many settings on this camera to take photographs that you normally wouldn't be able to on your cell phone. So we're predominantly concerned with three settings in general. The aperture, which if you look at the front of the lens here, that's the opening in which the light will come in. That's kind of like the pupil of your eye. We're concerned with the ISO setting, which is simply saying how sensitive the camera is to light itself. So if I have a higher ISO, that means photographs will appear brighter because it's more sensitive to light. And then additionally, when I take this lens off, being very careful, you can see here there's this mirror. There's going to be a shutter in here. That's what opens and closes when we're trying to capture a photograph. And the reason that is important is because we have to focus on the shutter speed of our camera. And what that means is if I have a very fast shutter speed, it means it opens and closes very fast, not letting much light in. But if I have the shutter speed open for a very long time, it allows more light to come in, meaning I can take photographs in the dark that are brighter, but that can also show the chemiluminescence of Blue Star. Additionally, I didn't bring it up, but the aperture is an additional way to allow light in. But for the purposes of Blue Star, it is predominantly the shutter speed that we were concerned with.
Now, what are the ideal conditions to even do this photography in?
With Blue Star, you have to have a dark room. It doesn't have to be completely dark, but to see a reaction, it has to be mostly dark. So with that being said, we have to have our camera settings allowing us to take photographs in the dark with very minimal.
And
I apologize. I was going to say, but as you can see here in the bottom portion of this photo, you can see that there is some. We have to have some light present in the scene to show what the conditions look like with the Blue Star chemiluminescence, because it doesn't really tell much if we have bright blue but nothing behind it to show what it's on.
can you walk the jury through the different areas where reaction is being observed here in People's Exhibit 450?
Absolutely. So this is at the base of the stairs leading to the laundry room in the garage. So this is along the south wall of the garage in the southwest corner.
And would you point that out on People's Exhibit 442 for the jury as well?
Like I said before, the upper half of this diagram is the main level of the residence. In the upper right-hand corner, that is the garage. You can see along the south or the bottom wall of this diagram that there are many blue dots. Each blue dot represents a blue star reaction that I had on my first visit on February 3rd. Going forward, the green dots will be my second visit and the purple dots will be my third visit. But I'm sure we'll get there.
So after you see this positive reaction in People's Exhibit 450, what is your next step?
When we have a blue star positive reaction, we have to consider the substrate that it's on, or what the blue star is reacting to. So in this case, we have a rug that we could easily collect. So we just collect that easily. However, if we have blue star reactions on a wall or floor, we can't collect wall or the floor. So we'll have to collect a sample of that blue star reaction itself.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with People's Exhibit 451, and I will show it to the defense as well.
All right.
Recognize People's Exhibit 451.
Could I handle it real fast?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I do recognize this.
How do you recognize it?
This is the rug that I collected from the base of those stairs. And the reason I recognize it is the label has the description of where it came from. It has my employee ID number as well as the item number. And then there are additional tape seals on the back with my initials and the date that it was sealed out. However, there are additional tape seals and markings on the rug indicating it has been examined by further lab personnel.
Aside from those differences that you pointed out, would you say that it is in the same or substantially same condition as when you last observed and collected it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 451.
Exhibit 451 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, after you note the reaction in People's Exhibit 450, what do we see now in People's Exhibit 400 and, oh, sorry, whoops. Went ahead myself, Your Honor. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 452 through 458.
Exhibit 452 through 458 will be admitted.
Thank you.
No objection to those.
I'll lay the
exhibits.
foundation, Your Honor. Mr. Lewer, would you take a moment, familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 452 through 458?
Absolutely.
How do you recognize those exhibits?
These are additional photographs that I took during my first visit to 6627 Mandan Drive.
And generally, what area do those photos show?
Generally, this is going to be along the south wall of the garage.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we now move for the admission of People's Exhibits 452 through 458.
Okay. Exhibits 452 through 458 admitted.
Now we can show 452. All right. Mr. Lewer, can you explain to the jury what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 452?
So as you can see on the right-hand side of this image, you can see the carpet that we've alluded to before. So this is facing, or this is slightly east of that carpet, looking at.
In 453, what are we seeing now?
This is a blue star photograph of the ground nearby the ground.
Now, is this fair to say that this is a bit brighter?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see this blue star reaction, again, what is important for you to do next?
Again, what's important most is to document it in our notes and collect the sample.
People's Exhibit 454. What are you documenting here?
This is a photograph of a military backpack along the south wall of the garage.
455.
This is a photograph of that bag moved, so we can search for blue star reactions with underneath the bag.
456.
And this is a blue star positive reaction photograph after the bag had been removed.
457.
We've rotated slightly to the east. This is a photograph of the southeast corner of the garage, highlighting those boards as a box directly south of the boards.
And 458.
This is a positive blue star reaction on the boards and on that box that I was using.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 459.
You may go ahead.
Mr. Lewer, do you recognize People's Exhibit 459?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is an envelope with swabs that I collected of the positive blue star reactions within the garage. And again, this is based on the label indicating where it came from with my employee ID number and the tape seals. And again, there are additional tape seals indicating that this has been examined by additional lab personnel.
And in terms of the various swabbings that you did in that area of interest for you in People's Exhibit 458, are those swabs contained in People's Exhibit 459?
Yes, they are. If there was a blue star reaction and it was swabbed, it is collected and placed in this envelope.
And again, is that envelope same or substantially same, given the differences that you pointed out to the jury?
Other than the additional tape seals, then yes, it would be.
Your Honor, at this time would be moved for the admission of People's Exhibit 459.
Mr. Tolini, Exhibit 459 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Lewer, there's some particular areas that you noted in People's 458, and just to be clear, the reaction includes the boards, but it also includes another object?
Yes, it does. As you can see, the multiple boards in this photograph have a blue star reaction. But if you look at the box to the top of this image, there's some blue chemiluminescence. That was swabbed, whereas the boards were collected.
And can you just clarify for the jury on People's Exhibit 442 where that reaction is taking place?
Absolutely. As you can see on the top right portion of the main level of the diagram, we have 3 dots on the southeast corner of the garage. That's going to include the box as well as the boards in the photograph that you see here.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 460 through 476.
You may.
Thank you.
For that set of exhibits, Mr. Lewer,
do you recognize those?
Let me take a look. So much. I appreciate you.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness. These are slippery.
Sorry?
Permission to approach the witness. The pictures are.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
All right. Do you generally recognize People's Exhibits 460 through, I believe, 477?
Yes, I do. These are additional photographs that I took during my first scene processing.
And Your Honor, sorry, just to clarify, 460 through 476 is actually the number of exhibits there.
Right. Go ahead.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 460 through 476.
Mr. Delaney, go ahead. Exhibits 460 through 476 will be admitted.
Now, Mr. Leeward, behind you is People's Exhibit 460. You'd mentioned some presumptive positive reactions that you noticed with the boards. What are you documenting in People's Exhibit 460?
What I'm documenting here is that there was initially an additional black bag right in the center of the photograph to the right or the east of the last board. And I moved that bag, and that's what I'm photographing in this depiction right here.
In 461, what are we seeing here?
This is a blue star positive reaction photograph slightly east of those boards and on the boards as well.
462.
This is a photograph directly of the boards at their south end.
463.
Again, a blue star positive reaction photograph. It's difficult to see, but it's on the farthest bottom board or the farthest east board in this photograph.
And Mr. Leeward, would you use the pointer just to point that out to the jury?
So using the pointer, it's going to be slightly in the middle of this image, but it's going to be the board that we are going to refer to as, I believe, board. And it's this blue chemiluminescence towards the center on the screen right here.
People's 464.
This is another photograph of the boards, but as you can see towards the bottom of the image now, I've labeled the boards. I've labeled north, and I've given them arbitrary numbers as 1 through 4.
And would you point that out to the jury as well?
Absolutely. So that board was number 4. It was actually number 1. I apologize for that. But here on the bottom side of this image, you can see towards the center of these boards, I've labeled them 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've indicated a north arrow, and I wrote in top, indicating that that is the top of the board.
465.
This is a close-up image of that information.
466.
This is after I cut the boards. We decided to do this because the boards were very long. They spanned the entire length of the garage. So instead of having to contain all of the board, we cut the samples that we had presumptive positive reactions on.
And would these boards now be made available to other members of law enforcement or other people for additional access?
Yes, they will.
People's Exhibit 467, can you orient the jury as to where we're at now?
Absolutely. This is kind of a difficult photograph to discern where we are. But along the left side of this image, you can kind of see the end of a stairwell. And on the diagram here, in the bottom left side of the garage, we're in the southwest corner, looking directly in that corner. So where the rug initially was, it'll be slightly west of that.
People's 468.
This is a blue star reaction underneath the items within that southwest corner.
469.
We've moved some of those items to better visualize what was under those items.
470.
An additional blue star reaction photograph of that same area.
Now, you did explain that you like to work outside in, and so as you've documented various areas around the garage, what is the next area of focus for you?
Naturally, our next indication would be to move into the garage. So what we did after we blue starred this area was move further into the laundry room.
So in People's Exhibit 471, what are you documenting here?
This is a photograph of the door to the laundry room, but we're within the garage. We have not crossed that threshold.
And People's Exhibit 472.
This is a blue star positive reaction photograph, and it's kind of difficult to see, but at the top of this image, towards the middle of the screen, there's a blue marking on the door.
People's Exhibit 473.
This is a photograph once we've opened up the doorway to the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 474.
This is a photograph of blue star positive reactions on the floor of the laundry room. again, it may be a little bit difficult to see, but it's right on the floor, right as you cross the threshold, and it's towards the center of the image.
People's 475.
Now we're standing within the laundry room, facing the doorway and looking at the ground towards what would be the entrance of the home.
People's 476.
Additional Blue Star reactions along that floor between the doors of the home and the laundry room.
And Mr. Leeward, would you go ahead and point out those different spots for the jury?
Absolutely. So we can see the washer and dryer along the left side of the screen. We can also see some laundry baskets on the right end of this image. And we're facing south now. So you can see some of these blue speckles along that walkway between the washer and dryer and the laundry.
And are you also documenting that on People's Exhibit 442?
I am. So you can see we included that not just the upper left-hand corner. This stretch that orients north-south, that is the laundry. And you can see three blue dots indicating the positive Blue Star reactions that I viewed. However, the 3 is arbitrary. It's documenting the location. It's not the number of reactions we saw.
And People's Exhibit 400 and let's see. You can take a seat now. Now, at some point, you'd explained that certain ideal conditions for photographing Blue Star. At what point in the day are you now coming back? Can you explain that again to the jury?
So as I mentioned before, we are there around noon, the noontime, so very bright outside. You can see that in this image depicted that there's light coming in underneath the doorway, which can be troublesome when we're trying to take very dark photographs for a Blue Star. So at this point, we decided with the amount of Blue Star reactions that were observed, that it would be beneficial to respond to the address in the evening hours to search for Blue Star. So because we could make the house dark.
And did you actually respond later in the evening hours on February 3rd of 2020?
Yes, I did. I responded around 6 p.m.
And did you respond with anybody else from your team?
Me in a training capacity.
And Your Honor, permission to approach.
You may.
You.
Oh.
Yes, Letecia is jealous of.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room, say 1:20, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And have a good lunch. We'll see you back at 1:20. All rise for the jury, please.
She's smiling at the witnesses. Really? Ah, shoot. They're still talking. You hear that?
$120.
I don't think they know the volume.
Thank you. You may all be seated.
Oh.
Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
That's okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise.
Court will be in recess then. Thank you.
Look at her. Oh, man. There's blood everywhere. She went on a cleaning spree. Okay, let me find something here. Hold on. Okay, I found something for us to watch. I mean, if you want. Hold on.
Hard time picking up the witnesses. So the court reporter may instruct you or tell you if she's having a hard time hearing you, okay? Would you please state your name for the record?
Melanie Gibb.
Miss Gibb, do you know an individual named Lori Vallow?
Yes.
How do you know her?
I met her in Arizona at a church event.
Do you recall approximately when you met her?
October 2018.
And when you met her at that event, did the two of you end up forming a friendship?
Yes.
Do you know an individual named Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I met him at some of different events that I'd been to.
Do you recall approximately when you would have met Mr. Daybell?
I think I met him maybe a year or two before I met Lori.
When you first met Mr. Daybell, did the two of you strike up a friendship at that time?
Just a casual, just introduction to each other.
After your first meeting with Mr. Daybell, did the two of you stay in contact?
Whenever we would see, it was very periodically. It was not like we communicated, as friends or anything. Just if we engaged, seeing each other, we might say a few words to each other, but not a whole lot of contact.
And after you first met Lori, did the two of you continue communicating from that first meeting?
Yes.
Did you stay in constant contact or consistent contact?
Yes.
Have you ever met or did you ever meet an individual named Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
And where did you meet her?
I met her at Lori's house.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
I would say within a week or two after I met Lori.
Did you ever observe Lori and Tylee together?
Yes.
What were you able to observe about their interactions?
She seemed upset and frustrated with Lori pretty much most of the time.
So, and when you say she, you're referring to Tylee?
Tylee, correct.
Did there appear to be some tension in that relationship?
Yes.
Did you ever meet an individual named JJ Vallow?
I did.
Yes. And where would you have met him if you recall?
Same place, Lori's house.
Do you recall approximately when you would have met him?
Within a week or two after meeting her.
Did you have occasion to observe Lori and JJ's interactions with each other?
I did.
And what observations were you able to make of those interactions?
So sometimes I would watch her with him, and she was very affectionate and loving to him. I watched her sing a song to him as she was going to put him to bed. She seemed to care a lot about him. And other times, as I got to know her as time went on, he seemed to, frustrated, and so the connection, maybe wasn't as I didn't see them interacting as much the same way. She was distracted a lot, so I don't know how to explain it very well, but it was she was just trying to help him, trying to settle down or whatever. But
so from your observations, JJ and Lori appeared to interact more when you had first met JJ.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And it seems like those interactions declined over time.
I would say a little bit. I mean, but
I think you indicated from your observations, Lori was busy with some other things, or
she's just distracted a lot.
Distracted. After first meeting Lori, we've talked about that you stayed in contact with her. How often would the two of you see each other?
Sometimes it was daily or several times a week in the beginning. just in the very beginning. Yeah.
And when you say in the very beginning, do you recall approximately how long the two of you would
Still
interact
here?
that
Can you
frequently?
hear me? I would say until January. And then when she started moving, then I didn't see her as much or talk to her as much.
And when you say January, do you recall what year that would have been?
2019.
Did you and Lori live fairly close to each other?
I would say within 25 minutes from each other.
And did the two of you, you talked about you'd get together.
Mm-hmm.
Did you also speak to her over the phone during those times?
Correct.
Did you also message with her, text message or otherwise?
Yes.
Ms. Gibb, I would instruct you again, if you could just wait until the question is completed before you answer. And I understand it can be nervous to be there. It's just easier for our court reporter if it's just a back and forth exchange. So thank you.
And you indicated, I think, that after she started moving, could you explain what was going on there?
So about January, she decided to leave, and I believe she first went to Alex's house, or maybe Hawaii. They kind of were near the same timing, so she decided to leave and stay with him, and then she went to Hawaii, and then eventually she went to Texas. So she went to three different places, and then she finally went back to Arizona at the very end as her stay that I knew her in Arizona.
Do you know, you indicated she'd traveled around starting in January. Do you recall when you say at the end, approximately when the end was that she ended up, what time period she was moving around?
So January, February, March, April, May, and then July. I know she was back when Charles was killed in July. So I know she was back in Arizona by July. So all the way from January to July, she moved around several times.
And while she was moving around, did you stay in contact with her?
Yes.
Was that frequent contact? Do you recall approximately how often you'd speak with her or text with her?
It was inconsistent, but it was pretty frequent at the same time. So it wasn't like a consistent daily basis, but it was often.
And after meeting Lori, you indicated you met her in October of 2018. Did the two of you end up taking a trip to Utah?
Yes.
And who else went with you?
There was, I don't know, about 5 or 6 ladies. I can't recall all their names right now.
And that's just fine, just what you can recall.
I can't recall their names.
So there were 5 or 6 ladies that went to Utah together.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Where did you go in Utah?
We went to St. George, Utah.
And what were you headed there for? Was there a reason?
There was a conference there.
And do you recall if Chad Daybell was also at that conference?
He was.
Did you observe a meeting between Chad and Lori?
Yes.
Do you know, had they ever met before?
No.
Were you there when they first met?
I believe so. I was there with her the whole time. Mm-hmm.
Did they, how long was the conference that you were at?
It was the weekend, so it was like a Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday most people went home. So it was that weekend.
And do you recall if Chad Daybell was there for the entirety of the conference?
He was there Friday and Saturday.
Were you and Lori there Friday and Saturday as well?
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I mean, we were in the area till Sunday. We stayed at somebody's home, but the conference was Friday and Saturday. And it could have been a Sunday evening, but I can't recall that right now. But he was gone by, if I remember, he was gone by Sunday morning or Saturday night, something like that.
Were you able to observe Lori and Chad together throughout the time that they were both there?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make of their interactions?
They were very friendly to each other, very interactive, talking a lot about some of their ideas and beliefs that they had at that time. And so they were, there was definitely attraction in the beginning, right from the beginning. So.
And did you specifically observe any of Lori's actions towards Chad or how her demeanor appeared?
She seemed very interested in him, like someone that would meet somebody they're attracted to. She seemed flattered by him, and very enticed by the conversation, and flirty-like. I would say a little flirty-like as well.
And do you know what Chad Daybell did for a living?
He was an author and a publisher, and also a sexton.
And had you ever read any of his books?
I have.
Do you know if Miss Valo Daybell had read any of his books?
She had.
And do you know if she'd read those books prior to meeting him?
She only read, I think, just a few, but she hadn't read all of his books. And I don't know if she made the connections yet of who he was with the books. I'm not sure about that.
And you indicated that you saw them speaking and they appeared to have some shared interests.
Correct.
And specifically with some religion, some religious talk.
Correct.
Do you recall if they told you anything regarding the two of them?
Yes.
And what was that?
He expressed to her that he believed that they had been married in multiple probations on this
I'm going to
planet.
object as to hearsay, Judge. It's the response from the state.
Your Honor, it's the statement of a party opponent.
Not this opponent.
It's a statement of a co-conspirator.
I'm going to overrule the objection under Rule 801D2E that does allow statements of co-conspirators in furtherance of evidence of a conspiracy. That's how that's allowed, Ms. Blake. I would indicate, though, that I think there may be some additional foundation before getting further into this issue as to whether those statements are allowed. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Gibb, did you have conversations about their first meeting with Chad Daybell?
Have conversations with him? I'm sorry, I'm not
Yes.
understanding.
Did you ever speak to Chad about the first time he met Lori?
Most likely, I just don't remember that exact moment.
So after the first meeting, did you speak to Lori about her meeting Chad?
Correct. Yes.
And when you were speaking with Lori, what, if anything, did she indicate to you that she and Chad had talked about with regard to the two of them?
She shared with me that he told her that they had been married in another time period.
And did she tell you what she believed with regard to that?
She did believe that. She had already had the belief system that this multiple lives, as they would call it, she'd already believed that before she physically met him.
And backing up a little bit to that, how had Miss Valo Daybell ever told you anything regarding her beliefs about a prior probation or multiple creations?
She wasn't quite clear in her understanding at that point. She felt, and she shared with me, that she had been married to a prophet from the Book of Mormon named Moroni.
And did she share this information with you before she ever met Chad Daybell?
Yes.
After that conference, did you end up staying in contact with Chad Daybell?
Yes, I talked to him, communicated somehow, very periodically, not very often.
And I think you already indicated you and Lori would communicate quite frequently after that.
Correct.
Do you know if Lori and Chad stayed in touch after that conference?
Yes, they did.
And how do you know that?
She would tell me that they talked and how often they talked. And she, I often saw her on the phone talking to him. Occasionally I could hear his voice, but she'd always indicate to me she was speaking to him.
When they first met, do you know if Lori was married?
Yes.
And who was she married to?
Charles Vallow.
Do you know if Chad was married?
Yes.
And who was he married to?
Tammy Daybell.
Do you know if their spouses were still alive?
They were.
And we touched a little bit on the idea of multiple probations.
Correct.
When did you first learn of that term?
Probably when I started interacting with Lori is when it really began to be introduced to me.
And who started to introduce that to you?
Lori and then Chad, but mostly through Lori, through Chad. He would explain it a lot more than she knew of it.
So would Lori tell you that she and Chad talked about the multiple probations?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what Lori and Chad believed regarding multiple probations?
Their definitions changed the longer they knew each other, but in the beginning it was believed that in this earth you could come back multiple times. So you may live in, a certain earlier time in the world and then several times depending on you as a person. It would be different for everybody.
After Chad and Lori met in October of 2018, do you know the next time they saw each other in person?
I believe it was 2 weekends later. He came to town for another event that was in Arizona.
Did you attend that event?
I did.
Were both Lori and Chad present?
They were.
Do you recall if there was another get-together held separate from the event?
Yes. At Lori's house, there was like a little meeting right before the conference.
And do you recall where that meeting took place?
At Lori's house.
Did you observe Lori and Chad together during that meeting?
I don't think he was there. I'm not remembering that. He could have been, but I don't remember.
Did you observe Lori and Chad together during that weekend?
Yes.
And do you recall the context of where you observed them together?
So they were at the conference and I saw them interacting. And then whatever time he arrived at her house and he ended up staying at her house.
So your understanding was Chad stayed at Lori's house in Arizona?
That's right.
Do you know if Charles was present during that?
I believe he was out of town.
Do you know if Charles and Lori were still married at that point?
They were.
Do you know if Chad was still married at that point?
Yes, he was.
Do you recall Lori telling you anything in November regarding she and Chad's relationship?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She told me that they had been married, I believe, 4 or 5 times. And she would go into different details with me about who she was, what character she was, and what character he was.
Do you recall if she said anything to you about going to the temple?
Yes.
And what did she tell you regarding going to the temple?
She would tell me that, yes, that weekend that he came to Arizona, that they met in the temple together and they were somewhere in there like in just like maybe a waiting area room, that they were sealed together by, I believe Moroni was there, and possibly, I believe she said Jesus Christ, and that relationship they had multiple lives, it was kind of like a reunited again. They got to be sealed there. It wasn't in a sealing room officially done by the church or anything like that.
And can you explain a little bit about the relevance of being sealed?
The teachings of our church talk about when you're sealed to a companion on this earth, that you are sealed for time and all eternity.
And when you say the teachings of our church, are you comfortable sharing what church you're a member of?
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Did Lori share with you how she felt towards Chad at that point?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She told me, they very much loved each other. They loved each other, in previous mortal probations. There was a lot of affectionate feelings she had for him.
Did she indicate to you anything about whether or not they were going to be open about their feelings for each other?
She just shared how they felt with me. She was open with it with me.
Do you know if they were sharing this information with other people?
Just probably people in their small group of circle. I wouldn't think anybody else.
Outside of multiple probations, did Chad let me back up. Did Lori ever indicate anything about having a special mission here on Earth?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
She felt that she was part of the 144,000. And then as she developed her relationship with Chad, she felt like they were the head leaders of it.
And when you talk about the 144,000, can you explain a little bit about what that would mean?
It's reference from Scripture and Bible and the Doctrine and Covenants about a group of 144,000 that would be here during the return of our Savior, and they would help do a great missionary work throughout the world. They would have, a lot of a spiritual endowment from on high.
So if someone were to be the head of that 144,000, would that be a pretty high calling?
Absolutely.
Would that be a position of pretty significant power?
Yes.
And when you talk about they may have shared this with their inner circle or their close friends, do you know who that would have included for them?
Yes. It would have included Sulema Pastenis, Serena Sharp, Christina Atwood, Nicole, forgot her last name, Melanie Pulowski, and I believe she told her sister later on, and I don't know how much she shared with her family. I believe that's, and Alex, I don't believe, let's see. Those are the main people.
And when you say Alex, Alex who?
Alex Cox, her brother, Lori's brother.
Do you recall approximately when Lori started talking about being part of the 144,000 or the head of the 144,000?
Right when I met her.
And then I think so, and I guess I should break this down. I kind of asked a compound question there. So she first starts talking about being part of the 144,000 when you first meet her. Would that be correct?
Correct.
And then I think you'd already indicated after she met Chad, she indicated that she and Chad were the heads of the 144,000 or the leaders.
Correct.
Do you recall approximately how long after meeting Chad she started telling you that?
Within weeks, probably.
Do you recall Lori ever telling you about a light and dark scale?
Yes,
Did she ever explain to you what the light and dark scale was?
she did.
And what did she tell you regarding that?
She told me that people that were light were people that before they came to this planet, when we lived in a pre-mortal realm, basically our spirits lived there before we physically came here, that those that signed contracts and made agreements with the Savior were light, and those that were dark were those that signed contracts with Satan.
Do you recall when she first started telling you about light and dark, the light and dark scale?
It was sometime after she met Chad, that few weeks when she met him. I would say probably pretty immediate. It feels like it was like it could have been possibly that weekend or just days after that, after she met him.
And when she would tell you these things, would she also essentially be teaching you about this?
Correct.
Did you observe her teaching any other people these things?
Yes.
And do you recall who else you observed her teach these things to?
I saw her teach them to the girls that I mentioned earlier, her brother, and just a few other friends that I did podcast with.
Did the teachings about light and dark evolve over time?
They did.
What else did Lori end up telling you regarding someone that was dark?
I'm sorry, repeat that again.
What else did Lori tell you regarding someone that was dark?
At first it was, they were working under the contract of Satan, and so they were more on that dark side, and then it would change, often more and more, but
could someone switch from being light to dark or dark to light?
I believe so. I believe that's my memory, yes.
And when, just backing up a little bit, when we talk about that inner circle, do you recall if Brandon Boudreaux was part of that circle?
Do you mean like sharing the beliefs with?
Yes.
Or no, we didn't share. She didn't share, or Chad didn't share with him, any of that information that I know of. I mean, she could have, but I don't remember it.
Do you recall Brandon ever being at any meetings or gatherings where you were there?
I don't recall that.
Did you ever talk to Brandon about anything Lori was telling you?
No, not during my friendship with Lori, no.
What about Charles Vallow? Was he present for any of the teachings or the gatherings or the meetings?
No.
Do you believe that Lori would have considered him part of an inner circle?
No.
Did Lori ever tell you anything with regard to an individual being possessed?
Yes.
And what did she tell you regarding that?
So my first experience with her sharing that with me was, she was in, I believe it was the second house that I met her in. So it was probably, that January time of 2019. And she first started telling me she was in the backyard of her house. She came in and she started sharing all the information she just heard from Chad. Chad let her know that Charles Vallow was taken over by an evil spirit. And that was the first time she had heard of it. And then, that made him dark, according to them.
And that was in January of 2019?
I believe that is correct.
Did Lori talk to you about a dream she had had?
Yes.
And what did she tell you regarding a dream she had around that time?
So she shared with me that Charles was getting ready to go to Texas, and I don't know if he was there already, but that she had saw him in a car accident. I believe JJ might have been with him in the car accident, but that he died in it. And so he would not be coming back home by January 1st.
And do you know if JJ was with Charles during that time?
He was.
And do you know if JJ would have been traveling back with Charles?
Yes, he was.
Do you know if Charles was in an accident at that time?
He was not.
Did you ever talk to Lori about the fact Charles was not in an accident?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you regarding that?
I asked her what happened. You shared that you thought he was going to pass away. And she said he didn't because Satan interfered with the plan.
And when she talked about the plan, did she tell you whose plan it was?
She would talk about just from her own experiences. Often she would either have what she would call revelation about different experiences with Charles, or maybe she would also talk about her experiences with Chad and how they envisioned getting together, that their spouses would pass away, so that was the plan that was revealed to them. They believed that their spouses would pass away.
With the idea being that once their spouses passed away, they could be together?
Correct.
Based on what Lori was telling you, was it your understanding as well, because Charles was dark, he would need to pass away?
Correct.
Do you recall Lori ever talking to you about castings?
Yes.
What did she tell you regarding castings?
So she would say that she was trying to understand how to get these evil spirits out. And so her attempt to do that was to have like a prayer where she would, like you maybe would read from the scriptures, where you would try to encourage the spirit to come out by the power of God.
Did you ever participate in any castings or observe them?
Yes.
Do you recall when that would have been? Approximate, if you can remember.
Probably January, February 2019 is after, she learned that Charles was dark. So sometime after that.
And I apologize because you may have already said this, but was Charles the first individual that you ever heard Lori call dark?
Yes.
Do you recall where that casting would have taken place?
The first time I recall was at Sulema's house.
Do you recall who was present for that?
Lori, Sulema, Christina, Nicole, Serena, and me.
And those are some of the same individuals you'd previously mentioned, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
And you talked about castings being kind of a prayer.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any other element to the castings?
I guess so. It was definitely out of context for what I would, see anybody talk about on a spiritual level in any religion, but they would use terminology that to me sounded kind of like energy work. And so they would try to share words like disconnect their cords, like a cord was something you connect your spirit to your body, something like that. They use different elements and words. I didn't use those type of words. I just talked about, my relationship with Christ. And so I don't recall exactly how everybody spoke those words, but it was their attempt to help convince the spirit to leave the body.
And so to back up a little bit, when we talk about to convince the spirit to leave the body, would that be the evil spirit or the presence that had come in, or would that be the actual individual spirit?
It would be the spirit that took over that particular person's body.
Do you recall what Lori told you regarding where the original spirit from that body was?
In the beginning, it was, they would be, I believe it was they were either in the spirit world or spirit prison. I can't remember in the beginning. That's where they would be stuck sometimes between this world and that world. It kind of changed a lot, so I'm sorry if I'm not real accurate, but it was either they were on the other side, that they had moved on in the spirit world, or either somehow they were stuck or something like that.
And you're just fine. I'm just asking for
Yeah.
what you recall.
Okay.
And I recognize it's been some time.
Yeah.
With regard, so what she told you though is the original spirit is out of the body.
Correct.
The physical body is still alive.
Correct.
And another entity or spirit is in that body.
Correct.
Do you recall what she told you regarding if the other spirit, the evil spirit, the entity is cast out of the body, what would happen to the body?
So the first time they thought they were able to cast out this first spirit that took over Charles's body, whose name was Ned. When that spirit left, so they weren't sure how it worked. And so after they believed Ned left, then they would see that Charles was still alive. And then they would come up with another idea that maybe another spirit, and then they come up with another name that spirit was the one that took over his body.
And when you say they would come up with, this wasn't something that you were told all at once then?
Oh, no.
So as time went on, teachings evolved?
Absolutely.
And you refer to when Ned leaves Charles' body, another entity or spirit comes in?
Correct.
Did they give that a name that you recall, or did Lori
Yes.
ever refer to that entity by any name?
Yes.
And what was that?
Then after Ned, it was Garrick, I believe. Garrett, maybe Garrett.
And then what happened with regard to Garrett?
Then he supposedly was cast out. And then after that, another one, if I think it's the final one, was something like Heblos, something like that.
And I think you said you participated in a few castings. Did you participate in any other castings regarding Charles?
Yeah, there was several with Charles, yes. Mm-hmm.
Were those castings done as new spirits would come in?
Yes.
Do you recall if Lori indicated whether or not the original spirit could ever come back into the body?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall if they told you anything, do you recall if Lori ever used the term zombie?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when she used that term?
It wasn't in the beginning, but I would say weeks after the original idea that someone taken over the body, they just started using that terminology. I would just say weeks after that.
And with that, you talked about participating in several castings on Charles. We
Yes.
talked about who was at the first one. Do you recall if it was the same individuals at the next casting?
There could have been not different people generally, but just maybe less of the group. I know that there was another lady, but I don't even remember her name anymore, but I think she was there very shortly.
Do you recall if Lori was present for all of the castings you were at?
Yeah. Yes.
And was she present?
Yes.
Just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you recall if Chad was present at any of the castings?
I can recall one. It could have been more, but I can recall one.
And the one that you recalled Chad at, was that a casting for Charles?
Charles had already passed away. It was right after his death.
Do you recall who else you did castings for or participated in castings?
I I'm not quite sure. It feels like it could have been Brandon Boudreaux, but that's what I can remember.
Do you recall if Lori ever told you that Brandon Boudreaux was dark?
Yes.
Do you recall if she ever told you whether or not he had an evil spirit in him?
Yes,
And did she indicate that he did have an evil spirit?
she did.
Do you recall if Lori told you anything else about Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes, so it evolved. So he was, I believe he was dark from the beginning. I could be wrong on that, but that's what my recollection. And then he became a very high level dark. So the darkness kind of evolved into like they had multiple lives as well, and he was supposedly part of Hitler's group during that regime. So he just kind of it just evolved like that.
Do you recall if you participated in castings for any other individuals?
I don't recall.
And I think you indicated the casting that Chad participated at would have been after Charles' passing.
Yes.
So to the best of your recollection, would that have been the one for Brandon Boudreaux?
That's what my recollection is.
And outside of the castings, were you ever told that anyone else was dark?
Yes.
Do you recall who else you were told was dark?
So it was Charles. That was Brandon. Her brother, not Alex, but another brother of hers. Eventually her dad. And then Tylee, then Kay, then at the very end, JJ. And just random people that I can't recall, but those are the ones that I'm recalling at this moment.
Do you recall if you were ever told anything by Lori about Tammy's, whether she was light or dark?
If she was considered dark, it was right before she passed. So
were you ever told, with regard to Tylee being dark, did Lori ever tell you whether or not an evil spirit had entered Tylee?
yes.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
It was sometime between probably February or March to June, somewhere. I believe when she was in Texas, maybe she shared with me when she was in Texas, which you probably can recall better when she was in Texas than I can, but it's probably like in May or April whenever she was there. That's what it feels like. That's what it was.
Do you recall approximately when, well, actually, let me back up. Did she ever tell you if JJ was taken over or possessed by an evil spirit?
Yes, she did.
And do you recall approximately when that would have been?
Sorry, getting my September. Was it September 2019? Is that when I was? Yeah, September. September.
In 2019?
Yeah.
And was that the first time you'd heard of JJ being possessed?
Yes.
And you'd mentioned that there was a casting done after Charles had passed away. Do you know when Charles passed away?
I believe it was July 11th, 2019.
And you indicated previously, I believe, that Lori had talked about how both Charles and Tammy were supposed to pass away.
Correct.
Do you know what she told you regarding Tammy passing away?
She learned from Chad that he knew years ago that she would be passing away, early in her life.
I believe you already testified that Lori had moved back to Arizona before Charles passed away.
Correct.
Were you in contact with Lori when she came back to Arizona?
Yes,
Did you in fact stay at her house in July of 2019?
I did.
Do you recall what day you stayed at her house?
It was, I believe, the 10th or the night. Spend the night and night 10th, something like that.
Around the 9th or
Yeah.
10th?
Yeah.
At some point, were you going to stay there longer?
No, I just periodically stayed with her, but I didn't have a agenda or anything.
After you had left, do you know if anyone else ended up staying the night at her residence?
Yes, I was told Alex was coming the next morning or the next day.
Do you know if that would have been the night before Charles died?
Right, correct.
Did Lori tell you why she was going to have Alex stay there?
She told me that he needed to stay there to protect her because Charles was going to kill her.
Did Lori ever tell you how Charles died?
She did.
What did she tell you?
She told me that when he came into the house, he was argumentative with her. She had JJ in the car. She had his cell phone. She told me his cell phone was in the car that JJ was in, and that she said that the spirit told her to pick up the phone and grab it. She ran into the house, and he was really angry that he took her phone, and they were yelling and screaming. He was threatening her, she told me. And Tylee came out with a baseball bat. She told me to protect herself or her mom, or felt the need to protect them, and that it got heated, the conversation. Then Alex interacted with him, and it became very argumentative. He said that he went to get his gun to protect them, and then he shot him.
And when you say he shot him, who shot Charles?
Alex.
Did Lori tell you whether or not she witnessed the shooting?
I don't think so.
Did she indicate that she was present for the altercation?
Yes.
Do you recall if Chad Daybell ended up visiting sometime after Charles' death?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
I would say within a week or two. I don't recall the time or day.
Did you observe Chad and Lori together when he visited after Charles' death?
Yes.
Were you able to make any observations as to how Chad seemed?
They both seemed very happy.
And when you say they both, was that Chad and Lori?
Correct.
And when we talk, you talked about she took his phone. Are you referring to, who is the she?
Lori said she grabbed
And when you
Charles's
say,
cell phone.
did Lori tell you where Tylee was during the shooting?
I just know she was around. I don't recall her expressing. She could have. I can't recall it right now. Who was present? I just know Alex was.
Do you recall if she told you where JJ was during the shooting?
My memory seems to be either he was in the car, or I know at some point she took him somewhere, but that might have been afterwards. I just don't recall right now.
Did anyone make any indication to you regarding feelings of Charles being dead?
No, I mean, you mean like sad feelings, or?
Yeah, any indication of feeling? sad?
The appearance was not sad.
Did anyone indicate being happy or relieved that Charles was deceased?
If there was a portray of happiness and excitement. Yeah.
Prior to Charles passing, do you know if Chad and Lori had stayed in contact with each other?
Yes.
Do you know how frequently they would communicate?
Multiple times a day. That is my understanding.
Did you ever observe Lori with more than one cell phone?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many cell phones you had seen her with?
At least 2, maybe 3.
Did she ever tell you what she used those phones for?
She had one phone just for Chad and then her regular cell phone. And I can't remember. Seemed like she got another one.
Did Lori ever tell you whether or not she and Chad would meet up? Would ever meet while Charles was still alive?
Yes.
Did she tell you where they would meet?
One time she said they, after visiting her, or right after I visited her in Texas, she was to meet with him. And I believe they were in a hotel, according to my memory, and they were to go to temples together. That's what she said. There was another time she left town, but she indicated she went to Salt Lake, but my guess is she didn't. I don't know. She indicated she went to Salt Lake, so I don't know if they met up there or what happened there. She didn't tell me if they got together there, but.
I'm going to object, move to strike. It looks like this is speculation. She doesn't know what Lori did. I will sustain that objection, so I'll instruct the jurors to please don't consider that previous response as to the speculative answer.
Did Lori ever tell you directly that she and Chad would meet at hotels or motels?
Yes.
And did they actually meet did she tell you that they met at hotels?
Yes.
Did she tell you that they would meet at motels?
I don't remember the wording exactly.
One of the two?
Yeah, right.
Did Lori ever indicate to you whether or not she and Chad were engaged in an affair?
She would just share that they were intimate.
Was this while Charles was still alive?
Yes.
Was this while Tammy was still alive?
Yes.
Did Lori indicate whether or not she thought it was okay that they were engaging in intimate relations?
She did. She felt it was according to God's will.
And did she tell you, ever expand on why she believed it was according to God's will?
Yes. She explained that because they had been married in multiple lives and they had a mission together, that it was okay.
And when we talk about her having a mission, did she ever talk to you about her mission to lead the 144,000 in relation to her children?
She indicated that she was a part of that group, the 144,000. And at some point, everybody in her family would pass on just because of tribulations. At some point, she shared that with me, probably in the very beginning.
Did Lori ever indicate any concerns to you about her ability to continue to care for JJ?
I believe, just right before he was killed, she just indicated he was difficult to handle, and so it was hard for her to do that and to be with Chad. So something in that communication like that.
Did she ever indicate a desire to quit caring for JJ or to get rid of him?
She did.
And what did she indicate to you?
She indicated that she was going to ask Kay if she could watch him from now on.
And going back a little bit, when was the last time that you saw Tylee?
July, between July, before they left to Idaho. So she left, I think in October, September, August. I don't know, July or August, whenever, right before, probably they left to go up to Idaho.
And do you recall approximately when they left to go to Idaho?
Maybe August, beginning August 2019.
And when you say they, do you know who went to Idaho?
Lori, Tylee, JJ, and
What-
Alex. Alex went up there too.
And when you say Alex went up there too, do you recall if he moved at the same time as Lori?
Around the same time. It seemed like he might have gotten there maybe a week. I know she went to visit to find an apartment. It seems like he might have been there a week or so before. I know it's just around the same time.
Once she left to Idaho, did you ever speak to Lori on the phone?
I did.
When you would talk to her on the phone, did you ever hear Tylee or JJ or speak to one of them?
I heard Tylee in the background.
Do you recall if that was close in time to their move?
They were already moved in their apartment in Idaho.
After seeing Tylee before they moved, did you ever see Tylee again?
No.
Did you ever travel to Idaho to where Lori was living?
I did.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
In September, middle of the month.
And why did you travel up there?
A few reasons. She asked me to come up. Another reason is there was a seminar that I was interested in going to around not too far from her home. And also me and my boyfriend at the time were going to see his son as well when we were passing through.
When you came to Idaho, did you end up staying at Lori's residence?
I did.
Did David also stay at Lori's residence?
He did.
When you got there, did you see Tylee?
No,
Did you ask Lori where Tylee was?
I did.
What did Lori tell you?
She told me that she was at BYU and she moved her in with some female friends or people, at the dorms or somewhere at BYU campus.
Do you recall how long you were in Idaho?
I believe a Thursday to a Monday morning.
While you were there, did you ever see Tylee?
No,
Did you ever hear anyone speak to Tylee?
no,
Did Lori make any other reference to Tylee while you were there?
I asked about her belongings. They weren't in, I didn't see them. She said she put them in storage. She really didn't talk about her much.
Did you see JJ when you were there?
I did.
Did Lori talk to you about JJ while you were there?
She did.
What did she tell you about JJ?
When I first arrived, she let me know that she said that JJ had now had an evil spirit in him. She had learned it from the day before.
Did she indicate how she knew that he had an evil spirit?
She said that she always went to Chad about this information and he would share it with her when it would happen.
Did she indicate whether or not she'd made any observations regarding the behaviors of JJ?
She did.
And what did she tell you?
She would tell me his behavior was more difficult, and she would tell me his speech was more intelligent, and she would tell me he would say things like, I love Satan. She told me he would, climb up on the refrigerator and go top of the cabinets, and he was acting just more aggressive, more. She just tried to explain how she believed he was changing in more of a negative type of a demeanor, I guess.
Was this the first time that Lori had talked to you about someone changing once they were dark or possessed?
No.
And who else had she indicated had behavior or physical changes?
I remember Charles. She indicated he looked different. I just not remembering all the details, but she would say some things about their behaviors. She would share, like maybe they would just talk to her differently.
Do you recall approximately how many times before that interaction or that visit that you would have seen JJ?
I saw him a handful of times. I haven't tried to figure it out. Maybe 10 or 15 times in his life. I'm not sure.
Based on the times that you'd been able to observe him, did you notice any changes in JJ?
No.
Did he appear to be a typical 7-year-old?
A typical 7-year-old autistic kid.
And when you say a typical 7-year-old autistic kid, do you have experience with autistic children?
To some level.
And so you're aware or you've observed some behaviors before?
Yes.
And JJ's behavior seemed consistent with any autistic 7-year-old?
Yes.
That you've observed?
Yes.
Did you ever see JJ climbing on counters or the ceiling?
No.
While you were there, did you ever observe JJ act out?
He seemed very upset one day, and so Chad took him upstairs and went into a bedroom with him, according to Chad.
And you were there towards the mid to end of September, is that what you said?
So the day I left, I believe, was September 23rd, so the Thursday before that.
And Charles had passed away?
Correct.
Do you know if Tammy was still alive?
She was.
And you mentioned Chad being there?
Yes.
Was Chad there for the duration of your visit?
He would come in and out.
Do you know if he stayed the night while you were there?
No.
And I'll clarify that. No, you don't know, or no, he did not.
No, he did not.
So when JJ acted out, it was Chad, not Lori, that took him upstairs.
Correct.
And when Chad came, did Chad come back down from taking him upstairs?
He did.
Was JJ with him?
I think so.
What did Chad say regarding that?
He just quietly came down, and I asked him why his neck was so red, and he said that JJ had scratched his neck.
Did you have occasion to observe Chad and Lori during that visit?
I did.
Did you observe their interactions with each other?
I did.
What did you observe?
They're affectionate. He consoled her. He would kiss her on the cheek, hug her, and they had, fun together, singing and dancing too.
Did they appear fairly affectionate?
Yes.
Do you recall going to walk a track with them?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you went to do that?
Walked around the track with them, and then we went downstairs and they showed me some beautiful pictures in one of the hallways at the campus. And then at the end, as we got in the car, Lori and I got in her car, and then he got in his car. They were affectionate. He hugged her and gave her a kiss.
Do you recall if you were told anything regarding the secrecy of Chad and Lori's relationship?
Yes.
And what were you told?
Chad had indicated to David that weekend that, he'd appreciate if he didn't share it with anybody about the relationship. He probably talked about it like that, but I can recall that moment.
And were you present for that conversation?
Yes.
During that conversation, did you indicate that was a conversation mainly between Chad and David?
Yes.
Did you overhear Chad say anything else regarding Tammy?
He said that he was still married to her, and I wasn't paying attention to the whole conversation, and I don't recall the whole conversation. He could have talked about how she was a good wife. I can't remember if David told me that or she did, but anyway, that's what it feels like he said.
Do you know, has Lori ever indicated to you if the date September 22nd has any kind of special meaning?
Yes.
And what has she indicated to you?
She indicated to me that that was the date that Moroni appeared to her in a temple.
Do you recall the last time you saw JJ?
I recall seeing him the Sunday night when he was being taken upstairs by Alex in his bedroom. That's the last time I recall seeing him.
And do you know what date that was?
I believe that was the 22nd.
Were you still there you left on that next month or the following day, the Monday?
Correct.
Did you see JJ that next day?
I did not. I don't recall seeing him.
Did Lori say anything to you about JJ?
I don't remember her talking to me about him, other than she was talking about some of his behaviors and things like that.
Prior to Charles dying, did Lori ever talk to you at all about life insurance?
A little bit.
Do you recall what she told you?
Specifically, I remember we were in her kitchen after Charles passed. Right before he came to town. I said, why would he want to kill you? And she said, well, I have, I think she said $1 million or a few $1 million of insurance on her, that he wanted that. But then she said she found out that he had changed the policy and a lot of that money to his sister Kay.
So a lot of the money, if Lori died, would go to Kay, according to her.
Sorry, maybe I got it confused. If Charles passed away, then the money would go to Kay. That's what I meant to say.
And do you recall when she told you she had learned that?
It felt like that was the first time. I recall that being the first time we talked about it, the day before he was killed.
Did you ever talk to Lori about why she didn't just get a divorce?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She told me that was not the Lord's will for them to get a divorce because it seemed, especially when I asked about Chad getting divorced, it seemed that the Lord didn't want him to because he would be penalized for that.
And did Do you know what they meant, or did they ever explain to you what they would be penalized meant?
I recall her saying that he would lose his exaltations or his something to that effect as his exaltations or his standing with God.
Did you ever see JJ again after the night of September 22nd?
I don't recall seeing him.
Did you ever return to visit Lori in Idaho after that visit?
No. No.
Did you stay in contact with Lori?
Yes.
Did you speak to her frequently, occasionally? Do you remember?
Occasionally.
What about Chad? Did you stay in contact with him?
Oh, yes. I mean, well, he contacted me, but I didn't contact him that I can recall.
Do you recall any specific times that Chad contacted you?
Yes. It seemed like it was a few days in November before Thanksgiving, and he called me when I was in Utah, and he told me that the Rexburg police would be calling to not answer the phone.
Did he expand on that as to why he didn't want you to answer the phone?
Well, I had to ask him a few questions.
And what did he tell you?
He said that that the police were questioning at Lori's apartment where JJ was. And then I asked him, I said, he's not with Kay? And he said, no, he's not. And he had a nervous voice, and I asked him if he was, and he said yes. And he told me that Lori will be contacting me shortly after that.
And you say you asked Chad if JJ was with Kay.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you ask him that?
Because that's what I was told. That's where he went. So why would Kay be looking for him if Kay had JJ?
Do you recall who told you that he was with Kay?
Lori did.
Did Lori tell you how she got JJ into Kay's custody?
She said they met at the airport, and they met together, and she asked her to watch JJ.
Do you recall approximately when Lori told you that?
I would say within a few weeks after I left. I don't recall.
And when you say after you left, are you referring to that September visit?
Correct.
Did Lori in fact reach out to you?
I believe it's possible I reached out to her and asked her.
What did Lori say to you?
She told me that she met up with Kay in the airport, and that she told her that she had cancer and that she needed for JJ to be watched. And she said, okay. And that's the gist of it.
And to the best of your understanding, Lori's indication was Kay had agreed to take JJ.
Correct.
And going forward to the date that Chad called and asked you not to speak with law enforcement, did Lori in fact reach out to you?
She did.
What did she say?
She said that the police had come by, and she told the police that I had JJ. She told me to go to she told the police that I took JJ to a movie called Frozen, I believe, and just take random pictures of kids running around at the movie theater.
Was JJ with you?
No.
Did law enforcement try to reach out to you?
They did.
Did you pick up or respond to them initially?
Not initially.
And why did you not respond to them initially?
I wasn't sure what in the world to do.
Had Lori told you anything previously regarding law enforcement?
I'm not sure at this point when she shared with me, but she told me that they were dark and that they were after her, like Satan was after her with the other dark entities that they talked about. So they had become, they call them dark translated beings, I believe. But I don't know exactly when she shared that with me, but at some point she did.
Did she tell you anything about other people being after her?
Kay and her brother, her father, and I think.
And her brother, would that have been Alex
brother.
Cox?
No, her other brother. I forgot his name.
So when Chad's called and asked you not to speak to law enforcement, and then Lori's called you, you don't answer law enforcement right away because you're not sure what to do.
Right. She told me, I forgot to share this. She told me that JJ's life was in danger, that Kay was trying to kidnap him from her. That's what she shared with me.
And did you believe her?
I wasn't sure. I was more perplexed and probably in shock a bit.
Had you believed things Lori had shared with you before?
At times, yes.
Was she still a friend of yours at that point?
Yes.
When you initially made contact with law enforcement, or I should ask, did you eventually speak with law enforcement?
Yes, I end up talking to Officer Pillar from Gilbert, Arizona.
And the first time you had contact with law enforcement, did you in fact indicate JJ was with you?
How I shared it with him is I said I had him, but then I didn't have him anymore, that Lori had him. That's how I kind of talked about it.
And had you ever had JJ with you?
No.
And why at that time did you relay that to law enforcement?
I wasn't 100% sure she was telling the truth or not, and I felt in a very weird and uncomfortable position, and I really did not know what to do. Regrettably, I didn't share exactly how I wanted to.
At some point, did you end up making contact with law enforcement at a later date?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I feel like it was just the very beginning of December, probably, or the very end of November, somewhere in that time.
At that time, did you tell law enforcement that JJ had never been with you?
Oh, yeah.
Did you share with them what you knew?
Yes.
And Judge, I'll indicate I'm getting close to the point of asking to admit an exhibit that's about a little over 20 minutes long. If that is admitted and published, I don't know if you'd like to take a mid-morning break now or continue through that.
Let's go ahead and go forward now and take the break. It's how long? 20 minutes?
A little over 20 minutes.
Okay, let's keep going at this point.
Thank you. Ms. Gibb, did you share a recording with law enforcement at some point?
I did.
When was that recording made?
I believe sometime in December, the beginning of December.
Was it a recording of a conversation that you were party to?
Yes.
Who else is on that call?
Lori and Chad and myself.
Did you in fact make the recording?
I did.
And if you were to hear a portion of that recording, do you believe that you would be able to recognize that?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have what's marked as State's Exhibit 42. I would ask to be allowed to play a portion of that for identification purposes.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I'm not sure if we're just going to play a portion of it or the entire conversation. We'd rather that the court play that the court hear the entire conversation.
The portion was just simply to lay foundation, I think, for identification purposes.
If the defense will stipulate to the admission, I'm happy to play the full thing. It was just for identification purposes. I didn't know if we wanted her to identify it first.
I think we've all heard it. Well, both sides have heard it. If it's not what it purports to be, I'll certainly object right at the beginning.
Okay. And why don't we just get it started? You can pause it and lay that identification foundation. I'll confirm again whether or not the defense then objects to it being admitted. Thank you, counsel.
This is a recording. This is a recording on December 8th at 3:43 p.m. And I am calling Chad Daybell's phone number, and hopefully I will be talking to both of them, Chad and Lori. So here goes the phone call.
All right, Ms. Blake, can you pause it at that point? Thank you. So again, to lay that foundation of identification, Mr. Thomas, you indicate you previously reviewed this exhibit. Do you have any concerns going forward that this is the correct exhibit you've previously reviewed?
No, Your Honor, this is the exhibit that we were anticipating.
All right. Is there any objection? Then 42 needs to be admitted before published. So it's been moved to be admitted. Does the defense object to the admission of exhibit 42?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. So Ms. Blake, apologies for the interruption. You can publish this now.
And I will just make the record, so for defense and the court's benefit, I have that the total duration is going to be 21 minutes and 53 seconds.
Okay. Thank you,
Just
Ms.
so
Blake.
that comports with counsel's copy.
It does.
All right. It can be published at this time, and it is admitted.
Hi, Chad. Hey, Lori. Hi. Oh, okay. How are you guys? Okay. How are you doing, babe? I'm doing pretty good, thanks. I was wondering, where are you guys?
We're just hanging out.
Hanging out? Are you in Idaho?
We're in Idaho.
Okay. I just wanted to ask you a question, if you don't mind, Lori.
Yeah,
I want to know, remember we talked about JJ going to Kay's house, and you told me they went there, and now he's not there? I was wondering what happened.
Well, I had to move in somewhere else because of her actions. So,
Was she doing something? Like, was she trying to come get him or something? Or, like, trying to kidnap him?
well, she said that lots of times before, but,
Okay. Well, you know, when I asked Chad the other day, I was like, hey, you know, where is JJ? And he said, for my security, he didn't want me to know. So is there a reason I should be in danger to know where he is?
no, it's nobody, it's his danger. It's the danger that there's people after me.
Okay.
So, if you knew, that puts you in a danger. Well, just in a bad position. Yeah, bad position. Everybody, if they don't know anything, then they don't have to say they know.
Right, so you're just worried. Okay.
I'm just to keep him protected and keep you protected. And keep everybody else protected.
I appreciate that. I was wondering why you told the police why he was with me.
I just needed to have somebody that so I wouldn't have to tell them where he really was if they were going to tell Kay where he is.
Yeah. So do you think it's like your family, or you know, like your family, your dad, or you know, those people?
Family. Well, not my whole family, but as you know, most of my family is working against me and with her, basically.
Yeah. keep him as safe as possible. Yeah. Okay, I hope that he's okay. I hope you guys are okay. I did have a question. I asked Al at one point, your brother, if I wanted to know, like where he was, and he said I did not want to know, and that he could not be found. So what does that mean?
Time out on your laptop.
Also, that nobody has to be worried about it. I mean, nobody has to be questioned about it, so he can be safe. Yeah, so how long are you going to be away for? Like, are you ever going to be able to come out and come back to society again? Or are you going to keep, come back? I mean, what does that look like? I will do whatever the Lord needs me to do every day, so I just wondered if I was ever going to see you again. Absolutely, you will. Okay, so maybe when they're done chasing you, you'll be able to come out again, or? Yeah, I mean, it's a ridiculous thing for them to be working with Kay to find me. There's nothing that's gone on that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're working with her in some dark capacity. The police are working with her in some dark capacity. There's no reason for them to be after me in the first place. Yeah, has she threatened you at all? Yes, lots of times. Oh, boy. What did she say? Well, it's in emails and everything. Oh. So, she said she was going to come take them, or she was... There's a lot of things. Yeah. Nelly. Well, that sounds like it. I'm just worried for you guys because, he's missing, and, I know exactly where he is. He's perfectly fine with me. Okay, well, I hope so. I have a scripture I wanted to share with you, if you don't mind. I love it. I was thinking about some of the things you guys have gone through, and I saw the scripture today, and I want you to Let me ask you a question. About scripture. Okay. So, did Alma turn himself into King Noah, or what was he required to do? Well, King Noah was incredibly wicked. Yes. So he fled his evil ways, which is adultery and living riotously and breaking all the commandments. Right. So what was he required to do, Alma? He had to go and flee so that he would be safe and then help other people realize how jacked up the system was and the government was. What about Moroni? What was he required to do at the end? To carry on those plates and bury them. That was his responsibility. What did he have to do to do that? Did he hide? He had to hide. He had to hide because they were so. Everybody's killing everybody in the society. Everybody was dying. They were killing all the Nephites. And the scriptures had to hide in the cavity of a rock by day and go out by night. The prophets did. They did. Yeah. Okay, so thank you for sharing that with me. Okay, this scripture is just something that made me thoughtful for you. For behold, this is Dr. Covenant section 3, verse 7 and 8. It says, for behold, you should not have feared man more than God.
Not from the people, Your Honor.
Although men set not the counsels of God and despise his words, yet you should have been faithful, and he would have extended his arm and supported you against all the fiery darts of the adversary. He would have
Yes, Your Honor, I'll do
been
that.
in every trouble. So when we work with the Lord and are obedient, He's going to protect us from adversarial darts and all kinds of negativity. But when we open the door to Satan, he comes in and then he attacks. And then he takes away to make it look like somebody else took it away. But that's not how God works. He doesn't work in darkness. I agree with you 100%. And that's what the Lord is doing for me. Exactly what he's doing for me. Oh, we have not opened the door for darkness now. Darkness is knocking on the door all the time because that's the way dark works with the light. And And I promise you that I have done nothing wrong in this case, but sometimes you have to hide in a cavity of a rock for your own life safety. And that's what the Lord requires of you sometimes. And that's how it is. And I'm sorry that's how it is, because there is a lot of darkness on the earth. Yeah. This came after me for zero reason besides the darkness of Kay, which you
All
already
rise
know
to the
she's
jury,
dark.
please.
I haven't met her enough to know if she's dark or not. I've just met her slightly, and she seemed like a normal kind of person, but then I haven't engaged with her that much, so I don't know that personally. So you don't know about her changing the thing for herself to be the beneficiary of a policy and all that stuff. None of that's dark, right? Well, I haven't seen those documents, so I have no way of knowing. You've seen them on my computer. No, I have not. I should have looked in on your computer before. Yeah, should we? You're being controversial to me, or
Court will
recording
recall
this conversation
CR
for
1358. Letecia Stauch records should reflect the truth of when we took our break, we were in the midst of testimony of Mr. Lear. That's where we will resume. Mr. I'm sorry, Ms. Gratiano.
That's not what a friend does.
Yep. And we'll continue on. Well, good afternoon now. You're in our permission approach to move to the easel.
You may go ahead.
I do, and I did exactly what I felt the Lord was instructing me to do. And I appreciate you, and I love you. And I've never done anything to harm you. And you can have all of this confirmed to you by the Lord. I have. And my conscience is clear. I feel very understanding what's going on.
Mr. Lee, we were at a good point where you've now transitioned to another part of the house. I would like to take a moment to take us back. There are two exhibits, I believe, in front of you.
I don't believe that.
Sorry?
I just have one photograph.
One photograph. And what photograph exhibit is that previously admitted?
This is exhibit 446.
And then he's missing. It just doesn't sound like God's plan to me. It just sounds, it gives me a gut feeling, like in my gut, it feels weird. It doesn't feel right. I don't have peace about it. I never have felt 100%.
Mr. Lever, if you can take a moment to point out some specific items that we see in People's Exhibit 446. Next to the boards, you testified about a bag that you'd moved with the Blue Star on. Can you point out that bag in People's 446?
Absolutely. So as you can see in the center of the screen, you see a blue bag next to the boards that I've testified about. This bag appeared to be a softball bag or used for softball materials, but I did not open it to examine what was in it.
And can you point out that bag? To be clear, there may be maybe two bags in that particular photo. Can you point out each of those bags?
Absolutely. I'm going to stand up.
Christ, when he comes again, and he's coming soon, and we will all stand there, and you will know at that point that he is supporting me and has supported you the whole time.
But additionally, there's a box to the south end of the boards. There's also another Eastern bag with what appears to be a softball bag as well.
Thank you. Now you'd explained that your work February 3rd of 2020 was split into two parts. The second part was to maximize the advantage of what?
We wanted to respond to take advantage of this so we could keep the
and in terms of that, were you able to document any Blue Star reactions that you noticed?
Yes, we were. We were able to document it via notes and send photographs. There was a camera malfunction during my response. Which I can explain.
Go ahead.
So I mentioned before the shutter of the camera is what opens and closes for a photograph to be taken, and that when we take our Blue Star photography, we want to make sure the shutter is open as long as we can to get as much as we can. So traditionally, if you have a shutter that is open for a very long time, you're going to have a brighter and brighter photograph. With my camera, there was a shutter issue where I had my shutter open for a very long time, 30 seconds, and my pictures were coming out almost completely dark, and there was a weird noise that the camera was making. So we equated this to a shutter malfunction, So instead of trying to photograph and continually diluting the booth reaction, we decided it would be best to make a note of it and sample it directly, because if we kept trying to photograph the reaction, eventually that would continually dilute the sample, which would make it more difficult for a DNA sample to be pulled from it. So, in a long-winded answer, we had issues with the camera shutter. So instead of trying to photograph it, we took swaps and noted it immediately. And the camera was eventually replaced back to you.
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 477, 486 through 502, previously provided to the defense.
Always felt uncomfortable with many things. Okay. Well, I'm sorry that I included you in those teachings then for your own sake, because I wish that you didn't have as much knowledge as you have, because you will be accountable for the
Familiarize
knowledge that
yourself
you do
with the
have.
exhibits that I've handed you.
I agree 100%. 100%. I have no fear. I have no fear of that. But I really, I was reading the story of Korihor, and it is so very similar to this. You just can't see it, but he did it because he was trying to reclaim a people, and he thought at the very end, because of his carnal and natural desires, that's what influenced him. And he was very, very carnal natural desires. Well, honey, you got a lot of natural desires. We all know that. That's what you think is me, Farmer? Are you kidding me right now? I think both of you have similarities. It's in the scriptures. It's in the scriptures. And the scriptures are very powerful. Yes, they are. I live by the scriptures, as you know. I know, but we can rest the scriptures for our own vain glory. I rested the scriptures.
Do you recognize those?
We can do
I
that.
do.
And
These are photographs that I took during my second visit, or the evening of February 3rd.
And in terms of the documentation that you did, you were able to actually use your camera, but because some of the documentation for lighting and things like that, that became problematic with the blue screen.
That is correct. During the second visit we were there, the CSI Robert Zaleski had his camera. I did switch to that momentarily to photograph some blue star reactions, but overall my camera was having those shutter issues. So again, we predominantly decided that it would be best to note and swap.
And our People's Exhibits 477, 486 through 502, clear and accurate presentation. Your Honor, at this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 477, 486 through 502.
Right now, and that would not be good, JJ. So I'm sorry that you don't want me to protect my children, but I would never ask you to not protect your children.
Mr. Lee, what we have projected here is People's Exhibit 477. Why did you document this?
I'm sorry that you feel this way. Because I actually do care. I'm sharing what I feel for you because I know your salvation is in trouble for what you've done. If my salvation is not in trouble at all,
The bottom half of the side,
and
that's solely that's when I'm photographing here. And when we do our crime scene processing, we will take overalls of every room to document how it looks before we begin our processing. So this is for those. In relation to where this will be at, the northeast corner of the room. So walk in the wall on the far east.
And as a part of the Metro Crime Lab, fair to say other members of the team also did find some work in that room as well.
Why would they contact me anyway? How would I even know?
Your Honor, if we can mute this.
Well, you're friends with Dave,
Yep.
apparently. Well, David is a very righteous man, and I've always known that grounding about him. And he has a lot of beautiful experiences with the Lord, and these are not the same. You know, when you get the priesthood, as Peter, James, and John shows up,
You can go ahead and unmute it.
all those in the circle that are to get it, and everybody's a witness of that. Everybody's a witness that the pattern is in the scriptures. There's no witness that you ever received what you think you received.
Thank you.
Nobody has seen that but you.
Now, as you move forward throughout the house, continuing your documentation of specific areas of the house, what are we seeing in People's Exhibit 486?
Is there a witness when Jesus, Heavenly Father, gave that Joseph Smith by himself in the grove? Was there a witness?
We see visible possible bloodstain through the bigger than. But with how small what I observed here was, I didn't want to leave it. So what we're looking at here is that first landing, and when I refer to landing, the first one, we're referring to going downstairs. So the first landing is the first one you hit when you're going down the stairs. The second one is the second landing. So in this diagram, in the center of the top level, it's going to be this north wall of the first landing. And it's kind of, you can't see it, but there's a
The zoomed in photograph that you're referring to, would that be people's 487?
red
People's 488. Can you orient the view with where we are now?
And this is the location. This is right when you're standing in the doorway. So we're standing in the doorway. Room on the side, facing south.
People's 489.
However, now we're standing.
I'm asking questions, and I am concerned for you. That is supposed
People's 490.
You don't sound like you're concerned. You sound like you're accusatory. You do not sound concerned.
And based on what you're looking at here, photographing this particular wall, are there any apparent abnormalities that you're seeing when you look at this photo in terms of
Like you being with Chad before he's even divorced is unusual behavior for a person that's
people's 491?
So this is another photograph of the southeast corner. It is very yellow because we will take a photograph before we use bar flash recording. So it will come out usually this yellowish hue. So this is the photograph I took for any blue star processing. And then any photographs subsequent to that will be of that blue star reaction in the same exact location.
And Mr. Lewer, are you familiar with what object generally is in the corner of the kitchen? And by the time you enter that room, the bed been removed? People's Exhibit 492. Can you explain the jury what you documented here?
But this is a blue star reaction with blue and whitish blue chemiluminescence around that southeast corner.
And Mr. Lewer, would you be able to use the pointer to distinguish between the floor versus the wall area?
So with this photograph being so dark, it may be difficult to tell. But
And that's the end of the audio.
All right. Having heard the published audio then out of Exhibit 42, this would be a good time for us to take our mid-morning break. So we will
and then
take about a 20-minute recess and return for further testimony after that.
And based on the color of the reaction that you see here, is there anything that you can say or opine as to the color and what that means?
So with it being chemiluminescence, it is presumptive positive. It is a presumptive positive reaction with blue star, indicating that it could be blood.
People's Exhibit 493. What are you looking at and documenting here?
This is another photograph of the same reaction. However, the spray has been distributed differently, so that's why there's.
Thank you. Please be seated.
But again, this is another photograph of the presumptive positive reaction
We'll have the jurors brought back
of the southeast bedroom.
Compared to People's Exhibit 492, would 493 show a greater height of the wall, or is that just additional spray that you put to document that?
I wouldn't make any. I wouldn't make any conclusions based on that alone, but because when you're spraying with blue star, you're spraying where you can. You may not be hitting every single possible area, possible blood stains, but I will say the reaction does span a higher level in this photograph than the previous photograph.
People's Exhibit 494. What are you documenting here?
So once we saw the blue star reaction in that corner of the room and some discoloration on the carpet, we thought it would be probative to cut the carpet, see if we could see any visible possible blood stains. And at that point, when we cut the carpet up, we saw a reddish brown stain consistent with bloodstains on the underside of the carpet.
And as we had gone through the prior exhibit showing the carpet, was there any discoloration that was apparent on the top of the carpet as you documented?
Yeah, it was darker brown, but it was faint, but it was still present.
And can you point out, let's see, on People's Exhibit 495, what are you specifically showing in here?
This is a zoomed in photo of the underside of the carpet, kind of highlighting that reddish brown, the area of possible bloodstains.
And given that you're seeing some possible bloodstains soak through the carpet, what's the next level or layer that you're interested in?
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
So with carpet, traditionally, there's also padding underneath. So we pulled that padding up, which will then have the concrete sublayer. So we're just trying.
We're back on the record on KCR 22211624.
People's Exhibit 496.
Witness,
What have you
Ms. Gibb,
documented
who is
here
testifying, however, not
padding
present
and the
in
concrete
the
flooring?
witness box. Is the witness here?
She is, Your Honor. Is the court ready for her to be brought in? I believe she's just in a room outside.
Okay, thank you. So now you can see there was an amount of saturation through the carpet and the padding that resulted on the concrete subfloor.
And to be clear, the padding that we see with a large reddish spot, would that, if it laid back down, would that go directly over the corner area of that room below the socket?
Correct. Any of the reddish stains you're seeing in this photo would have been superimposed on top of each other.
So you're essentially peeling back layers of an onion, so to speak. And People's Exhibit 497, what are you documenting here?
All right, thank you. Ms. Gibb, I'll remind you, you're still under oath for your testimony. Ms. Blake, you can continue the.
In 498?
Turn on my speaker. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gibb, we just heard a
498.
recording that was made by you on December 8th of 2019. Could you clearly hear that?
Yes.
Do you recall why you made that recording?
I made it for several reasons. At first, I was trying to inquire the wherabouts of JJ for his safety.
500.
I also wanted to, record her explaining how I didn't know anything about the whereabouts of JJ and any other information I could learn, like where they were.
That was consistent.
Those, just those kinds of inquiries.
Like that as well.
And why had you become
Exhibit
concerned about the whereabouts of JJ?
501. I do see what you
because
see here, now
they initially told me that he was safe with Kay, and then the police are now involved and questioning where JJ is, and she says, and Chad says that Kay doesn't have them, and so that started to bring some questions to me, like what's really going on, but just not sure. And
now, as you explained,
some just thoughts with Alex talking to him and trying to get more clarification.
Are you going to
And
start these areas?
circling back, you indicated the last time you saw JJ would have been the night of September 22nd.
Correct.
And you stayed at Lori's residence that night. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What room did you stay in?
So she let me sleep in Tylee's room, and then David slept in JJ's room, but I would often go back and forth. And so that night I remember just being in David's room, which was in Tylee's JJ's room. That's what I recall.
So you were in that room with David for most of the night?
I believe so.
Do you recall if David had any kind of an issue that night, health issues or otherwise?
Yeah, he woke up very troubled from a dream that he had, and he just was in a really very heavy, just really felt
500.
His heart was racing. He was very kind of scared by the dream.
Did you do anything at that point?
I did. I got my cell phone and I text or I think I did both. I called Lori,
Can I look at this?
called Chad to see if they could maybe give him a blessing. I went to her door and knocked, or I don't know if I knocked on it, but I tried to open her door and it was locked. So I went back to the room.
Did she respond to your call or your text?
Yes, I do
No.
recognize this.
Did Chad
That
respond
carpet
to any attempts to reach
that
him?
was directly in the southeast corner of the bedroom.
And that was the night of
Padding.
September 22nd?
Recognize this
Correct.
based on the
And that's the last night you saw JJ?
That's correct.
employee number and then the tape
And just to clarify, you ended up leaving
being
the next
having the package been
day. Do you recall what time of day you left?
Yeah, I would say somewhere after 8 in the morning.
That's specific to people's.
And you did not see JJ on the
Below that
next
is
morning?
I do not recall seeing him.
We also take a moment to inspect People's Exhibit 503 as well.
Absolutely.
And then in November, you get the call about saying JJ's with you.
Correct.
This one was.
And at that time, you learn he's not with Kay.
That's correct.
Did Lori ever tell you where he was?
No.
When you made that call on December 8th and you heard the audio, there's a few things in there that I wanted to go over with you.
Okay.
And in terms of
A comment is made that for someone who knows as much as you, that Lori can't believe that you're asking these questions, essentially.
Area of possible blood stains we
Do you know what she meant by that?
Separate.
Or what did you take it to mean?
I took it to mean that all the things that she had learned about multiple lives, multiple probations, all her teachings, all the teachings of Chad and her.
The second one. So this is
Oh, sorry.
padding again with the label and the additional tape seals that it is the same.
And multiple probations about people being light, people being dark, those teachings. That's what she was referring to. And that's how I understood it to be.
Exhibits 503.
And when you say those teachings, whose teachings were they?
I think they originated from Chad.
Mr. Lee,
Did Lori also participate in teaching those things?
continuing to
She did.
document the different statements.
And we've talked about what religion you're part of.
Correct.
Are those the same teachings
in addition
that
to
are generally taught in the LDS faith?
Absolutely not.
in terms of defects, projectiles, that sort of thing.
And there's also a comment made that you're going to be accountable for the knowledge you do have.
To look for
Right.
blood stains
What did you take that to mean?
or
All the teachings
possible
that she taught, she felt that I would be accountable for all that she shared with me.
or any defects at all.
And do you know,
The searches for
what did you take it to mean as far as who you would be accountable
Your Honor,
to?
permission to approach
God.
this with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 505 through 5.
And there's another comment in there, and I think you say to her something along the lines of, for someone that has seen Jesus Christ or that sees Jesus Christ. Do you recall making that comment?
I do.
Why did you make that comment?
Her character, from my understanding of Christ, is when
You
she was
generally-
having her relationships with Chad and
These are photographs that were
some deception and lying that was going on at times.
And they
And
People's Exhibits 505.
just her behaviors, being with him and also being married, that did not, to me, represent someone that would know Christ at that level.
And when you say at that level, had Lori indicated that she had seen Jesus?
She did.
What did she
Now, Mr. Lee,
indicate regarding
we're
that?
seeing a lot of photos.
She shared with me when she first met me that she had seen him in the temple and that he appeared to her.
And as part of the LDS faith, do people sometimes say they've had revelations?
People say they have revelations, yes.
And would that be part of the regular teachings of the church?
during
Yes.
and after our scene process.
And if someone has revelations, do others sometimes turn to them for guidance or advice?
We'll have placards out, we'll have labels out.
People that have authority to do that,
But
yes.
during a search warrant, we're documenting as we're searching.
So if
So-
Lori was seeing Jesus, would that potentially lead people to turn to her for advice?
No, I don't believe so.
Closely here.
As you can see along the right hand side of this image, that's the original possible blood stain that was under the carpet. What we're looking at here is an
Previously, we talked a little bit about some
under that
castings.
second possible blood stain.
Do you know who organized the castings that you participated in?
We see
Lori.
measurements here.
Were there any assignments given during those castings?
Additional
I think she tried to talk to them about, what they could potentially say
idea
during that time.
This
Yeah.
sort of measurement.
And when you say she, was that Lori?
Lori, yes.
Scope, some sort of frame of reference.
And we also talked about the light and dark scale.
Yes.
And I believe you indicated when asked about Tammy that maybe Tammy became dark close to the time of her death.
Correct.
overall dimensions.
possible state.
Do you recall
And
learning of Tammy Daybell's passing?
I do.
People's Exhibit
Do you recall what date that was?
3, and then 504 to the jury by walking.
I believe it was in October, but I don't remember the date.
Mr. Lewer, if you
Do you recall if you learned of it the day that she passed?
503,
I believe it was the day after she passed, through a friend who sent a text to me to show me a little memo that she got from Facebook from Chad's account. And then a random friend sent it to me and said, look what happened. That's how I learned of it.
And when we talk about the day after, could it have been the day that it was announced or that it was reported?
The day that it was reported, yes.
Did you reach out to Lori at that time?
I did.
How did you reach out to her?
I called her on her phone.
Do you recall if you also texted her?
Carpet padding, and the right hand is the
I don't remember.
that I placed.
When you talked to her on the phone, do you recall what time of day that
and
was?
based on the way that
It was in the morning.
able to show
The early morning, mid-morning, if you recall?
It felt like it was closer to mid-morning.
Did she tell you about the passing or did you tell her?
I told her and then asked her more about it.
Did she seem to have already known about it when you talked to her?
She seemed that she knew something was going on. She said that two of the girls from the group of women that we've discussed earlier had called her and inquired about that.
Thank you, sir. And if you would do the same with People's Exhibit 5.
Did you ask her any questions about it?
I did.
What did she tell you?
I first asked her, I said, did you know that Tammy died? And then I believe I don't know how she indicated, but because of the conversation she had with the two other ladies, that she knew about it through them. And I'm sorry, what was the question again?
I asked it pretty broad, so I'll narrow it down. Did she tell you anything about what she knew regarding
And
Tammy's
if you would
passing?
show the jury
So
backside.
I asked her what happened to Tammy,
as well.
and she says that she had a dark entity in her, and they had to do what they could to get that spirit out of her.
And when she said they did what they had to do, did you know who she was referring to?
Her and Chad.
We talked about various abnormalities that you would be.
Do you recall if she indicated anything regarding Tammy's knowledge of an affair or suspicion of an affair?
Anything that's
She said she was starting to get suspicious.
And by she was starting to get suspicious, was that Tammy?
Correct.
Chip and
Did Lori indicate how she knew that?
towards the center of this image, a white windowsill with kind of what appears to be
I recall a conversation she had with me about
the area where the bed everything was.
Charles knew
Did occur
Tammy.
based on the.
I mean, by phone. It seemed like there was some connection between their conversations and maybe another girl.
And what we see.
I think it was Christina understood that there was something wrong going on earlier on.
Correct.
And she might have
came from.
shared some information. I don't know. It was a little bit of information Lori had shared with me. That's all I would have known is from her. But
And as you noted,
I think that's where it came from.
Do you recall if Lori indicated how long Tammy had been suspicious of that before she passed away?
I would say no longer than 2 weeks.
Do you recall if Lori indicated how long Tammy had been possessed or dark before she passed away?
Yes. So
Maybe it wasn't more than 2 weeks. So it could have been less than 2 weeks, but it was a short period of time.
So Tammy becoming dark or possessed and her getting suspicious of the affair, to the best of your knowledge, happened around the same time.
About the fair part, I'm not sure. But the dark part is yes.
About 2 weeks before.
Correct.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 510, 511, and 512.
Did Lori ever, I'll back that up. Charles is killed on July 11th of 2019. Is that correct?
Correct.
Tammy is alive until October 19th of 2019 or about that time.
Exhibits 510 and 511.
In the meantime, while Charles has passed away and Tammy's still alive, did Lori ever indicate anything to you
of
regarding
cover in that southeast,
uh,
the southeast.
her relationship with Chad or any frustration.
User that day.
Yes, she was eager to move to Idaho to be with him. She was frustrated that Tammy had not passed on yet. She kept being told by her own personal revelation that she was supposed to pass away, according to Chad's as well, that she was supposed to pass away by now.
Projected behind you.
I remember one time they said she was supposed to get in a car accident, but she never did. So she was feeling some frustration about being there while he was still married to her.
Times. This is again that southeast corner of that room.
We'll pause the
And along
proceedings for a minute. We've
wall,
got to
have
phone
that
that one
outlet
off,
cover
so we'll
towards
have
the
the marshal take that.
People's Exhibit 511 for scale. What are you noting here?
Apologies, you can continue, Ms. Wade. Thank you.
Thank you.
But then when you examine the outlet cover more in depth, for example,
When you talked to Lori after Tammy had passed away,
you can see very
did she
reddish brown
indicate how she was feeling?
consistent with dilute blood stains. So I'm documenting the outlet cover as well as any possible stains
Sorry,
on
my
that
mind's
outlet.
drifting a little bit.
Miss Burleyworth, can you
She was very happy to move on and get married to Chad. She was very excited about being married to him and being with him.
Do you recall her expressing any sorrow or sadness?
What appears to be brown
No.
under that first, the bottom part.
Was it similar to
And then additionally, you can see some
the demeanor you'd observed shortly after Charles had died?
But you can also see
Yes.
what appears to be some flow marks or very dilute.
And we talked
marks.
about some of these teachings of Chad and Lori's.
And People's
We
Exhibit
talked about the light and dark scale.
is not a
Do you
program.
also
Recognize
recall
I do.
anything being taught to you or told you regarding a trust scale?
Again, based on the label with my initials and my employee number.
A little bit. I don't remember the words trust scale. Might have been another word, but
And
yeah, that she had percentages on stuff like,
of
some percentages. And I can't remember all the words, like if
you
they're
have swabbed this,
trusting
what
or
would you have done?
other words that would indicate their maybe their loyalty to them, or maybe where they were
Make sure the
spiritually.
sample as unsaturated as possible.
And when you say she had some
Blue
scales,
Star, this
who is she?
Lori.
there was a reaction in that corner of the room, so
Do
I
you recall ever being told anything about vibrations?
indicated
Yes.
there is presumptive
And who told you about the
further
vibrations?
swabbing
Lori told me
necessary.
What do you recall her telling you about vibrations?
that vibrations had to do with what level of
Stains there.
spirituality you're at. So, for example, if you're at I think 1,000 vibrations, you were more
Yes, so
in
obviously
higher
you have
spiritual level. They call it more terrestrial level.
comes out. And then when you try to clean it up, like if you're
And
in sync, when
you're in these different levels,
you're running, it starts to a little bit
do you know what the vibrations were leading to as your vibrations increased?
blood stains
They were leading to more the body being translated, and
instead of the very
mostly that is your body being translated and changed.
And do you recall who had talked to you?
You've sprayed this area with Blue Star. Is there anything that you would have noted as it related to the Blue Star reaction in this area? Is there anything that could have told you or anything that you noticed there?
other than the reaction being blue, indicating that it was presumptive positive for blood. There wasn't anything else that I noted outside of the reaction.
And so the volume of Blue Star that you spray, how would you describe it? Is it a fine mist? Are there large droplets? What is it?
It's a very fine mist. So it's a standard spray bottle that you receive. It's not like a Febreze spray. It's more of a, you pump a few times, and if you usually will get a reaction after 2 or 3 pumps. So we try to hold off after using as much as we need to see the reaction.
And so in terms of you're noting that there's dilute bloodstain marks, what appear to be that on this outlet cover, would that have been due to the Blue Star spray creating that? Or could that have been done, for example, by something like cleaning?
It could be both. Because the Blue Star is a liquid that is water-based, there will be some dilution, but the amount you're spraying isn't going to dilute it to this level.
And based on what you're seeing with the outlet cover, you're working outside in, what are you going to do next?
I'm going to take that outlet cover off. I'm going to collect it. I'm going to see what's underneath the outlet cover.
You're under permission to approach with what's been marked and previously provided to the defense as People's Exhibits 513 through 515, 516, and 517 as well. Grant permission to approach.
You may.
Mr. Weaver, I'm handing you People's Exhibit 513, 14, 15, and 17. But before I get there, Your Honor, based on the foundation laid by the witness, people move for the admission of People's Exhibit 500.
Defense? No good. 512 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Lewer, can you take a moment to review that?
Absolutely.
Now, you explained that you collected the cover, which is People's Exhibit 512, but you also mentioned that you're going to work outside in. And so, Your Honor, if I haven't already asked, permission to publish as well, People's Exhibits 513 through 515.
You may.
Oh.
Actually, did you ask to admit those?
I thought I did without objection, but Your Honor, permission to formally admit People's Exhibits 513 through 515 through 517. I just thought I would take them in kind of different chunks or different items.
Mr. Kalini? No. Exhibits 513 through 517 will be admitted.
Great. Now, what we have projected behind you is People's Exhibit 513. Can you explain what you did now in terms of processing this area?
This is a photograph of the electrical outlet itself with the cover highlighting what could appear to be on the outlet itself.
People's Exhibit 514.
This is a photograph from a different angle, slightly up to the right of the outlet cover because we observed those dilute possible blood stains. And this is a good example of that reddish brown color. Instead of a very strong solid red, it appears that there's a clear middle with some of that coloration on the outside. So this would be a good example of possible dilute blood.
People's Exhibit 515.
Another photograph.
And on the witness stand before you, you have People's Exhibit 516. How do you recognize what that is?
These are the swabs of those possible blood stains on the cover. On the outlet itself, because I wasn't going to remove the cover based on possible electrical hazards, and it's easier to swab it and take it with us. But I identify it based on my employee number on here and the tape seals on the back, with additional tape seals on here indicating it's been tested.
So, for example, do you need to open that envelope to know that those are the swabs that you collected? No. For those reasons, while the defense hasn't objected, Your Honor, I would ask if People's Exhibit 516 can be admitted as well. And, sir, I believe you have People's Exhibit 517 as well. How do you recognize what that is?
This is a photograph of the room I took after we had removed the outlet cover and finished cutting out the carpet from that corner.
Okay. And when you exit or finish processing a room, are you also documenting that as well?
Yes, I mentioned earlier that when we are taking our photographs of our scene, it's before, during, and after processing, and we want to document how we left the area after we finish processing as well. So that's this photograph.
And again, Your Honor, while not objected to by the defense, based on that, permission to admit and publish People's Exhibit 517.
517.
And so here, this is the last documentation of the work that you did in Gannon Stauch's bedroom.
Correct.
Based on the overall observations that you observed specifically related to that corner what was the next step in terms of processing the scene at the Gannon Stauch's residence where he lived?
So now that we had observed what appeared to be a larger amount of possible blood stains, indicating that there was a potential bloodshedding event, there was going to be, it was going to come down to trying to find what could have caused that. So whether it be a blunt force instrument or a firearm or whatnot, it would have to be trying to narrow down and collecting anything that we could regarding a possible injuring item.
And where were you directed to document and search?
During my overalls, I said I photographed the entirety of the house. There was a firearm, a pistol located in the upstairs master bedroom on a chest of drawers that was of interest now because of the possible bloodshedding event.
And Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 478 through 483. Do you recognize those?
I'll take a look real fast.
Go ahead.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
These are additional photographs that I took within the master bedroom of the room and of the handgun we observed in on the evening of February 3rd.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 478 through 483.
478 through 483 will be admitted.
Can you mute the screen just to be safe?
Oh.
Thank you. Mr. Leeward, can you explain what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 478?
This is a photograph of the master bedroom on the main level at 6627 Mandan Drive. We've alluded a lot to the southeast bedroom in the basement, but referring to the diagram, you can see at the top right hand of the main level, when you walk through the laundry room, if you keep walking south, that is that's the master bedroom on the main level with the doorway at the northwest corner.
All right, and just for the purposes of the record, you're pointing to the diagram on People's Exhibit 442? Great. Projected behind you, 479. Again, what are you moving forward in the room for?
This is half of the room, but now we're standing in the northeast corner, facing the southwest corner.
People's Exhibit 480.
We're facing the chest of drawers that was in the southeast corner of the bedroom. And in the center of the image, you can see a black rectangle. That is the firearm that we collected.
People's Exhibit 481. 481.
This mid-range photographs showing the firearm itself now.
And 482.
Firearm before I rendered it safe. Whenever we collect firearms on a scene, we will render it safe. We'll check the chamber for any ammunition and we'll remove the magazine, but we want to photograph it in its condition before we do any of that. So this is that photograph.
And again, did you collect this particular firearm?
Yes, we collected this one.
Okay. People's Exhibit 483. What are we looking at here? Where is this taken?
So now I've placed this on an envelope to show, to have a cleaner area to take the photograph. But as you can see now, the slide is locked back. There is no round or cartridge in the chamber, and there's a scale above the gun helping indicate size.
Now, you had indicated that based on what appeared to be some sort of bloodletting event that occurred in Gannon Stauch's bedroom, is this what allowed you to then seize and take this particular firearm? You're under permission to approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 484 and 485.
Thank you.
Recognize these.
How do you recognize those?
So the box that I was holding that contains the firearm that we collected here. I recognize that with the label and my employee number, as well as the tape seals. And then the envelope that I was holding, which is People's Exhibit 485, that is the magazine from within the firearm, containing approximately 16 cartridges.
Now, at this time, I'll direct your attention to People's Exhibit 484. What can you tell based on the markings on that box?
I can tell that it's been processed for fingerprints as well as DNA sampling, and that it appears that there have been additional exams done by the firearms unit as well as the DNA unit.
And at this time, would you use the scissors that are next to you to open that box?
Absolutely.
And to be clear, while you're doing that, when you receive a firearm and you take it into evidence, what have you done specifically with this particular firearm that we see photographed in People's Exhibit 583?
So when we collect a firearm, when I say render it safe, what that means is I will lock the slide back. That will disengage the firearm. And when that occurs, a chambered round, if there is a round within the chamber, that will also be expelled. So now there's no cartridge in the chamber that can be fired. And I will also remove the magazine, meaning that there is no ammunition in the gun and that is not able to be fired with the slide lock back.
And when you checked the chamber of this particular firearm, was there a round in the chamber?
There was no round in the chamber.
Okay. Do you recognize, after you've opened the box, People's Exhibit 584 before you?
May I handle it to observe the serial number?
Your Honor, just to confirm, that particular item has it still been in the state that it's been rendered safe?
Yes, it is safe.
Your Honor, permission for the witness to further inspect.
I'm just pointing it in a safe direction.
And Mr. Lewer, why are you taking a moment to look at the firearm closely?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Why are you taking a moment to look at the firearm more closely? Is that to ensure that is in fact no chamber in the round, etc.?
Correct. I'm ensuring that there is no chamber in the round, that it is a safe firearm, and that it has the same serial number as what is labeled on the label.
I guess I should say round in the chamber.
Correct. So I remember with this firearm, there is a particular grip cover that is covering the serial number. So to preserve the evidence, I'm not going to remove that cover, but it is consistent with the firearm that I observe here, especially with that grip cover being there. It's giving me a friendly reminder.
Okay. And would you say that's in substantially the same condition as when you last handled it and booked it into evidence?
I would. There is a yellow discoloration on it now, which is indicative of something we do when we fingerprint process our items of evidence. But other than that, it is in the same condition.
Your Honor, at this time, permission to admit People's Exhibit 404 at this time. 484. Oh, I'm sorry.
Defense.
It's 484.
484 will be admitted. Go ahead.
All right. And Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury by the witness walking past the jury box.
You may go ahead.
So as I'm walking by, you guys take a look at that discoloration I alluded to before. As you can see in the photograph, the firearm is black, but now there's this greenish, white, yellow hue on it. That is a process that we do when we fingerprint process, and that's why there's this discoloration. But again, there's also no magazine here, and there's no chambered round. That's some. I would have collected the magazine separately from the firearm.
Thank you. And now for People's Exhibit 485, how do you recognize that exhibit?
This People's Exhibit 485 is the magazine that was collected from the firearm itself.
And it's in an envelope. Do you need to open up that envelope to be sure that that's the magazine that you collected?
I do not. There are additional labels and seals from individuals within our lab, which would have it be in substantial condition as it was collected.
And Your Honor, at this time we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 485.
485 will also be admitted.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Lewer, you explained what you noticed about the magazine and the cartridges. Can you remind what you observed with regard to how many cartridges the magazine appeared to have a capacity for, and how many cartridges you observed as an approximation?
Yes. So whenever we have a magazine for a firearm, there's usually an indicator on the magazine saying how many it can be loaded with. That number may not always be true, whereas sometimes someone can force an additional cartridge in. So for the purposes of this magazine, I put an approximately 17 round capacity magazine. And on this magazine, there were window spots where you could see the cartridges. And I could count 16, but sometimes that number is deceiving because one could be hidden in there. So I put there are approximately 16 cartridges within. So in total, it's an approximately 17 round capacity magazine with approximately 16 cartridges within.
And specifically, again, that magazine was found in relation to the firearm, with the firearm?
Correct. It was within the firearm when I collected it, and I removed it and collected it separately.
And is that pursuant to the policy that you have with the Metro Crime Lab?
Yes. With our policy, we cannot put loaded firearms into evidence, so we will always remove the magazine. And additionally, when we have magazines with ammunition in them, we do not want to remove the ammunition from within because it may destroy fingerprints and any DNA evidence. So instead of pulling out the cartridges and counting them, I believed it would be most probative to preserve the fingerprints and DNA if present.
And based on how you make that item of evidence, that firearm specifically available, is it now available to other members of the Metro Crime Lab for additional processing?
Yes.
Testing?
Correct, yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 518 through 527.
You may.
Mr. Lewer, I'll first take 518 and 519 separately. Do you recognize each of those?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
People's Exhibit 518 are the swabs of the Blue Star presumptive positive reactions I observed in the stairwell between the main level and the basement. And then People's Exhibit 519 are the presumptive positive Blue Star reactions within the basement level of the residence, which would include the storage room and the southeast bedroom at the base of the stairs.
So you saw a number of photos in the basement level of the residence, some nearby Gannon's room and nearby those stair areas. Those swabs generally taken from those areas?
That is correct. Yes.
And just to be clear, can you also point out on People's Exhibit 442 for the jury where those swabs come from?
Absolutely. So I mentioned the camera malfunction before. So again, what was most important was collecting those samples and noting it. One way to diagram where those came from is to include them in my diagram here. So on the main level or the top part of the diagram here, we're focusing now on the green dots. The green dots in my diagram represent blue star reactions on my second visit, or the evening of February 3rd. So as you can see here, we have one on the first stair set going downward. We have one that looks like it's outside of the stairwell. That was an error on my part. That one was within the first landing of the stairwell. I placed that incorrectly. That is my fault. We have a blue star reaction on the second landing, the second set of stairs going downward, and then on the bottom half of this diagram, now that we're in the basement level, we have one right at the base of the stairs, the floor right in front of the storage room and Gannon's bedroom, and then we have a green dot within the storage room and within the southeast corner of his bedroom. So essentially, we have blue star reactions along the stairwell and then at the storage room and his room as well.
And what would have been the path of travel if you traveled, someone were to travel from the basement area to Gannon's room? Can you point out on People's Exhibit 442 what that path of travel would have been?
Actually, the most direct path of travel between Gannon's room to go upstairs to the garage would be out his room, up the stairwell, and then directly to the garage. And as you can see here, we have blue star reactions in that general pathway.
Thank you. I've also handed you People's Exhibit 520 through 527. Those are different, right?
These are different.
Okay. What are those?
I responded to the address on February 5th for another search, and these are photographs that were taken during that search.
Okay. And are those also fair and accurate representations of what you saw on February 5th of 2020?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 518 through 527.
Exhibits 518 through 527 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish People's Exhibits 520 through 527. Thank you. Mr. Lewer, behind you is going to be People's Exhibit 520. Can you point out to the jury what you've documented here?
Yes, so there isn't a mid-range photograph showing what this is, but at the bottom of the screen, you can see the red washer and dryer we've mentioned before. So what we're looking at here is the top of that washer and dryer in the laundry room. And what's of interest, or what was of interest for us in this photograph, was a bottle of vinegar on top of one of those appliances.
And based on seeing, again, the bloodletting event, or at least what had occurred, the remnants of something in Gannon Stauch's bedroom, what was the specific scope of what you were looking for on February 5th of 2020 now?
We wanted to document and search for any cleaning products because now that we had a bloodshedding event with dilute possible blood stains, there was evidence that there may have been possible cleanup. So we wanted to search for any possible cleaning materials that would have been used in that action.
Okay. People's Exhibit 521, what is this a close-up of?
This is a close-up of a bottle of distilled vinegar from top of one of those appliances.
People's Exhibit 522, where are we at? Can you orient the jury now what we see and what room we're in?
Yes, now we are in the kitchen, which is on the main level of the home. And now we are looking under the sink because we wanted to pull out any cleaning supplies that would have been for carpet or free, not specifically for any dishes. But this is a photograph of the under sink doors open with some products pulled out.
People's Exhibit 523, what are you close-up documenting here?
Of the contents that have not been pulled out from under the sink.
People's Exhibit 524, what are you documenting here?
Photograph of smoke and odor eliminator a bottle of it under the sink.
And in People's Exhibit 525, what are some other cleaning products that you notice below the cabinet?
And this is the other side of that sink cabinet now, where there's a box of under the sink for baking soda, I believe.
People's Exhibit 526, is that a close-up of that box you're referring to? People's Exhibit 527, is this the overall shot of the various substances that you found under the kitchen sink in that cabinet area?
Correct. This is with some of the contents pulled out.
And you can take a seat. You've walked us through at least 3 instances that you were present to document in the residence at 6627 Mandan Drive. Those 3 dates were 2 dates with 3 instances that you searched. Or what again?
February 3rd around 11 o'clock, February 3rd around 6 p.m., and then February 5th closer to the lunch hour as well.
And while you were present on scene, was there any obvious signs of blood or struggle that you observed on any of those times?
So when we responded on February 5th, it was much more lit in Gannon's bedroom, and we had many individuals focusing on the walls, and we observed very, very tiny non-diluted blood stains or possible blood stains. So we called in one of our crime scene investigators to help document those blood stains.
And another member of the Metro Crime Lab team would have done an in-depth review of those smaller, very clear blood stains.
Correct. They would have done a documentation of those stains, which would have allowed them to do any blood stain pattern analysis going forward.
That's not your area of expertise, right?
That's not my area of expertise.
To be clear, the 2 times that you were present on February 2nd, 2020, and February 5th, 2020, at any point, did you see any shell casings?
I did not see any cartridge casings during any of my visits.
Aside from the gun, did you see any other items such as a knife that would have been misplaced or in another area of the house?
I did not see any knives in any odd places in the house.
In terms of documenting what you saw and observed in Gannon Stauch's bedroom or other areas of the house, such as the master bedroom, was there any obvious signs of blood-stained clothing?
No, I did not see any blood-stained clothing. I did collect a sheet with apparent blood or possible blood stains on it from the additional bedroom in the basement. I was informed it belonged to the teenage daughters.
Ms. Gratiano gave a response.
Your Honor, he's just testified that he's collected it, but also in his practice as a CSI, he's relying on information from other members of law enforcement in the collection of evidence.
Without further foundation, I'll sustain the objection.
Specific to that particular item, were you given some additional information in terms of other members of law enforcement, either a supervisor, that had evidentiary value? Potential evidentiary value?
Yes.
Okay. And in your role as a CSI, in the collection of evidence, are you relying on information and or briefings that other members are providing to you to collect evidence?
Correct. There is a level of requiring information from individuals so we can place the scene. For example, if I did not know the southeast bedroom was Gannon's bedroom, we would have started searching in other places. So when we are provided information, it's to help scope down our search, and which can also help with identifying items of evidence.
Okay. And so based on a briefing that you had received, did that particular item become of evidentiary interest in the investigation?
It did, with there being possible bloodstains on it.
Thank you. Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Sir, how you doing?
I'm doing great today. How are you?
I'm not doing too bad. So let's go to that, what we were just talking about. That was it a sheet or a comforter?
It was a comforter on the bed that I collected, and I collected an additional sheet from the closet of that room that had a Blue Star reaction.
And that's an
I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm so sorry.
And that's it's from the northwest bedroom.
Correct. That's the basement northwest bedroom.
And based upon everybody that was there, and also based upon in that bedroom as far as color schemes, clothing, so forth, that appeared to be the bedroom of a teenage girl.
Correct.
You're aware that Miss Stauch has a 17-year-old teenage girl by the name of Harley Hunt.
I did not know the name, but I knew that a teenage female resided in the home.
And there was actually a blood stain on that mattress, and that mattress was collected.
We did not collect the mattress, but we collected the comforter because the comforter was superimposed on the mattress. You could say that the possible blood stains were transferred or transferred onto the mattress. So we collected the comforter in lieu of the mattress.
Okay, because it looked like there would have been whatever that blood stain was would have been the same source of blood, both for the comforter and both for the mattress. In your opinion,
it appeared consistent with that. Yes.
And so you don't necessarily have to collect the mattress. You can just collect the comforter, and that will be enough to tell you whose blood that was. And then there was also stuffed in the laundry basket of that same teenage girl's room, a sheet. That sheet looked like it had blood on it.
It had a Blue Star reaction that we documented.
Okay, and a Blue Star reaction would indicate that there may be blood on that sheet.
Correct. It would indicate that there is possibly blood present on that sheet.
So in the teenage girl's bedroom on that February 5th search, you found 2 items that appear to have blood on them, correct?
Correct.
Do any of the jurors have any questions? All right, counsel approach, please. Mr. Lewer, if Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood, how is testing accomplished to separate Blue Star from an actual blood sample?
So Blue Star is reacting with the heme component of the blood, whereas when we have a DNA sample, they're looking for DNA within different components of the blood. So the Blue Star itself is not overriding the DNA because the DNA component is still present.
It may have answered this question, but I'll ask it. Does Blue Star impact or affect the actual blood sample?
What would impact the sample is how much we're spraying or diluting the sample, but Blue Star does not negatively affect DNA processing further on down the line.
Right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question, or those questions only. Prosecution. Vince?
Nothing.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you all.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Judge, our next witness is an expert, and we need to gather some exhibits together. And I'm wondering if we could just give the jury about a 10-minute break to do that,
Yeah, that's fine.
or if you want to do the afternoon break too.
No, we'll probably do 2 of them because it's a little bit early. So what we're going to do is take about a 10-minute recess. Again, you may not discuss the case among yourselves, may not discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Who is the next one?
Stephanie Happ.
My thought would be that we go with till like 4 o'clock, then take about another 2-minute recess or so, something like that. Otherwise, they're going to be sitting there for like 2.5 hours.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
All right.
Okay, hey Dippy. Okay, the brother said she wouldn't let anyone touch the green suitcase. So in my opinion, it was there while they were searching because it has with her things in the van they moved her. Yeah, I agree. I bet you that's why he's got that guilt because he was in that suitcase. Okay, this is what happened. You're gonna laugh, Dippy. You know how it works. Sorry, people. All right, let me show you here. So I'm gonna share this screen here. You watch this, you guys. You're gonna laugh. Shoot, how can I show this to you guys? Dang it. Maybe I could go here. Hold on. Screen share may be canceled. Share. Why won't it let me share that? Oh, here we go. Okay, I'm going to show you something. Dippy. Okay. Okay, you don't see that? Here. Let's make it big. So you know how you come over here and you push end broadcast? Okay, I'll do it and see what happens. Watch. So you think you did, right? No, you got to push it again. Oh my God. I would have just came back. You know what I mean? And been, hey, sorry guys, this happened during lunch hour. Always push it twice. To end, push twice. So obviously this guy has been on for what, 4 hours? And he pretty much did the, he's the one that found all the blood that late. Better say, okay, I already read that. What's going on? Anybody know? In the battle case, as in right now? Did the judge say they're going to be another 2.5 hours? Oh, okay, never mind. I keep forgetting Idaho's an hour behind. Hold on, somebody's at my door. I'm so sorry. here now. Come here, Seagull. Oh. All right. Oh my God, you got a bad storm? Drive it kind of chilly. Oh man, we're supposed to get some bad storms here too next week. Some bad thunderstorms, and we get tornadoes out here too. We get everything out here except for earthquakes. Well, you know what? You mentioned that thing. She didn't let her brother touch the green suitcase, which was good, right? Because his DNA would have been on that. You think? Well, I was talking about the weather. That's all. Wondering if you're okay. We got bad weather coming here too. Instead of snow, no, I think it's rain. I'm in the Midwest. Right now. Oh yeah, next week's gonna be nasty here. Oh, snow. Sorry, I had to go look. So it's got to be a mix of rain and snow. Unreal. Can you believe that?
Versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Are we good to go?
We are here.
Yeah. Okay. So you have everything you need.
Yep. All on the table in front of the witness stand.
Perfect.
is there anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time, prosecution?
Not from us, Judge.
Defense? Yes, sir. All right, let's go.
Tippy, that's funny.
Somebody was smart. Either that or it didn't. So. And it usually tips the other way because the paper on it.
Yeah.
They don't work.
If they stay up.
If they stay up. Just remember the guy that almost got hit in the chin.
Oh, yeah. Or 3 photos, I should say.
All rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358. Person Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will call Stephanie Happ.
Ms. Hemp, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good. You?
Good, thank you. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
Yes, my name is Stephanie Happ, HAPPSTEFANIE. I am the senior firearms examiner with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
So what education do you have that allows you to do that job?
My education consists of Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry with an emphasis in criminalistics. Received that from the Metropolitan State College of Denver. During my degree program, I was required to complete an internship, and I did so with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department's Crime Lab for a period of about 2 years. While I was with them, I had the opportunity to work in all the different areas of their laboratory, so I got a good understanding of the variety of different forensic analyses. I had training in latent print processing and examination, crime scene investigation, controlled substance analysis, and question document analysis. After my time with them, I spent a short period of time with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and then I was hired in my current capacity in October of 2007 as a firearms examiner, and that's where my firearms training began. That first year was very much like an apprenticeship where I simply shadowed the senior examiner so that I could get an understanding of the types of things I would be asked to do. After approximately a year, I was accepted to the California Criminalistics Institute, where I completed an additional year of intensive study in all the different types of firearms-related analyses. I had training in serial number restoration, shooting incident reconstruction, a variety of armorers courses that were designed to teach me how to identify how different types of firearms should work, and how to identify abnormalities if there were any present. I spent a large period of time focusing on the microscopic tool mark comparison process as it relates to firearms as well as other types of tools. At the conclusion of that year's period, I returned to the crime lab and I completed a series of competency and proficiency tests and became established as the primary examiner for the lab. To date, I've had over 1,000 hours of training with respect to all those different types of firearms related analyses and thousands of additional hours of research and study in the lab.
Thank you so much for covering all that. Easiest question I've ever asked. Have you been qualified as an expert witness?
I have.
How many times?
To date, it's been 145 in both local and federal courts.
So when you say local, do you mean the 4th Judicial District here?
I do, as well as the 18th.
So up in Arapahoe, Douglas County areas?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, based on her excellent answer on her qualifications, I would move to have her qualified as an expert witness as a firearms examiner.
Defense. Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So let's get some groundwork stuff out of the way just so that we're all talking the same language. You mentioned tool marks. Tell the jury what we mean when we talk about tool marks as it relates to firearms.
Tool marks as it relates to firearms. In this particular instance, we would be talking about the firearm acting as the tool. And that firearm has a series of components, like the barrel, for example, that impart different markings on the surfaces of the fired ammunition components, like the cartridge cases and bullets. So the tool marks are produced by the firearm on the surface of the bullets and cartridge cases.
And then when we're talking about a cartridge or a bullet, tell the jury what we are talking about there.
Would it be all right to use the demonstrative piece?
Yes, did you bring your demonstrative? So yeah, go ahead and bring that. It's just a demonstrative of a bullet components.
So this is just a large plastic demonstrative piece. It depicts, rather, a cartridge of ammunition in its unfired state. When a cartridge of ammunition is fired, the firing pin component of the firearm contacts the silver portion right here, the primer. The primer contains a shock-sensitive material that, when it's struck, ignites a powder charge that's located inside the body of the cartridge. As that powder charge burns, there's a very rapid buildup of gases, and it's those gases that are responsible for forcing the bullet down the barrel of the firearm and almost simultaneously forcing the action of the firearm open so that the cartridge case, or the empty piece after it's been fired, can be extracted and ejected or kicked out of the chamber of the firearm, readying the firearm to be loaded the next time. So the cartridge ends up in two pieces. We have a bullet or a projectile. Sometimes fragments or pieces of the bullet and projectile are recovered. And then we have the cartridge case.
In the way that you're describing using that particular demonstrative, is that for a semi-automatic firearm?
That general description would cover most firearms, but semi-automatic would fit in that.
And then as far as handguns go, tell the jury the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic.
So with a semi-automatic handgun, and to be clear, when we're speaking in those terms, semi-automatic means one cartridge of ammunition is fired for each pull of the trigger. With a semi-automatic firearm, the primary difference, other than the way it looks, but in terms of its function, is the cartridge case is extracted and ejected and often found left behind. With respect to a revolver, the cartridges of ammunition are loaded into a cylinder, and those fired cartridge cases remain in that cylinder until the operator chooses to manually remove them.
As it relates to this particular case, did you have a chance to review items that were recovered from autopsy?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Start out by showing people's eating iron that was previously a crime scene technician from Florida. Did you have a chance to look at that item?
I did not evaluate this specific item.
Okay. Those little plastic red tips, do you recognize what those are?
They appear to be consistent with the polymer plugs that are incorporated into various hollow point designs of bullets.
Did you send over some pictures to give us an example so that the jury understands what we're talking about, the polymer plugs?
I did.
And at this time, I'd ask for permission to publish 2 demonstrative photos of quantity rounds of ammunition that show that polymer plug.
Has the defense seen these?
Yes, they have. And
Is there an objection?
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
Pulling them up. So this is the first. Just please describe what we're talking about there.
This is an actual live cartridge of Hornady ammunition. You see the projectile or the bullet is the copper colored portion sticking out of the side here. The cartridge case is the silver or nickel colored portion on this side here. You can see in this profile picture, the nose of the bullet located right here has a material that's placed inside. This particular type of bullet is referred to as a hollow point bullet. It's a bullet designed to expand when it comes into contact with tissue. That expansion is to facilitate staying within the target at the time it enters. It's also to facilitate a larger wound trap.
Does that mean basically that the bullet head is the way I'll say it, expands so that it has more friction?
It opens up, looks very much like a mushroom. It's actually called mushroom. So the top of that opens up like flower petals, and it increases the diameter of that projectile.
Okay, and if we could pull up the next demonstrative. Tell the jury what we're looking at there.
This is a photo looking down at that same cartridge. So now instead of looking at it like this, you're looking at it from this way. And it's just capturing an example of what that polymer plug that some ammunition companies utilize. That polymer plug is designed to prevent that hollow point cavity from filling up with other materials, preventing the expansion of that bullet when it comes into contact with tissue.
And then the item that I put on the that I just handed you, People's Exhibit 89, those plastic red tips, is that consistent with what we're looking at in this demonstrative exhibit that would prevent the round from being plugged as it's fired through something?
Yes, they do appear to be consistent with that.
Okay. I'm going to retrieve that. With your job as a firearms examiner, were you asked to examine some firearms in this particular case? What exactly were you asked to examine for this case?
I was asked to look at 3 different firearms, complete mechanical functioning examinations on those firearms. So an examination to determine whether or not they work and whether or not they work the way the manufacturer intended. And then to evaluate those firearms for comparison to recovered bullets.
So tell the jury which types of firearms you were asked to examine.
The first firearm that I have listed was a FMK Model 9 C1G2 9mm pistol. The second firearm, and this is really in no particular order, the second firearm was a Smith & Wesson M&P Bodyguard caliber .380 auto pistol. And the third pistol was a Smith & Wesson M&P 9C 9mm Luger pistol.
So when we're talking about those 3 different firearms, are 2 of those 9mm and then one's a .380 caliber?
That's correct.
Tell the jury the difference between 9mm and .380.
The primary difference is going to be the size of the cartridge that those fire. The .380 auto is going to be a lower velocity, smaller cartridge.
Okay. And then as it relates to, I just put the box and an envelope up there, People's 484 and 485 that were just admitted through crime scene investigator Christian Lure. Did you have a chance to look at those items?
Yes, I did.
Is that the same as what you just described as the Smith & Wesson M&P? I'm sorry, not the Smith & Wesson M&P. Smith & Wesson model M&P 9C 9mm?
Yes, it is.
Is that one of the, so that's one of the weapons that you tested?
It is.
What did you determine as it relates to whether that was a functioning firearm?
I was able to determine that this was an operable firearm capable of causing serious injury or death, and I did not note any abnormalities in its function.
Okay. So when you test that, do you actually test fire that weapon?
Yes, I do.
From my approach with people 713.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it from the label that I created when I created these items, as well as my dates and initials on the seal.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition today as when you packaged this up?
It is.
I move for admission to people 713.
Exhibit 713 would be
So when you do a test fire, what do you do? How do you do that to compare maybe rounds or projectiles that are found in an investigation to what you're test firing?
Once I have documented all of the identifying characteristics of the firearm, like the make, the model, the serial number, and the caliber of ammunition it's designed to fire, the final step in confirming function is to load that with the appropriate caliber ammunition and actually fire it.
Okay. And then once you have an expelled round from your test fires, what do you do with that expelled round?
I recover those cartridge cases and the bullets. The bullets are fired into a giant steel tank full of water. That water serves to slow those bullets down gently and without imparting any additional markings or details on the surface of those bullets. bullets. So when I recover them from the water and I look at them, I know that any marks produced on the surface of those bullets are solely produced from the barrel of the firearm that I just fired them through. I recover those bullets from the water tank as well as the cartridge cases, and those now become an item of evidence in the case.
And is that what we have in 713?
It is both the test fired bullets, the test fired cartridge cases, and a silicone cast of this barrel.
So tell us about a silicone cast of the barrel. What does that mean?
Barrel of firearms, when we do comparison and evaluation, has to be looked at for the types of markings that are present inside the barrel, the types of tool markings that were produced when it was manufactured. It's those different markings inside the barrel that are then transferred to the surfaces of the bullet when it's pushed through the barrel of the firearm, and it forms more or less a signature of a particular firearm. I cast the barrel of these firearms after I complete my test firing so that I can evaluate those markings and determine if they're going to be suitable for comparison and identification purposes.
Does this process allow you to potentially compare a projectile that kills somebody to your test fire to see if the gun that you test fired is the same gun that was used to kill the person?
It certainly could be done for that purpose. It's also very often done for the purpose of eliminating a gun as a possibility.
So let's talk about eliminating. You mentioned those other two firearms that you tested, that 380 caliber handgun, the Smith & Wesson Bodyguard, and then the FMK model 9C1G2. Did you test fire those weapons?
I did.
Were they functional weapons?
Yes, they did operate as they were intended.
And were those capable of causing serious bodily injury? You test or compare the test fired rounds from those two guns to projectiles that were recovered in this investigation.
I did perform that evaluation.
Were you able to determine whether those were used to fire those projectiles, or did you eliminate those weapons from being used in this case?
I was able to eliminate both of those firearms as potential sources of those bullets.
Okay, I'm going to approach and show you People's Exhibits 103 and 88. I want to start with People's number 103, which was previously admitted by crime scene technician Kelly Smith from Florida. Two projectiles that were recovered from a pillow. Had you had a chance to look at those two items?
I did.
Were you able to compare your test fire rounds from this particular firearm sitting up there with you today to those particular projectiles?
I was.
What does that analysis tell us?
In this particular instance, I was able to conclude that one of the bullets in People's Exhibit 103 was fired in the Smith & Wesson pistol, 9mm pistol, People's Exhibit 484. The other bullet had similar general characteristics, but due to the damaged condition of that particular bullet, I was not able to make a conclusive identification in that instance.
So let's talk about that just a little bit. If like you described there, that it caused damage to a projectile, that would make it difficult for you to conclude that it came from the same weapon.
The first issue to contend with is any of the target surfaces that bullet travels through. So anything it travels through has the ability to impart additional damage to the surfaces that may obliterate the markings that were left behind by the firearm. In this particular instance, the extended period of exposure to biological substances also left significant damage in the form of corrosion, if you will, on the surfaces of these bullets. And in this case, the first projectile that I discussed, I was able to clean up well enough to be able to still visualize the tool marks from the barrel. In the second circumstance, it just simply was no longer in suitable condition.
Okay, and then when we talk about People's Exhibit 88, which was previously admitted again by crime scene technician Kelly Smith from Florida, projectile recovered at autopsy. Did you have a chance to look at that item?
I did.
What did your analysis of that item tell you?
I was able to conclude that bullet was also fired in the Smith & Wesson pistol, People's Exhibit 484.
Meaning that the pistol that's in the box in front of you was fired and struck Gannon and was recovered in Gannon's autopsy.
That bullet was fired through that pistol, yes.
We also have some photographs.
That step there.
See, they fell asleep to that too, huh? No, I'm just kidding. Oh, funny. That's for jurors.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I took using the comparison microscope when I was making the comparisons of the evidence bullets to the test fired bullets from the Smith & Wesson pistol.
Will these exhibits help explain the way that you do your examination of your test fired rounds to the known rounds or the rounds recovered in this case?
They do.
Are they fair and accurate representations as to what you saw when you performed your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I move for admission of People's Exhibit 680, 681, and 682.
Mr. Cook. Exhibit 680, 81, and 82 to be admitted. Go ahead.
In permission to publish?
May.
I think you just turned the screen off, Judge.
I did.
Okay.
Let me know when you're there. I didn't want to have anything else here.
Oh my God.
You've got presenter mode. So you need to slide that back over to our side. It's, yeah. We'll just work through this. So we've got 6, go back, please. There we go. So this, the main picture in the center of the screen, my eyes are getting bad, so I can't read the exhibit number when it's smaller like that. Does that say 680?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So tell the jury what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 680.
People's Exhibit 680 is a photograph of one of the bullets that I received for comparison purpose. This, to me, at the time, it was known as item 727. This photograph is taken using a camera that's hooked up to the comparison microscope. The comparison microscope is simply a large scope that has one set of eyepieces to look through and 2 stages. So when I mount items on those stages and look through the eyepieces, I can see both of those items simultaneously side by side. And I can increase the magnification at varying levels as I work through the analysis to look at those different tool marks that are present. In this instance, what you're looking at here is the hollow point bullet expanded. So when we talked about the mushrooming effect, that's what you see here. This is the nose that opened up, and this is the base of the bullet here. And in this photograph, it's just documenting the overall condition of the projectile, as well as one of the land impressions that I evaluated.
What is, just so we understand it, what's that opaque blob in the front of the bullet?
This material right here is just a sticky wax substance that I use to hold the bullet in place so that I can turn it and rotate it on the microscope as I work through all the different surfaces.
In this particular exhibit 680, can you point out some of the tool marks that we talked about earlier on this particular item?
So in this particular area right here, this thing that looks like tracks right in the center, that's what's known as a land impression. The area above it right here and the area below it right here is what's known as a groove impression. Those are lands and grooves are high spots and low spots that are formed into the barrel of a firearm. They're formed in a particular number and with a twist to either direct the bullet to spin to the right or spin to the left when it's fired. The purpose of rifling is for spin stabilization. It allows that bullet to travel in the straightest possible distance for the longest amount of time accurately. It's very much like throwing a spiral football down a field as opposed to just lobbing it out there. Those markings are impressed then onto the surface of this bullet as it passes down the barrel of the firearm.
Okay, and then if we can move on to 681. What are we looking at in 681?
681 depicts only one photograph of many that were taken during the comparison process. And what you see here is item that was known to me as item 727, so one of the evidence bullets. There's a black line that runs down the center here separating the two images. And on the left-hand side is a portion of the test-fired bullet that I generated using the Smith & Wesson pistol, People's Exhibit 484. And what I'm capturing in this photograph is the overall size dimension correspondence, as well as an area of detail that I'm interested in right in through here. And then there was some additional detail in through here.
When you say the item that you understood as number 727, what specifically, for your purposes, is item 727?
727 was the bullet that was recovered from the victim at autopsy.
Okay, thank you. And then if we can go on to 682. Tell the jury what we're looking at in 682.
Exhibit 682 is essentially the exact same photograph that you just saw previously. Test fire on the left, evidence bullet on the right, only now it's a much higher magnification of this area of the projectile here. And I'm looking at these lines that run through the center line and correspond to one another. As I work through my comparison, I look at all of those different surfaces of the bullet, either observing the agreement or disagreement that's present so that I can render my conclusion.
Was there agreement or disagreement in these two images?
In these two images, there was agreement not only here, but additional agreement that was captured up here and in other areas. As you evaluate those photographs for yourself, keep in mind that this photograph is taken of a curved surface and the camera sits right above the curved surface. So there's only a small area that's in focus when I'm completing this evaluation. So the stuff that you see that starts to phase out of focus is not necessarily in misalignment. It's simply not the area being focused on for the photograph.
Again, does this photo show that the item recovered from autopsy came from the same gun?
This is one of many photos taken that depict that, yes.
Okay. You can go ahead and take the photos down now. I would like to have you do at this point is using People's Exhibit number 484, if you could just open that up and show the jury. When this particular type of firearm is fired, just explain the mechanism and what happens with a shell casing.
So I'll first point out that People's Exhibit 40 is secured not only into the box, but it has a gun lock running through the action of the firearm. So in its current state, I can see the chamber is open, there's no ammunition present, and it is completely safe. It could not be fired in this condition. So what you're looking at is a pistol that is not fully open or closed. When this firearm is loaded for use, the magazine is inserted into the grip located right here. That your lock is running through. The slide, which is this top portion up here, is pulled to the rearward position and allowed to move forward again. And when that occurs, the slide pushes a cartridge of ammunition from the top of the magazine into the chamber of the firearm, or this rearmost portion of the barrel. That action also cocks this firearm and it's readied for firing. To actuate firing, The operator would pull the trigger of the firearm, and that would send the firing pin into the primer component of the cartridge and detonate that primer component so that firing can occur. The bullet will travel down the barrel of the firearm, and the action or the slide will be forced rearward so that that cartridge case can be extracted and ejected, and the next round can be placed in the chamber of the pistol.
So when that particular type of firearm is fired, it kicks the shell casing out, like in your demonstrative exhibit of your bullet.
Nothing is impeding of that slide.
When a shell casing is kicked out of a firearm like that, do they pile up in a nice, neat little pile?
Not necessarily. It very much depends on what surfaces those cartridge cases may hit as they exit the firearm. For example, if you're in a room and there's furniture or walls or ceilings present, those cartridge cases may bounce all over the place. Conversely, if you're outdoors and you're standing on a nice fluffy bed of grass, as that cartridge case exits the firearm and lands in the grass, it may rest where it lays. So its terminal point may be very consistent.
Is there any such thing as a disintegrating shell casing? Meaning that if a firearm is fired like this, that a shell casing doesn't come out or it just disappears?
I'm not aware of one just disappearing. I'm aware of them perhaps not coming out of the firearm, but not disappearing.
Okay. So that's all I have.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well. Thank you.
So, can you look at the exhibit with the pistol in the cardboard box again in place? Are firearms or handguns, semi-automatic handguns, are they like a shotgun that's a semi-automatic where they're left-handed and right-handed shotguns? Are there left-handed and right-handed pistols?
Are we speaking in terms of the direction it ejects?
Yes.
Yes, there are.
Examining that one there, would that be a pistol that is shot by a left-handed or a right-handed person?
I should say that it could be fired by either a left-handed or a right-handed person, but I will state that it ejects the cartridge case if it's being held in its conventional proper manner. It ejects the cartridge case to the right.
Okay. So more than likely, this would be a pistol that was shot by somebody that was right-handed. Cartridge goes off, is ejected to the right, so it's not going across the shooter's field of vision.
Okay. I would object us to speculation. He's asking to speculate as to the handedness of the shooter.
Well, I will allow him to rephrase the question because at one point he was talking about if it's in your left hand, the shell is going to be ejected over the field of vision. So I will allow that.
What do you base your opinion on as far as that's a left or right-handed pistol?
So I would not refer to it as either a left or right-handed pistol. I would simply address it in terms of what direction it ejects the cartridge case. And handedness, as far as shooters go, is one element to consider with respect to whether or not they want it ejecting to the right or left. The other factor to consider is whether they're using their right or their left eye predominantly for sighting.
Okay. Let's say, generally speaking, a right-handed shooter is right-eye dominant. That pistol there is going to eject the shells in a right direction.
That is correct.
Okay, so if I'm holding a pistol, my finger pistol is deadly, watch out. If I'm right-handed,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. That was kind of funny.
the shells from that are going to eject out away from my body.
That's correct. They will come this direction, so they will not cross over you.
Okay. If I have a semi-automatic pistol that is associated with more of a left-hand favorable shooter's ejection, if I'm holding that with the right hand, it's going to eject to the left, and it's a semi-automatic pistol, so you can shoot more than one time, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to have cartridges ejecting across my line of sight.
That is correct. If this ejected from the left side of the pistol and I'm right eye focused, it's going to eject this direction.
And having spit shell casings, if I'm shooting more than one time going across my line of sight, might not be optimal shooting and aiming conditions to have stuff going right across my face.
For aiming purposes, yes.
Okay. So if you had somebody that was left eye dominant and a shooter that was left-handed, it would probably be better to have a semi-automatic pistol that ejects to the left.
If I were that shooter, that is how I would prefer the design.
Okay. So did you say that is a pistol that ejects to the right?
Yes, it is.
And so that would be a pistol that would favor a right-handed shooter, right eye dominant.
That's how I would prefer it if I were the shooter.
Okay. Now, may I approach the witness? You can put that back. Thank you. May I approach you? I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 713. So the two, if you can look at this, you have the actual bullet, the part that comes out of the shell. There's three of them there. Are those two that were recovered from the pillow and one that was your test fire, or are those all three test fires from the different pistols?
These are all three test fires from the one Smith & Wesson pistol. So they're all three samples from the same pistol.
Okay. So and that was the 9mm Smith & Wesson?
Correct.
Okay. So you did three test fires from there. Do you have the bullets, or can you get the exhibit with the two bullets that were pulled from the pillow?
That would be Exhibit 103.
Sure. Well, I'll take your word for it, Judge, because I can't find it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, Exhibit 103. Now, where is one of the bullets in this that was pulled from the pillow? There were two bullets.
Both of them. So this one here and this one here.
This one here and this one here.
Yes.
And which one was the bullet that came from the deceased?
That one is People's Exhibit 88.
Okay. All right. And it looks like there's a lot of, it looks like there's deformation or the bullets fragmenting in all three of them, correct?
They are definitely deformed to various degrees, yes.
Okay, but the one that was pulled out of the individual looks to be more deformed than the bullets pulled out of the pillow.
Yes, I would say the nose is more fully expanded and there's slightly more deformation in that one, yes.
Okay. And that's great. If not, that's fine. Would you expect two 9mm hollow points? It looks like they were Hornady, manufacturer of the shells. Would you expect those bullets to actually penetrate through the pillow?
If they went through nothing else,
Yes.
just the pillow,
Yeah.
I would expect a 9mm of this design to go through the pillow.
Okay. And is it your information that the two rounds that came from the pillow, it looks like in your report it says source or it mentions pillow. Do you know if they went through anything else other than the pillow?
I do not. I can simply state that they have hard impact damage that suggests something other than the pillow came into contact with these items.
Okay. Do you think that these two bullets do you have any idea what that could have been? That the two bullets that were not pulled from the individual, what they could have impacted based on the history and what information you were giving for this analysis?
I would say based on the history and information, no. Based on some of the trace evidence that I observed present on the bullet and stuck in the bullet, there was evidence of it having passed through biological substances. So there was evidence of possible bone and possible hairs present on the surfaces of those bullets.
Okay. So can you tell the distance that the two bullets that were recovered from the pillow, how far away those bullets were when they were, or how far the shooter was away when those bullets were fired?
I cannot, in this instance, I did not have the opportunity to evaluate the pillow and there was no distance testing performed.
Okay. And were you aware that the pillow was actually taken into evidence and recovered?
I was aware of very little more than things were recovered from the pillow.
Okay. Would it have been a benefit to you in your analyses to have had the pillow where the bullets came from, to examine it, possibly do separate test fires into that pillow?
The only time that would have come into play for me is if there had been testing requested to determine how far away those surfaces were when they were shot into.
Was any of this biological material from the 2 bullets that were recovered from the pillow, was any of this biological material tested or collected to be submitted for DNA analysis or any type of work like that?
It was most certainly collected by me when I evaluated the bullets. I preserved that evidence in case additional testing was warranted on them. I am not aware if any further testing was undertaken after I collected it.
Okay. But you felt it was important enough to at least collect it and preserve it?
Certainly important to preserve it, especially considering that my handling would have obstructed it and destroyed it during my process. So it was important to preserve that in case it became necessary for testing down the line.
Okay.
Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Happ, when you were talking about shell casings ejecting out of the right or left, would you say that, well, you tell us, are most guns manufactured to kick to the right?
The large majority are manufactured with a right-hand ejection, yes.
Does it require some special hunting to find a gun that will kick off to the left?
Sometimes special hunting, there are a few manufacturers if you want your firearm in that configuration that you might seek out specifically, or you can consider purchasing a different slide for that firearm to allow that function.
In your opinion as an expert, is it common for a weapon like this that the shell casings kick to the right can be handled equally as effectively by either a right or left-handed person?
Yes.
Or a right eye or left eye dominant person? Were you aware that the shell casings recovered from that pillow were in a suitcase with a decomposing body?
I became aware of that later, yes.
Could that have been contributing to some of the biological substances that you found on those two projectiles?
That certainly contributed to some of it, yes.
And then as it relates to other types of scientific testing, is it very common or not very common to find fingerprints on bullets?
On fired bullets?
Yeah.
It would be very uncommon to find that after a bullet passes through the barrel. Theoretically, the way that would work is the fingerprint would be deposited before it was fired. Then that bullet is going to pass down the barrel of the firearm. And as that happens, the action of the bullet rubbing in the inside of the barrel would obliterate the fingerprint. Further, if anything should sustain the firing process, as it goes into that target surface, again, that bullet will be wiped clean of whatever was present on it, fingerprint-wise.
What about on shell casings?
On shell casings, there's a greater likelihood that fingerprints can be recovered on shell casings. One, because this casing doesn't go through anything after it's been fired. However, there are elements of contact with the cartridge case and the body of the cartridge case inside the chamber of the firearm that may obliterate that. There's also a heat buildup that occurs when firing happens that may affect the cartridge case as well. So typically when we're successful with recovering fingerprints on fired cartridge cases, it's because they've been picked up afterwards and moved.
What about, can you find fingerprints on shell casings that are never found in an investigation?
No, that would be a definite no.
That's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for us? As a court.
Ms. Happ, did any of the 3 pistols you examined eject from the left?
They did not. All 3 of these ejected to the right of the firearm.
I'm going to ask this question. Let me know if you think it's outside your area of expertise. If someone is left eye dominant and a shell ejects across your field of vision, would that cause someone to miss?
So in that regard, I would say there's a couple things to consider. The first thing is that first shot that's fired, nothing will be obstructing your vision. We would be talking about subsequent shot fired after that, and we would be talking about subsequent shots fired in rapid succession, meaning not a shot. That cartridge case ejection is quick. So the shot is fired, the cartridge case ejects and falls, often much faster than the shooter can recognize. Where that becomes a more serious consideration is firing of multiple cartridges where those shells are constantly running in front of the shooter's field of vision. I hope that covers it.
I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
Are there a lot of factors that can go into accuracy of a shooter?
Oh, absolutely.
Can you list off some of those?
The firearm is one. Whether or not that shooter is practiced is a primary. It's probably the biggest.
Can left eye dominant shooters with a gun that kicks off to the right be very accurate in their shots?
Absolutely.
Mr. Cook? You may step down. Thank you.
I'm going to clean up the witness stand, Judge, before the next witness.
All right. Call your next witness, please.
Thanks, Judge. We'd call Brooke Bell to the stand.
Ms. Bell, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Brooke Bell, and my last name is spelled Bell.
What's your occupation?
I am a senior crime scene investigator with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been a senior crime scene investigator?
I've been a crime scene investigator since July of 2017, so almost 6 years.
How'd you become a senior crime scene investigator?
So the senior position requires a minimum of at least 5 years of experience. It requires a crime scene certification in one of 3 levels through the International Association for Identification. And it also requires a certain number of training hours towards specializing in an additional forensic discipline.
So other than your experience, do you also have training and educational experience with regards to your occupation?
I do. In terms of education, I graduated magna cum laude with a Bachelor of Arts degree in biology and a Master of Science degree in forensic science, both from the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs. And in terms of training, I did participate in an internal training program through the Metro Crime Lab. I was on call 24/7 for a period of 6 months, so a lot of exposure to various types of crime scenes and documentation techniques during that time. I was required to complete relevant readings, perform practical exercises, and I worked with a qualified crime scene investigator until it was determined that I could process crime scenes independently and any of the related tasks. So in addition to completing that internal training program throughout my career, I've also had the opportunity to participate in ongoing formal training and education. So I've received training courses in crime scene investigation, crime scene reconstruction, trajectory documentation, shooting incident reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis, chemical enhancement of blood, photography, latent print processing, just to name some of those more specific areas related to crime scene processing.
And have you been qualified to give expert testimony as a crime scene investigator in El Paso County?
Yes, I have.
Any other jurisdictions?
I have also testified as an expert witness in federal court.
Ask me how many times you've been qualified.
I've testified 34 times and been qualified as an expert 22 times.
At this time, we'd ask that the court allow Ms. Bell to testify as an expert in the field of crime scene investigation.
Depends. Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Tell us about crime scene investigation. What does that mean? You've seen CSI on TV. Is that the kind of thing we're talking about? And then we'll talk about whether or not that actually happens once we get into your testimony.
So as a crime scene investigator, my primary responsibility is to document and process crime scenes, and ultimately I'm responsible for the identification, collection, and preservation of the evidence for any type of future testing and to assist with investigative leads. It certainly may look very different than what you see on TV and typically takes a lot longer.
So you just can walk in a room and then all of a sudden you know exactly what happens in that room?
Not necessarily, no.
As part of as a crime scene investigator, do you attend meetings with detectives and police officers and other members of the particular investigation to get an idea of what you're looking for when you go to a crime scene?
So the most common situation is the information we receive is what we refer to as a briefing. So we just receive preliminary information that detectives or the sergeants, law enforcement personnel have regarding the case up to the point that we become involved with the case.
And I would imagine that it's beneficial to have some idea of what you're going to when you go to a crime scene before you start that investigation. Is that fair?
That is the most common situation. We tend to have an idea of what type of investigation or what type of crime has occurred when we respond. That is not always the case, though.
I'm going to talk about this case and this investigation. On January 29th of 2020, were you asked to go to 6727?
6627.
627. You think I'd had memorized by now? 6627 Mandan Drive to search a residence.
Yes, it was.
What kind of information did you have prior to that and prior to that search on January 29th, 2020?
So the initial information that I received prior to responding to the residence was that an 11-year-old child had gone missing 2 days prior to my request to respond and document or search the residence where he lived. And the only information I was provided at that time was that the investigators had reason to believe that he may be the victim of a homicide. I didn't receive any additional information until I responded to the residence, where I received that case briefing that I mentioned previously. And that was just kind of more of a timeline of events in terms of what the detectives knew up to that point.
And what was that? What was the briefing that you received when you arrived at the residence?
So I responded, it was Wednesday, January 29th. So at that point, the 11-year-old child who was identified to me as Letecia Stauch had been missing for 2 days. I had received information that he had reportedly gone to a friend's house and didn't return home and was reported missing that Monday around 7 p.m. and that sheriffs with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office had responded around 10 p.m. that evening. I was also informed that the following day, so Tuesday the 28th, the Sheriff's Office had sent investigative personnel to do a search of the residence. Part of the information that they had and that they passed on to me was that an incident, as it was called, had occurred on the 26th in which Gannon was playing video games in the basement living room. And a candle was knocked over, damaged the carpet and the couch in the basement. They had informed me there was a section of carpet down in the basement that had been burned and cut away down to the padding. And so that it was suspicious in nature. It had been covered with carpet and an area rug.
Did you receive any information about a potential sexual assault or kidnapping on the 29th of January?
So I did a little bit further once I'd been on scene for a little bit longer. I believe it was possibly during our walkthrough. The information that they provided to me was that Gannon's stepmother, who was identified to me as Letecia Stauch, had contacted an individual about the carpet repair, and that individual came to the house and she was sexually assaulted in Gannon's bedroom, and that Gannon had been kidnapped.
And so did that change at least your game plan on how you're going to process that crime scene based on this new information that comes in?
So with the information I had on this very first response, the areas that I'm focused on is the downstairs living room, where this area of carpet has been burned down to the padding, or basically down to the subfloor, which is unusual and had been cut out and removed. And then with this possible sexual assault information, so that was some new information, and having a location, that told me that I was going to search for evidence that might be potentially related to that in that bedroom.
And so what kind of evidence would you be looking for based on that?
So when we're in the case of a sexual assault, we use what's called an alternate light source and filtered goggles. And so we actually will check the room for possible biological fluids. Certain biological fluids will fluoresce or glow under ALS. And those tend to be biological fluids such as urine, saliva, and then semen. So in the case of a sexual assault, we're using that so that we can try and identify potentially semen.
Had you learned that the residents had at least initially been searched the night before on January 28th, 2020 by some El Paso County?
Yes, I had been informed that they had conducted a separate search prior to the involvement of the Metro Crime Lab, and that there were some evidence items collected during that search.
So were you at least the first time a CSI lab personnel entered the residence to conduct the search?
Yes, so I was one of the first responding CSIs.
And Your Honor, just to kind of speed things up a little bit, there's going to be no objections to the following exhibits: 373 through 441 and 711.
And Vince, do you agree? Right, then exhibits 373 through 441 are admitted, and so is 711. Go ahead.
And it's a combination of photographs, mostly photographs, but also physical exhibits, Your Honor. And we'll, as we go through the photographs, we'll get the physical exhibits.
Okay.
If we could start with People's Exhibit 373, please. Publishing. And if I may approach the witness, Ms. Bell, I'll give you the pictures, and you can even use the pictures to look at.
Thank you.
Then you got a fancy. So what do we see in People's Exhibit 373?
People's Exhibit 373 is a photograph that was taken of the exterior of Mandan Street. If we're looking to the left side of the photograph, we can actually see the Metro Crime Lab van, which was parked in front of 6627.
So what direction are we facing here with this photograph?
We are mostly looking east, slightly southeast.
So could you use the pointer and point out 6627 Mandan?
May I stand, Your Honor? (6627) would be this residence right here, and it had a bright yellow chair on the porch.
And the first house that we see on the right photograph, is that 6643 Mandan?
I wouldn't be able to tell from the photograph in terms of reading the address.
If we can go to 674 now. What do we see in 674? Oh, 374. I'm all over the place. 374.
So People's Exhibit 374 is a direct photograph of the front of the residence 6627. And we can see that bright yellow chair that I had previously mentioned.
We go 375 now. What are we looking at 375?
People's Exhibit 375, and I don't recall just from seeing this image if this is I believe it's from immediately inside the entry. So if we walked in the door, that it would be one of the walls on the side.
Would this be the laundry room area?
It's possible. I can't really tell from seeing the rest of it, but it's possible.
If you look to the right-hand corner, top corner, would that be the entry to the garage?
Yes, it would be. So with that being said, then this would be the entry into the house through the garage, which was first the laundry room.
We go to 376 now, please. What do we see in 376?
So People's Exhibit 376 is, and I don't know if this is the washer or the dryer, but in the bottom of the photograph, we see the red. And there were a pair of tennis shoes. So they're black with white soles turned over on top. And part of my walkthrough and briefing information I had received was that when the sheriff's deputies responded on the 28th, they had observed possible stains on the bottom of these shoes and had collected swabs of those stains.
And did you say that was done on the previous night, January 28th?
That's correct. So when I mentioned they had collected some evidence on that first response, that was one of those items.
377, please. Is this a close-up of the same shoes?
Yes, it is.
And then, Your Honor, 378 are the actual shoes. Just for the jury's benefit, we're going to be opening those with another witness. So we're not going to be opening those at this time.
All right.
We can go to 379 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 379?
So People's Exhibit 379 is a photograph inside the garage. And if we look in the upper left-hand corner, we can actually see the door that's open, and that's what opens into the laundry room.
Now, on January 29th, were you looking for blood in this particular garage?
Not initially. However, it was brought to our attention when a deputy had responded that while we were working on documentation in the basement, that he had located some stains that he believed to be possible blood stains.
We can go to 380 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 380?
People's Exhibit 380, we've actually moved further into the garage, so now we're closer to the entry door. And there are actually 3 sticker scales present in this photograph that were placed to identify those possible blood stains that were located by the deputy.
Could you please point those out for the
I
jury?
will, yes.
And Mr. Young, could you find a reasonable break in the next 5 minutes or so?
We can stop now if you like, Judge.
Okay.
Whatever you.
You can go ahead and answer that question and something like that.
Okay.
Break.
And is it okay? May I stand again? Thank you. So when we look in the middle stair in the garage right here, we can see a sticker that was actually identifying the possible blood stain that we labeled A. And then we have 2 more on the floor. So possible blood stain B and possible blood stain C.
All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take another recess for about 10 minutes. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 4 o'clock, we should be able to start right on time at that point. Don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 4 o'clock.
All rise.
Okay. I'll be right back, you guys. I need to go to the bathroom myself. Be right back. All right, what are we saying here? I'm glad she had to stand up too. I bet she's been talked to. Oh, she hasn't been standing when the juries when they say I'll rise. I hadn't noticed. Last break of the day. The nicest she's looked since the start. All her damn hair. She wore her hair down so she wouldn't have to show her face. Obviously. All these time zones really mess me up. I bet it does for you too, Dippy. North Carolina, that's Eastern, right? She staffs stuff in Harley's room? What? She did? Where'd you hear that? Yeah, because it's 5 o'clock here. So it would be 4 where you're at. Gee. Oh, okay. I got you now. Okay. Took me a minute. Sorry. Oh, Grizzly. She seems like a nice girl. She figured out how to crop the pics. Well, I ain't going to mess with it because I don't know what I'm doing yet. I'm just getting used to doing lives. But when I do, watch out. Because you've been watching me. Once I figure out how to do something, I do my best. Very nice girl. I like her accent. Hell, I can't even shut off the live right, people. Okay? Yeah, that's crazy. It's 6 p.m. your time right now. friend in the Netherlands. Oh, she's on Twitter. You know what? I don't like Twitter. Well, because I still don't know how to use it correctly. But what I do is I just go on there and I post a video, and then I leave. But if I see
Call 20 CR 1358.
Oh,
People versus
hold on.
Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. I want to alert the attorneys to a juror issue. And we can either discuss it now, we can discuss it at the end of the day. I don't know what you want to do. All I know is that a juror has alerted me that it wasn't until Ms. Happ was on the stand that she realized she knew her. She did not recognize the name as she was looking through the witness list. So I don't know anything about how she knows her or anything like that. My thought was I would bring her in, ask her a couple of questions, and then send her back, and you can make a decision as to whether or not want to make a challenge, or we go from there. We could either do that before this witness continues her testimony. We can wait until we get closer to the end of the day. What do you want to do?
I think it'd be good to do that towards the end.
Okay.
Maybe save a little bit of time to get to there.
That's fine. All right. So let's stop at like 10 till. Stop your questioning there, and then we will bring that juror in, and we'll go from there. Does that work for juror 12? Third one over in the front. Yeah, well, she's in seat 13, but she's juror 12 because we only have 9 in the back. So, okay. Okay. In light of that, let's bring the jurors in then. All rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the direct examination of Ms. Bell. That's where we will resume.
So, Ms. Bell, we still have People's Exhibit 380 up on the screen. With regards to these placards, A, B, and C that you just pointed out prior to the break, are they in direction from the door to where there are some, looks like some 2x4s on the ground there?
So if you're referring to the lower left corner of the photograph, yes, there are some long 2x4s in that area of the garage.
And when we looked at the picture of the entire garage, is that a space where a vehicle may be parked?
Typically, it appeared to be where you pull a vehicle in, yes.
Now, also on People's Exhibit 380, do you see any softball equipment in there or items related to softball?
If we look to where the stairs are, there's a blue bucket over on the right hand side of that photograph. There appears to be yellow softballs inside that blue bucket.
And on the left side of the photograph, there appears to be some kind of bag that says Easton or, right?
Yes, on the left side of the photograph on top of the green box.
We go now to 381, please. What do we see in 381?
People's Exhibit 381 is actually a photograph taken standing inside the laundry room, so we can see the tile floor, looking down at the stairs. And in the center of the photograph, we can see that sticker scale that I mentioned previously, and that was the placard A, so the possible blood stains that were observed there.
And just so Christian Lure just testified, he processed this garage on February 3rd. Obviously, you did this on January 29th. You do the blue star in the garage at that time, or did you notice blood just from your naked eye?
So this was visible blood, so it was documented because we could see it without any type of chemical processing. And when I responded, I did not do or use Blue Star in the garage.
And so we can go to 382 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 382?
People's Exhibit 382 is a close-up photograph of the possible blood stains identified using placard A.
I'm going to give you some more exercise that you can get out and just show the jury exactly where the blood's located in this particular photograph.
So we can see some dark staining throughout the center area of this photograph. Here, we can also see some slight discoloration over left side.
I know we're going to talk about how you swab these, but why don't we do it with placard A so you can kind of just show the jury what you did to collect this blood so that we can
So
at a later time.
So to collect a sample of any biological fluid, we have a package that is sealed of 2 sterile cotton tip swabs. So that's opened at the time that we're ready to collect the sample. We open a new package of distilled water and then just dampen the 2 cotton tip swabs. And then those are both rubbed at the same time over the stains and then placed back into that packaging and sealed into something we call a coin envelope. So it's a smaller envelope.
And did you use 3 separate swabs for both A, B, and C placards?
Yes, I did.
And they're separated when you package them?
Correct. So when we place them in those individual coin envelopes, those are sealed separately from each other.
And then the big envelope is sealed, and then whoever gets into that envelope would have to sign something to know that someone's been in there. Is that how it works?
Correct. So when we create an evidence barcode label, and I believe in this case, all 3 of those swabs were placed in a larger envelope under the same evidence barcode and sealed by the crime scene investigator. And then any subsequent testing that occurs on evidence within that package, the evidence item or the packaging is noted, and then additional tape seals are added and signed by that analyst when the analysis is completed.
Your Honor, for the record, the swabs from placards A, B, and C is item or People's Exhibit 386.
All right.
We can go down to 383, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 383?
People's Exhibit 383, is a little bit of a different perspective, a little closer, where we can see, again, the 2 sticker scales that were on the garage floor. We're close to those 2x4s that were previously mentioned.
384?
People's Exhibit 384 is now a close-up photograph of the possible blood stains identified using placard B.
Would you point those out with a pointer, please?
Yes. So in this photograph, it's really concentrated toward the center, but the discoloration is in this general area and then extended into the upper left portion of the photograph.
And is that the area you swabbed then that we talked about earlier?
Yes, that would be the area that represented this reflected.
385, you could probably stay there for this one. What do we see in 385?
People's Exhibit 385 is now a close-up of the stains that were identified using placard C. And I will point those out again, just directly above the actual sticker scale and then a little higher toward the center of the photograph.
Now, are these particular more visible? These blood, are they droplets or what are they?
So these appear to be more consistent with possible transfer stains to me, but these are a little bit more visible in this particular photograph than what we saw in B. If we look at the photograph, there's different photographs at different angles of B and C, and B is a little more visible in a different angle, and that just has more to do with the flash that occurred when that photograph was taken.
What's a transfer stain?
So a transfer stain is when blood is deposited on a surface from another surface.
Kind of speaks for itself, right?
It's just transferred onto an object.
You can resume your seat, thank you. If we can have 387 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 387?
People's Exhibit 387 is a photograph that was taken in the backyard on the east side of the house. And of significance in the backyard is the trash dumpster, so we can see the green in the center of the photograph.
And were you made aware that these trash cans were searched on January 28th,
Yes, I was.
2020?
Yes.
Let's go to People's Exhibit 388. What do we see in People's Exhibit 388?
People's Exhibit 388 is a photograph taken in the basement, and this area was referred to in most of our reports as the basement living area. So this particular photograph, I believe in terms of orientation, we're looking southwest in the basement.
In the area that you alluded to, I know we have some other pictures of it where there were potential burn marks on the carpet. Could you just point that out for the jury so they can have some context with this picture?
Yes, I'm going to stand up to do that.
Sure.
So in the upper right corner of the photograph, we have a couch here. And directly in front of that couch was an area rug, and we can actually see that here. And on top of it, in this particular photograph, you can see a section, rectangular section of carpet that matches the rest of the carpet throughout the residence.
Okay, thank you. 389. What do we see in 389?
People's Exhibit 389 is now standing in that living area portion of the room. So in the lower left corner, we can see that area rug that I had previously mentioned. And then we can also see the corner of the couch that it was in front of. And that's over on the left side of the photograph. In the center of the photograph, so we're looking east toward that love seat chair. There's 3 blankets, and they were kind of in a pile, and those blankets had burned debris on them.
Go to 390 now. What do we see in 390?
People's Exhibit 390 is a close-up of those blankets that was located on the floor in front of that love seat, and we are able to see some of the charring and burned debris.
391. What do we see in 391?
People's Exhibit 391 is now in the search phase where we're actually looking at the items that were identified. So one of the blankets has been spread out, and we can see that there's a scale in this photograph showing where some dark burned debris is.
And did you spread this blanket out to take this photograph?
Yes.
And did you collect this blanket as evidence?
This blanket was collected, yes.
We go to 392. What do we see in 392?
People's Exhibit 392 is just a close-up of the previous blanket in the area where we saw that scale of the burned debris.
And did you have any information as to whether or not these blankets were used to put the fire out or help with the fire?
I don't know that I had specific information how these were related.
393. What do we see in 393?
People's Exhibit 393 is another one of the blankets that was in that pile. And on the left side of the photograph, we can see where it's bunched together and the discoloration. So where there was some black char marks.
We go to 394.
People's Exhibit 394 is a photograph of the third blanket. We can see that there's a scale, and that was also very bunched around some burned debris.
And did you collect all these blankets, all 3?
All 3 of them were collected, yes.
We can go to 395 now, please. What do we see in 395?
People's Exhibit 395 is the couch that is located that I had pointed out in the first photograph when we were talking about the living room. So for context, that area where the removed carpet is directly in front of this couch. And on this couch are 3 teal pillows.
Can you also see some what appears to be damage from hot wax, that kind of thing on this couch?
Yes, so over in the left side of the photograph, which would have been the west portion of the couch, there was some damage consistent with what appeared to be wax on the couch, as well as some charring or scorch marks.
And so for the record, we see a remote control there. Is it just next to that remote control in front of it?
It would be in front of and then to the left of that black remote control.
We can go to 396, please. What do we see in 396?
People's Exhibit 396 is looking toward the southwest corner of the living room. So just for context, we can see the TV in the upper left, and the couch, for reference, would be over on the right side of the photograph. And there's an additional teal pillow in that corner on the floor.
397? What do we see in 397?
People's Exhibit 397 is more of a mid-range photograph, but we've actually turned that pillow over. And in the center of the photograph, it's actually going to be in the right corner of the pillow. There was more of that kind of burned charred material.
We go to 398. Is that what you're talking about as we see in 398?
So 398 is a close-up with the scale, and yes, you can better see some of that burned material.
And did you collect this item as evidence?
Yes, this pillow was collected.
And for the record, Your Honor, it's 399. Exhibit 399. We can go to 400 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 400?
People's Exhibit 400 is actually being positioned against the west wall in the living room. So the couch, for reference, is what's on the left, and that love seat is over on the right. In the lower right-hand corner, we can see some of those blankets we talked about previously. But in the back center of this photograph, we can see an open door where we see boxes and bins, and that was a basement storage unit.
And can we see the staircase there to the left of that in the center of the picture, but it would go off to the left and upstairs here?
Yes, you can slightly see the banister or the hand railing, and that would be the staircase that leads to the upper level.
So as you look at that storage room, if you go to the right, would that be where Gannon's room is?
Yes, so there is a hallway behind that wall, and his door was over to the right and actually shared a wall with the storage room.
We can go to People's Exhibit 401. What do we see in People's Exhibit 401?
People's Exhibit 401, we've now moved close to the entry to the storage room. So again, we can see the boxes and bins and then the concrete floor. And then, as mentioned previously, there's a short hallway on the right side. So the door to Gannon's bedroom would be over on the right.
402. What do we see 402?
People's Exhibit 402 is a photograph that's taken standing in the entry to the basement storage room, so the bins and boxes previously mentioned. In this photograph, we're actually looking toward the southeast corner, and an item of interest that was observed in the southeast corner, which we can see in the center of the photograph, is a small section of carpet.
In regards to the boxes that we see in People's Exhibit 402, is that what it looked like on January 29th, 2020?
These appear to be the original overall photographs. So that's the series of photographs that we take prior to doing anything on scene. So this would be the condition of the storage room when we arrived.
We can go to People's Exhibit 403. What do we see in People's Exhibit 403?
People's Exhibit 403 is now standing inside that storage room. And on the left side, we can see the furnace, and toward the center, we can see the water heater. Those were actually positioned on the same wall, which would be the west wall, as the entry into the storage room.
People's Exhibit 404. What do we see in People's Exhibit 404?
People's Exhibit 404 is just slightly rotated to the right from that previous photo and down so that we can see the concrete floor. If it helps for reference in terms of from the previous photo, that bottle of Gain in the previous photo, if you go back one.
We're at 403 now.
So it's shifted slightly to the right and down.
Back to 404. Now, in People's Exhibit 404, there seems to be a box there at the lower portion middle there. Do you recognize that box?
I do. So in the lower portion of the photograph, there is a box that has Amazon tape. And if I recall correctly, based on the marker, the writing on it, that was a box that was collected in a following response out to that residence.
Did you go back to the residence on February 21st, 2020?
I did, yes.
And did you go back and completely clean out this entire storage room, look at every item that's in there, look at all the floor for blood?
Yes, so that was the purpose of that following response, was to remove every item from the storage room and inspect it for possible blood stains.
And this is where the box was, at least on January 29th, 2020, you initially searched that storage room.
Yes, based on the overall photographs, it is.
talk about that box when we get to the February 21st, okay?
Okay.
Don't let me forget.
Okay.
All right, let's go to, I'm sorry. Ready? Okay, if we can go to 405 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 405?
People's Exhibit 405, we're actually looking at the north wall of the storage room. So for orientation, based on where I'm standing, the entry would actually be back and to my right. And of interest in this particular photograph on the left side is a gun box, the M&P bodyguard. And then also of interest in this photograph, kind of toward the northeast corner, we can see the corner of a red suitcase underneath a box. And then just to the right of that, we can see a small section of carpet again.
Did you do the best you could to take pictures of all the suitcases in the storage room?
So in this series of overall photographs, these are the photographs of all of the items in their position when we arrived. So nothing was moved in order to be able to take better photographs of them at this point.
You may not, I don't know if you recall this or not, but the pink suitcase that we see in the center of the photograph, was that suitcase there on February 21st, 2020, when you went back to search the entire storage room?
I don't recall offhand without going through those photos and looking closer.
Don't let me forget about that one either.
Okay.
There's another item. I want to refer to a tub there that appears to have cables in it. That's on the right-hand side of the photograph in the center there. You see that?
I do. So all the way along the right edge, we can see a clear tub that has a purple handle. You can see just the edge of it. So that was another item of interest that was located and collected on a following response on the 21st.
And at least on January 29th, 2020, that's where that tub is when you're out there processing the storage.
That's correct.
And did that tub later have blood on it?
It had what appeared to be possible blood stains on it when I observed it.
You don't like it when I say blood.
Unfortunately, we're not allowed to say that because we can't confirm it. But based on our training and experience, that was the reason it was collected. It appeared consistent with blood stains.
Is that what we talked about, the Amazon box?
Correct. So there were possible blood stains observed on that box.
We can now go to People's Exhibit. What are we at? 406, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 406?
So People's Exhibit 406, we've rotated slightly to the right from the previous photograph. So we're now looking at the southeast corner of the storage room. For reference again, in the lower left-hand corner, we see that red suitcase that I mentioned previously. It's very difficult to see, but just a tiny piece of the carpet in the lower left corner. And the previously mentioned clear tub with the purple handle. And if it helps again with reference, the wall over on the right side is actually the wall that would be shared with Gannon's bedroom.
407 now? What do we see in People's Exhibit 407?
So People's Exhibit 407 is at the point where we started removing some objects from the basement storage room. So we can now see that red suitcase a little bit more clearly. And there are some carpet fibers sitting on top. And then directly behind it, slightly to the right, we can see a larger section of carpet that I had mentioned that was mostly covered in some of those previous overall photographs.
And as you're searching the storage room on January 29th, 2020, as well as February 21st, 2020, did you ever see a large olive green suitcase in the storage room?
I don't recall seeing one.
Did you ever see the suitcase that Gannon's body was recovered?
No, I did not.
Have you ever seen it under the bridge or at any time?
I've not seen it at all.
If you would have saw that in that time, would you have photographed it as you photographed these suitcases here?
Well, everything was photographed as I observed it during that time. And obviously the suitcase was found sometime later, but I was never shown what that suitcase looked like.
And do we also see the tub that you said had presumptive blood on it in this one?
So that clear tub with the purple handles, yes, is over on the right side of the photograph.
We can go to 408 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 408?
People's Exhibit 408 is now a closer photograph of the top of that red suitcase. And toward the back area is actually where we can see some of the carpet fibers and carpet debris.
I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, but did you later find some carpet that had been cut, kind of that covered that area where the burned carpet was?
Yes. Yes, they did.
Did you eventually collect the carpet that we see in People's Exhibit 408?
Yes. So during the search portion of this storage room, that section of carpet was actually pulled out of that room and opened.
In this point for the jury where the carpet is in this photograph, just so.
So your red suitcase, and then kind of the carpet fibers and debris toward the back, and then the large folded section of carpet is directly behind it in the center photograph up top.
Great, thank you. We can go to 409 now, please. What do we see in 409?
People's Exhibit 409 is a close-up so that you can better see some of the carpet debris and carpet fibers on top of that suitcase. And then to the right side, we can see a part of that carpet.
410? What do we see in People's Exhibit 410?
People's Exhibit 410 is when that section of carpet was pulled out of the storage room. It had been rolled and folded. And when I opened the fold, concealed inside was a smaller piece of carpet that had possible blood stains on it.
Can you point that out for the jury just so we can distinguish between the small piece and the large piece?
So the large portion of the carpet was this entire section. And then the small section concealed inside, right in the center where we can see some very visible stain.
Can we go to 412 now, please? What do we see in 412?
People's Exhibit 412 is a close-up photograph of the possible blood stains observed on that smaller piece of carpet. And then we do have a scale in the photograph.
You collected the smaller piece of carpet, I take it?
Both sections of carpet were collected, yes.
In the small piece of carpet, Your Honor, would be People's Exhibit 413. The large piece is People's Exhibit 711.
Right.
We can go to 414 now. What do we see in 414?
People's Exhibit 412.
412, right.
It's helpful to have these photos up here. People's Exhibit 412 is that smaller section of carpet that we just saw the photographs of with the visible stains. It's now been turned over. And what's of note in this photograph is that we can see some additional stains on the top surface in the lower right corner and in the center, and that the actual entire section of carpet is discolored in comparison to the rest of the carpet underneath.
And could you tell whether or not looking at these stains on either side, what kind of stain it is? You alluded to transfer stains when you were in the garage.
Not necessarily, at least on the upper side of the carpet, due to the texture of the carpet. Looking on the other side, the fact that it's gone through, typically we might call something like that a saturation stain, where it has actually gone through the carpet.
So is that what we're talking about as we see in 411?
Yes.
So that's more of a saturated stain?
Potentially. It's difficult to say, but it is consistent with some type of transfer or saturation stain.
Now we can jump in. What do we see in 414?
People's Exhibit 414. So this large section of carpet that I removed that had the smaller one with the visible stains. When I opened that entire section of carpet, there were two corners that had been cut off and were missing. This People's Exhibit 414 shows a section of carpet. So when we go back into the living room, and I had mentioned that there was a section of carpet placed over the area that had been cut out. This is showing that section of carpet that had been in the living room and showing the visible seams appearing to match as if that section of carpet had been cut off this larger one.
Going back to the red suitcase with the carpet fibers on it. The carpet's found right next to that.
Yes, so that's that very big folded one. That's that piece of carpet.
Would it be consistent with someone cutting the carpet over the suitcase in the storage room?
I don't know where it would have been cut, but having the carpet fibers on top of the suitcase just indicates to me that that carpet had been moved or manipulated.
We can go to 415 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 415?
So People's Exhibit 415, we are now seeing that area in the basement living room in front of the couch. So for reference, the couch is in the upper right-hand corner. You can see the remote and those burn marks on the couch that we had talked about previously. We can see a patch of carpet has been cut out in a square or rectangle. And then we can see the black padding underneath. And it might be difficult to tell in this photograph, but the shape and characteristics were pretty consistent and appeared to be burn and char marks in that padding.
416?
People's Exhibit 416 shows a patch of carpet covering that. In the right side of the photograph, we can see that area rug we talked about previously as well that's been pulled back. So when we arrived, that area rug was in place as if it would be normally on the floor. And when it was pulled back, this is what we observed was this extra piece of carpet placed on top of that cutout. And that previous one showing the cutout corner that was matched with the seams is this piece of carpet.
About 415. In the 415, your understanding on how this fire started, you see results from?
The information that I was provided was that while Gannon was playing video games on the 26th, he knocked over a candle, and somehow that caused the fire.
Is that consistent with your training, your everyday knowledge? Candle falling on the carpet, burning right through the carpet, through the pad, all the way to the concrete.
That's not what I would expect to see, no.
Why is that?
I wouldn't expect. A lot of carpet and materials are made to be more burn resistant. So you could hold a lighter to carpet and it's not instantaneously going to burst into flames. We've also had training with our local fire department where we've actually done that exercise, laid carpet out, hold a lighter or a torch, trying to set it on fire, and then doing that with different ignitable fluids to see the how long it would take to actually set and burst into flames.
It would take a significant amount of heat to create that char mark.
It would, and it would have to be a sustained heat. So not just a quick, without some type of ignitable source.
Now, with regards to this area, jury's heard about blue stars. Did you blue star this area to see whether or not your area is small?
Yes, so on that first response, because this is the area of the primary disturbance and things out of the ordinary, that's the room they requested I do blue star in, and it was done in this area, yes.
And did you swab that area based on the results of your blue star?
There were swabs collected from a few areas in the living room, yes, based on a presumptive positive.
Can you point out the general area where you swabbed?
I remember correctly, the area on the carpet that I had a presumptive positive reaction was in this section, which would be the lower left portion of that cutout square.
And same process as you did in the garage, sealed, so others could test that swab at a later time.
That's correct, yes.
Now, before we leave January 29th search, did you also go into Gannon's room?
Yes, we did.
Did you smell anything when you went into Gannon's room?
So as a part of the walkthrough with one of the detectives who had been there the previous day on the 28th, he had mentioned an unusual, and that's how it was described to me, an unusual odor in Gannon's bedroom near the center and an unusual odor near the light switch. So I did detect an odor in the room, but it wasn't one necessarily that I could place. I couldn't characterize it as something that was familiar to me as traditional bleach or cleaning products. Also of note was that there was odor of urine, so pet urine throughout the basement, including in there.
And did you know they had a couple dogs that lived in the house as well?
I did. I don't know if it showed the photographs, but in the area next to the basement living room along the south wall, there were 2 dog crates, and there were actually dogs in them at the time that I was there.
And so in between January 29th and February 21st, had other members of your lab, the Metro Crime Lab, gone out to search this residence?
Yes.
Had you gone out there on different occasions as well?
I had been out there a total of 3 times, but I wasn't with each of the CSIs for each time the Metro Crime Lab responded.
And so on the January 29th and February 21st, you did a report based on what you did at that residence.
That's correct.
And others would do reports based on what they did, for instance, on February 3rd or February 5th, that kind of thing.
Yes, so I did respond on February 3rd, but I did not complete a report. CSI Lewer was the primary CSI who responded, and I came to assist. And based on items that were located during that search, we also called an additional CSI Alyssa Beresford, to come out and assist with some documentation. So I assisted both of them, but since I didn't do anything independently of them, I didn't complete a report for that response.
Let's now talk about the 21st. What new information did you get with regards to why you needed to go back and search the residence?
The basic information that I was provided was from Sergeant Hubble with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, that he wanted to remove and search all of the objects in the basement storage room for possible bloodstains. And I don't know the specifics to why, but I know that a meeting had occurred prior to my going out that day between the Sheriff's Office and the FBI, and there was some interest in some saws in the garage.
Has there been a board found that may have had some blood on it out in the Palmer Lake area?
Yes, so right before responding, I had also been informed that a particle board had been recovered near Larkspur off Highway 105, I believe it was, and that there were possible bloodstains on it. And I was shown a photograph of what was recovered by one of our DNA analysts, and we observed that a corner or a small section of that particle board was missing. And so they also asked that we search the garage to see if that possible corner was in there.
And did you find a possible corner for that particular board?
No, we did not.
And before we move on, Your Honor, 417 is the swabs that were taken from the basement carpet that CSI Brooke testified to earlier. So we can now go to 418. Now we're on February 21st, 2020. What does this mean, People's Exhibit 418?
So People's Exhibit 418 is a similar photograph to one we've seen before, just at a later date of the entry to the basement storage room. And we can see it looks significantly different. It's more organized. I can see more of the floor in this photograph.
So someone went through and stacked all the boxes neatly, it looks like, and were items moved around differently than what they looked like on January 29th.
It certainly appears far more organized than when I saw it the first time, yes.
We can go to 419 now. What do we see in 419?
People's Exhibit 419 is an additional photograph inside that basement storage room. We can see again part of the floor and see that the boxes are a little more organized.
And we see a tub there that appears to have cables in it on the top left corner of that photograph.
That's correct. So that is that tub we've discussed previously, the clear one with the purple handles on top.
420. What do we see in People's Exhibit 420?
People's Exhibit 420 is the same angle as the previous shot, just rotated up. So now we can actually see the top portion of that tub that we had mentioned before on the left side of the photograph.
421. Now what do we see in 421?
People's Exhibit 421 is when the tub has been removed and placed in the basement living room so that we can inspect it better with flashlights to search for possible bloodstains.
And did you do that?
I did do that, yes.
422. See in 422.
People's Exhibit 422 is a photograph that I actually took during the evidence processing portion. So this was taken, I believe, a few days later in the lab with the evidence barcode label, and it's an overall photograph of the item.
For the record, People's Exhibit 423 is this plastic tub that we see in People's Exhibit 422. 424. What do we see in People's Exhibit 424?
People's Exhibit 424 is photograph. These are photographs taken in the lab. And what I've done in these is added the adhesive sticker scales that were used for those bloodstains on the garage floor just to highlight them. And these are going to be close-up photographs showing stains that were visible on this tub.
So just to the left of this marker, we see
So between the purple handle and the sticker scale, we can see some visible stains consistent with possible blood stains.
425. What do we see in 425?
People's Exhibit 425 is another sticker scale, and this was placed to show the discoloration located at the corner of the tub all the way to the left.
426.
People's Exhibit 426 is that same corner. We've just rotated to the other side, and just based on the change in light, we can actually see that there's some discoloration on both sides of the corner.
427.
People's Exhibit 427 are some visible stains located to the left of the scale underneath the lid.
428.
People's Exhibit 428 is showing a stain on the right side of the tub in this photograph on the lip, the under part of underneath the lid.
429.
People's Exhibit 429 is a close-up. I believe we saw this particular stain. It might have been the first photograph that we showed, just a closer photograph.
430.
People's Exhibit 430 is an additional possible blood stain located on the edge after the lid was taken off.
431.
People's Exhibit 431 are some additional possible blood stains that are actually on the lip as well as the underneath portion.
And can you tell what kind of blood stains these are, whether they're transfer or drip?
So these appear consistent with the transfer stain. We can actually see the visible swipe marks that appear vertical on these stains.
In 432.
People's Exhibit 432 appears to me to actually be the same stains as the previous photograph, just pulled back a little bit so you can see more of it.
Now, do you know whether or not this tub actually went to a serologist, Sherry Holmes, to swab it and prepare for DNA?
So this item was transferred directly to a DNA analyst. I believe I thought it was Donna Minogue, but if it was Sherry, I would have to double check the chain of custody.
But you didn't swab these blood stains.
No, so at the request of our DNA unit, they were photographed and then they wanted to collect the samples for their testing.
Now we can go to 433, please. We see in 433.
People's Exhibit 433 was the cardboard box we talked about a couple of times now with the Amazon Prime tape and some of the Sharpie marks on it. And inside that box are 2 Apple iPhones. And on 2 sides of this box were stains that appeared to be possible blood stains.
434. Go ahead.
People's Exhibit 434 is a photograph taken in the lab. So we can see the evidence barcode label that was created. This is an overall photograph, and in the upper left portion of the corner to the left of the Amazon Prime tape, we can see 2 areas of stains.
You know, for the record, 435 is the actual Amazon box. That's in evidence.
Okay.
436. What do we see in 436?
People's Exhibit 436 is a close-up of those 2 stains mentioned previously to the left of the Amazon tape.
And would these be transfer stains or some other type of stain?
They appear consistent based on some of the movement to be a transfer stain.
437. What do we see in 437?
People's Exhibit 437 is an even closer photograph of the lower stain to the left of the Amazon.
438.
People's Exhibit 438 is actually the opposite side of the Amazon box and with some visible possible blood stains located there.
Transfer stain?
It appears consistent with a transfer stain with that movement and kind of feathering effect that we see.
So if this is in fact blood, that is consistent with a bloody object rubbing against the box.
Yes, it would.
People 439. What do we see in People's Exhibit 439 now?
People's Exhibit 439 is inside that basement storage room. We can see the concrete floor and we can see Sharpie marks on the floor. So after all of the items had been taken out of the storage room, we did do Blue Star on the basement, and then the areas with the presumptive positive reaction were actually circled with Sharpies.
And did you photograph the Blue Star in the basement?
So there was an attempt made, and we had a bit of a camera malfunction. And when that started happening, that's actually when I decided to go ahead and circle the areas where we had that reaction. The reaction was observed by 4 individuals. But that way we could have a visual of the areas that had that presumptive positive blue glow.
440? What are we seeing 440?
People's Exhibit 440 is again a photograph of the floor of the basement storage room where we can see the circled Sharpie marks. We can actually still see some of the spray from the liquid Blue Star as well. But for point of reference, in the upper left corner, we can see kind of the 2x4. So that's actually where the entry was. So this actually spanned across the storage room to the northeast corner, kind of where a sump pump was located.
Did you use the pointer again and just kind of point out what the circles are? I need to go over there and turn the lights down.
It's up to you. It's the green buttons there.
Which one?
Both of them.
That helps. Can you point out the circles now?
So entry is going to be over here in the upper left, and we can see the furnace back here. So we have areas circled here spanning across the entire photograph all the way over to the lower right corner of the photograph.
Now, does that go towards where we saw that clear tub that you collected with the purple handles on January 29, 2020?
Well, from what I recall, it spanned again to the northeast corner, which is kind of toward the corner for reference where the red suitcase and that large carpet roll was. I would have to see a photograph to remember where that tub was on that time.
Okay. Put a 441, then we'll go back to that photograph, okay? What do we see in 441?
Exhibit 441 is actually a photograph to where we're seeing the northeast corner. So we can see the sump pump back in the upper right-hand corner. And we have the same area where we can see the Sharpie circles going into that corner, and you can actually still see some of the liquid spray marks around them.
You can go back to 407 now, please.
If you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next couple of minutes, please.
Yes, we're going to finish up with this. And
I think so.
okay, we have 407 up now. There's the red suitcase that we get ready to. Do you see the tub now?
Yes. So based on seeing this photograph and the proximity of the tub to that area, yes. So those did go in that general direction. That sump pump I had mentioned is actually just to the left behind all of those boxes.
Those are my questions, John. Thanks.
Okay. Ms. Kleinbus. No. Ms. Bell, I'm going to have you step down. And I'll have you step down. You'll have to come back on Monday. All right, so we'll see you back on Monday at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do you mind if I go slip those like that?
Yes, please. I was going to ask somebody to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our weekend break. Again, I'm going to go through the long instruction that you probably are tired of, but I still need to read it anyway. You probably already guessed there's been some public media interest in this case. There could be more in the coming weeks. You must guard against that, as you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented and the instructions that I give to you. Again, you can tell your friends and family that you are on this jury and how long you think it will go. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to stories or even opinions from others regarding this case. But you cannot otherwise discuss anything about this case with anyone, and you should not listen to any opinions regarding this case from someone else. You can still blog or communicate with others, just not about this case. You can't do any blogging about your jury experience or communicate
communication with other jurors. You can still watch TV. You can still go on the internet. You still can patronize Amazon, but you just can't do anything about this case. If anything regarding this case comes through your feed, change the channel, turn the page, do not give it any attention. You are not allowed to look at, read, consult, or use any material of any kind, including any newspapers, magazines, television, and radio broadcasts, dictionaries, medical, scientific, technical, religious, or law books or materials, or the internet in connection with your jury service. I want to emphasize that you must not seek or receive any information about this case from the internet, which includes all social networking, Google, Wikipedia, blogs, and other websites. You are not allowed to do any research of any kind about this case. So I'm going to dismiss, or I'm going to send all of you, almost all of you home right now. We have, as you know, we're referring to all of the jurors by numbers, and you guys are probably going crazy because your numbers keep changing. Every time you come back, you have a different seat number, and it's based upon where you are when you come back in that group and where you are seated. So in this case, I'm going to let everybody leave except for juror number 12, white hoodie, hoop earrings. I need her to stay for just a few minutes. Everybody else is excused. Enjoy your weekend. And juror number 12, if you can remain with us for a moment. All rise for the jury, please. And juror number 10, if you just want to let yourself out. You may all be seated. Record should reflect that all of the jurors except for number 12 have left the courtroom. If we did our work right, I have the right juror. If we didn't, I apologize. I think you probably know why you might be here. Are you the juror that communicated to Mr. Combs that you knew one of the witnesses? Okay. You probably feel a little weird with everybody staring at you right now, but you did the right thing. Okay. This happens. Okay, it's really not that uncommon that somebody looks through the witness list and goes, I don't know any of these people. They don't recognize names. Names sometimes change. Sometimes they just don't remember the name, and then they see the face and they remember the person. And they do the right thing. They tell us that they know one of the witnesses. So who is it that you know, and how is it that you know that person?
Expert witness Stephanie Happ.
Okay.
Is her last name.
Okay. How is it that you know her?
So about 3 years ago, I was a worship leader at a church. My dad was the pastor. Stephanie's mother-in-law attended that church. Stephanie did not. Stephanie's mother-in-law is getting up in years and wanted to discuss with my father and I, as her pastoral staff, her wishes for her funeral. And she wanted to do that while she was still alive. So about 3 years ago, this person that attended our church gathered my father and mother and I at what turned out to be Stephanie's house, and along with her other children, to discuss her end of life wishes. So for about a couple of hours, we were in that home discussing funeral arrangements, and then we all greeted one another warmly, and I left.
Okay.
Then, as it turns out, last October, this same church member of ours had an adult daughter who passed away from stomach cancer. Because I was part of the clergy of this thing, Janice asked me to sing at her daughter's funeral. So I did that. And at that funeral, I saw Stephanie, greeted her, gave her a hug, told her I was very sorry for her loss, and we've gone our separate ways. So those are the 2 times that I have seen and spoken with Stephanie.
Okay. So
I have to ask this question. Did you, and I know it's going to sound kind of foolish, but did you, or did she mention anything about this case to you during either one of those instances? Do you, or would you be able to judge her testimony just as you've been able to judge everybody else's testimony in this case? Is there anything about the context that you've had with her that would make you say, you know, I'm going to believe her because I know her, or I'm going to disbelieve her because I know her, something along those lines? Do you think that you can weigh her testimony just as you would weigh the testimony of any other witness in this case? Do you believe that you can still remain fair and impartial? Do you believe you can still remain a fair and impartial juror in this case, even though you've had some contacts with one witness and not others? All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you back to the jury room. I want you to wait there for a couple of minutes while I talk with the lawyers, and then I will get back to you. Okay. And what you can tell the jurors, if somebody asks, you can tell them that you had a discussion, or we had a discussion here because you disclosed rightly that you recognized one of the witnesses after you saw them, and we had to ask you about that. Don't tell them who the witness was that you knew. Don't tell them what our conversation was, anything else like that. But at least this way they'll know what the conversation was, and they will know that the right thing to do in a situation like this is to say, hey, I know one of those witnesses, and let us know. Okay? All right. All rise for juror 12, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect that juror number 12 has left the courtroom. Are there any challenges to juror number 12 continuing to serve as a juror in this case? Prosecution?
No, Judge. The juror was very conscientious, brought this information to us immediately, it sounds like. Talked about 2 passing interactions that she had with Ms. Happ some years ago, and indicates that she can still be very fair and impartial in this case, and is not going to give her any special deference or anything like that. So I don't think there's any reason from our perspective that she would be a challenge for cause.
Defense?
Have her excused for a couple of different reasons. One, I'm not alleging any bad faith or anything on the part of this juror, but it appears that it's more than a passing connection. It sounded, at least what I was gathering, it sounded like she was hoping to do end of life planning for Ms. Happ. I thought it was her mother, that there was a couple hour long meeting at the house, that there is a connection with a shared church, a religious connection. Part of the issue is, Your Honor, this is not just a lay or perceiving witness. This is an expert witness whose opinion these jurors are going to have to determine the basis of their opinion and how they value their opinion and so forth. So it's not just whether would give her more credibility. It's also how that she would weigh her expert opinion on this. And it's expert opinion that is key to this case. Ms. Happ has identified the gun in question that she testified about as being the gun that actually killed Letecia Stauch. Furthermore, they're going to have later evidence that is going to put Ms. Stauch's DNA on that gun. And so this is the key connection of all the other. There's everything else is there are a lot of circumstantial. I mean, this is pretty direct eye with Ms. Stauch to the weapon that this witness is saying actually killed Letecia Stauch. So based upon that, I would say it's a little bit different situation because it's an expert and it's her opinion that she's going to be judging, and she does have a relationship with her. Further, Your Honor, I can say that juror was one of the ones we had a lot of debate on as far as whether or not to use a peremptory challenge on. It was down. She was our last one. It was her and another juror. Whoever we used our last peremptory on, the choice was between her and that juror. Had we known that she had this kind of connection with this expert witness, we would use a peremptory challenge on her. We're, I think, more than or close to halfway through this trial. We have 6 alternate jurors on this case. I think that it's a cleaner to excuse her at this time with other things and move one of the alternates on, and that way we can go forward.
All right. I want to think about this over the weekend. I'm also going to review
her questionnaire again as well, and also the seating and strike chart to see where we were, or to see how the peremptories shook out. I don't know, since she was not excused, whether that will help me a whole lot, but I want to look at two of those things, and then I will make a decision before we start trial on Monday. Go from there.
Yeah, we just have one other issue to bring up.
Go ahead.
Are you ready for it now?
Yes.
Okay. It's come to our attention.
Hold on. Just. Okay. Mr. Allen.
It's come to our attention that during I think most of the afternoon session of witnesses today, that the defendant has been flipping the bird potentially to witnesses or to our family that are here for Gannon. And there have been pictures that have been passed to me during this process. One, it's disrespectful to this court. It's disrespectful to this process. And I would ask the court to admonish her to refrain from acting this way in the future during the pendency of this case.
Okay. I've not seen any of that, but on the other hand, the defendant is to my far right. I can see her some on a screen, but I'll just take it as is. Ms. Stauch, what you need to understand is that I can control the conduct of an awful lot of people in the courtroom, including yours. And don't do that. Don't show that kind of, don't be making disrespectful gestures to witnesses, to people, to family members, anything like that. You need to understand that if that continues, I can have you removed and the trial will continue without you. And you will sit in a holding cell in this building. And every time we take a break, I'll bring you back up, ask whether or not you can conform your conduct to what I'm requiring. If you choose to act in a disruptive behavior or disruptive fashion, I'll just have you removed and we'll continue on without you. And then we'll check and see if you want to come back and behave in a respectful manner. So I'll just leave it at that. And we will see where we are on Monday. All right. All right. Court will be in recess. You can leave everything here. The only thing that
wow, look at her.
Have locked up is the gun and the ammunition. I don't ever leave that out. So that we need to make sure gets into
Look at her. She's laughing about it.
Locker somewhere or into an evidence closet somewhere. Other than that, we'll see everybody 9:00 on Monday morning.
All rise.
I didn't do that. Wow. That is crazy. That's what I've seen. She should have. Oh my God, unbelievable. Let's see what I want to say. I want to thank everybody for coming through, and I want to tell people that during their lunch break, I had something come up. Okay, as we all know. Well, maybe you don't. My dad has cancer, whatever, and he's had a pretty rough couple weeks. And I live in the same building as him, so I was, trying to be positive for him, trying to, get him to eat and let him, Anyway, so Lori Vallow's hearing was going on of yesterday. Melanie Gibbs' testimony. So yeah, that's what happened. And I thought I ended the stream. Like Faith, I think you were here when that happened. I just want to show you how this happened to me. Let's see. Okay. Faith, are you watching? So I went to end it, okay? And I was just going to come back later. And see, you got to hit it twice and broadcast. And I did. But you know what? Oh, well. It's all good. So were you guys bored today like I was? Yeah, you know what? My dad is very strong, though, because when I lost my mom, she's my best friend, and I was taking him to have cancer treatment at that time every day we had to go to the hospital. And he's seen what I went through, and he says he's going to try to stay alive as long as he can. However, I think now he's just giving up, honestly. And he did talk to somebody this week about it. I'm the only one in my family that takes care of him, by the way. It was somebody in the building he said that to, not to me. But he doesn't want to do any more treatment. I don't blame him. I see what he went through. He doesn't even want to do the injections no more. And I'll just have to, not disrespect him. And just support him however he wants to be supported. He's 71. My mom was 68. So that's what happened. So I'm sorry. I'll have to go watch that section and find out. Okay, Dippy's going live tonight on her channel. What is it, at 8 or 8:30? So sub up to her. What are you laughing for, Dippy? And then, what else? You know what? He won't even take anything for the pain or nothing. There's a lot more going on that I just don't talk about, but yeah. Okay, everybody. Thank you for coming through. Dippy, put your link to your live in the chat here so people can show up if they choose to. And thank you, like always, Dippy and Faith, for being here, supporting my channel and me. And also Angel, she came through, and OG came through, and Michelle came through, and Angel came through. Who else? Well, I don't know. All right. Yeah, we did try doing his diet. He went back to what he was doing, which is okay with me. You're at your end of your life. Do what you want. I don't care. Okay, everybody. See you later.